Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another Canadian weather live stream. We are jumping on. We've got some storms firing in eastern Ontario and western Quebec. We are going to be covering both of those provinces and then covering Alberta. We do have a large severe event in Alberta around Calgary area. Watches have not gone up yet. We are expecting them soon out in Alberta, but first we're going to jump on to the Ontario and Quebec show. So let's jump right into this. We also have a new sponsor we're welcoming aboard today, Paul Davis Property Restoration Experts, based out of Ottawa and Lanark. So they will help you guys out. We will talk about them in a little bit as well, but they can help you guys out with anything to do with damage after a storm, flooded basements, that kind of stuff. But again, we'll cover that shortly here. Just going to take a look at my radar very quickly just to point out several severe thunderstorm warnings that have gone out just now. Most notably our storm around Pembroke. This is the one that has our attention. It is already rotating, so we are definitely concerned about this storm. It is severe warned right now, already throwing some hail as well, and I am going to log in and take a look. We have some cameras out there, so I'm just going to take a look at what those cameras are showing. You can see that this is now turned and tracking down the river a little bit there, so we are seeing a bit of rotation already on that storm. This is the one I'm going to be keeping my eye on. We have again, this just initiated a short while ago. I'm going to go take a look at one of my cameras here, so bear with me, and we'll bring that up. But we do have storms that have gone through the Ottawa area already, and I'm just pulling up my cameras here. So oh, there's the tornado warning on that storm already. That's why I said it's got our attention, folks. So this storm is just south of Pembroke. It is on the other side of 17, and their rotation would be right down in this area right here between 41 and 17. This storm does have the look. This is what we generally as chasers are going after. So this is why we jumped onto the live stream, and this is definitely warranted for rotation. So let me just take a look. We are starting out very quick on these storms. This is now moving roughly in this general direction. So if you are anywhere in this polygon, I recommend that you are in shelter. If you are anywhere remotely close to this orange polygon, that means being in a basement if you have it as an option. If you don't have that as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do recommend a bathtub. Gives you a little bit of extra protection, small mattress or something over top of you to protect you in the worst case scenario. I am going to go full screen on this. So we are talking in the Pembroke area, and it is on the south side of Highway 17. Right in this area is where your rotation is indicated on radar. If you are anywhere in this orange polygon, so we are narrowing it down from this giant red box that Environment Canada puts out, and just going to zoom out so people can understand. If you're in Petawawa, you have nothing to worry about. This is moving southeast at this point. It has turned and it is moving southeast, so that is where our rotation is. I'm going to flip it over so that you can see a little better in terms of the size and shape of our storm. This is our tornado warning. So right now, if you are in this orange polygon just south of Pembroke, is where our concern is with this storm, and it is the one that had our attention when things got going. So let me just update what they're saying here. So we're starting out very quick here, that we've got our tornado warning right off the bat here. I'm just going to read what Environment Canada has put out. They're saying they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. So always that key word, possibly. We do have Connor is out there chasing. I don't know if he is up there yet, but he was headed for that general direction. So I don't know if he has made it up that way. And I'm monitoring a whole bunch of chats here, so bear with me. But this right now, this is definitely a storm with a hook echo on it. It has rotation. It definitely does look like a storm that has the potential to try and produce a tornado. We don't have any confirmation of that just yet. So let me just check a couple of things here. I'm going to pan over to our camera and see if I've got any visual on this storm back to the opposite side. So bear with me for a sec. If I do get that, I'll be able to share it with you guys. I'm just panning the camera around to see if there's anything visible on this storm anywhere. I'm just going to pull it up on the big screen, so bear with me for a second. Let's take a look. There and there. So again, if you are just joining us, we do have an active tornado warning. The storm does have the look, and you can see the storm was moving eastward across the radar screen and then turned right. That is always indicative of a storm that is going to try and put down a tornado or has a strong circulation on it. It will have that right turn on it, and it's very evident on this one here. So I'm just looking at my cameras up in the Pembroke area, so let me share that with you guys. This is the camera just sitting in Pembroke region. This is one of the cameras. I don't see anything obvious on it, but it is to the kind of southwest of Pembroke. And let me just take a look here if I've got any visual down in that area. Unfortunately, the trees shrouding our view a little bit, so nothing that we can view on this camera. The meat of the storm looks to be where we're directed at this point. Again, we do have chasers that are heading up that way. So hopefully we will have a view there shortly, and I'll get back to that momentarily. So I'm just going to come back to our radar. Again, this is a tornado warning northwest of Ottawa, and in our orange polygon is where we are recommending shelter. This storm does have the look of a very dangerous storm. It does have rotation indicated on it. You can see that with the reds and greens together, and it does have a hook on it along with a notch. So we are just, again, recommending shelter in the orange polygon. What time was this last scan? 3:47 p.m. I am going to adjust my polygon here for the latest scan and just update this. So it is southwest of Pembroke. Heading southeast is where this is kind of tracking at this point. So again, you can see the turn that happened, and now it's heading kind of down Highway 17. It is to the west of the highway at this time. So again, a very dangerous storm. It is putting out a ton of precipitation, possibly some hail as well. You can see the prolific lightning on this. And again, one of the things we do point out on the channel is when it's throwing lightning very far out in front of it, you need to be concerned. That is a strong storm. We are talking some of these bolts are 10, 11 plus kilometers out from the storm itself. So again, some of them even 15 kilometers out. So this is all indicative of a very strong storm that has gotten going. It has a hook on it, which again, for anybody that's new, this is the hook. And this is where your tornado would possibly be. We have no confirmation right now of anything going on there. We are monitoring a bunch of locations. If anything does pop up where we can confirm or even deny that anything is happening, we will let you guys know. But this is our storm that we have concern with. Obviously, same with Environment Canada. Quite a bit of rotation on it at this time. So let me just bring this back up, and we'll take a look here. Okay, I do have a visual on the storm. Right now, there is nothing underneath it. I'm just looking at pictures. I can't share these. They're not somebody that we have permission to share with, but we do have eyes on the storm right now. Nothing underneath it or imminent at this point, but it definitely has that signature of a storm that could produce a tornado at any moment. So this is just one of those situations where we are definitely going to take it seriously. And again, all the earmarkings of a storm that's going to try and produce a tornado. So if you are anywhere in our orange polygon, we are calling for shelter. Definitely want to be in a basement if that is an option. If you don't have that as an option, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub definitely gives you a little bit more protection, and then a small mattress or something over you to protect you in case of the worst case scenario. So again, just going to show you how this storm turned right. It was heading due east, and then it just turned right just before the river and is now essentially tracking down Highway 17. So if you are anywhere ahead of this polygon Cobden area, you need to be prepared to take your emergency action plan now, because this is heading in that general direction. And again, it does look like it has that look that we go for as far as storm chasers are concerned. So bear with me for 1 second. Just gonna Okay, trying to get some eyes on it as well for us in front of the storm. So hopefully Connor will be on that very shortly. Again, we are jumping on the storm immediately and quickly. That's what brought our stream up, was all these storms that have initiated. So I'm going to look at the rest of it right now. We have covered the tornado warning. I'm now looking at all the storms around the Ottawa area. So we do have we have a giant severe warning here all along the Ottawa River from Arnprior down to almost Kemptville area into Castleman, and then over to Hawkesbury and the Ontario border with Quebec. And you can see there are some storms in there. The ones that are the most kind of impactful around the Greeley area, we have a storm right now that is definitely got a very heavy downpour on it, and that one definitely has the look for some very heavy precipitation. I have a live camera here, so this is one of our weather cams. This is right in Greeley currently, so you can see very heavy downpour. Visibility drops quite a bit with this, and the wind looks very reasonable on it, but it is an extremely heavy downpour. So again, this is in the Greeley area, and that's where we're looking at right now. Just if I highlight it, this is what we're talking about, this dark red area. That is what you can expect with the downpour. So just very heavy precipitation associated with this. Looks like just rain at this point, not seeing any hail on that. So bear with me for 1 second here. Just going to try and get Connor's live stream up and running. Give me 1 sec. See if it'll come back up. We've had technical issues today, so I'm just going to double check that I'm not missing anything, but my computer's definitely been acting up as far as this goes. So give me 1 moment. I'm going to see if I can bring Connor up in here. Yeah, nothing working there. So, okay, let me... Okay, I figured out what's wrong. Okay, we'll get that back up and running. Let me switch over. Sorry, guys, just dealing with a couple of issues there. So, again, severe warnings around the Ottawa area. The ones that have the most impact right now are through Richmond, North Gore, Osgoode, Greeley area. They are moving due east at this point. So they are the ones to watch out for. The storms to the east of Ottawa, they've lost a little bit of their intensity. So that is what we've got going on. And we have one storm here just kind of northeast of Cornwall, still not severe warned, losing a little bit of its intensity as well. So that's what we have ongoing. A few storms back to the west of Barry's Bay, and then we have additional storms firing out here. So you can see how over the last hour and a half, we've had a whole bunch of storms erupt in the area. We are going to look at the rest of it here shortly. I'm going to just come back to our tornado warned storm. It has picked up some intensity on this last scan. We can see that there's hail across Highway 17. This is going to be probably loonies or smaller, so definitely definitely an issue as far as hail is concerned. Wind is an issue in there. It is still rotating. We don't have any confirmation of anything on the ground right now, but I'm trying to get some eyes on it as well. So bear with me for a second while we get some of our live streams working on that front. So. See if that works. There we go. We've got Connor's live stream going there. I should have everybody else's. I'm just going to double check. We do have a few chasers out there today. So I've got Rick out there. Connor Mockett is out there on Highway 17 going through Renfrew, headed right for this storm. So we do have several live chasers on this at this time. And once we get closer, we'll bring up some imagery there. So again, tornado warned storm in the Pembroke area. It is just on the south side or southwest side of Highway 17. You can see the hook echo in there. This is a storm that is indicating it's going to try and produce a tornado. Again, this would be the area for the tornado. This is your notch for your inflow on the storm, and it is producing lots of hail. So again, lots of precipitation associated with this outside of the hail alone. You've got issues in that regards, just very heavy precip. Obviously, we're paying attention. That is not what I wanted to do. Bear with me for a second. I'll take that away there. We're going to leave our polygon in there. So this is definitely what's happening right now as far as having everybody's attention, and where we should be paying attention to is south of Pembroke. It is heading down 17 again towards roughly the Cobden area. It'll probably go between Beachburg and Cobden, where the circulation will go through. The whole entire storm is obviously larger than that, but that is where this is currently headed at this time. So give me 1 second, and I'm just gonna double check some social media here to see if there's anything new being posted for this storm. This is our latest scan, and let me just take a look. Do we have any visibility underneath? No, not right now. So hail core has expanded on this storm. It is all along 21 and then reaching to Highway 17. This is starting to get toonie sized hail, maybe a little bit bigger on this depending on how much it melts before it gets to the surface, but it is moving along here. These storms are moving quickly as well. That's the other issue today. These storms are moving very quick. We are probably looking at 60 kilometers an hour, maybe faster than that. So I'm just going to highlight our box here. This is our current box that we're recommending shelter for. If you are out in the Petawawa area, Pembroke area, this is southeast of you or south of you and moving southeast. So again, out of an abundance of caution, Cobden area, I would recommend you're still in you would be in shelter at this point. Beachburg, Forster Falls, and we'll see where it updates from here. So the storm again moving very quickly, still has rotation on it, and still looks like a dangerous storm. So we are highlighting this because this is a life safety issue as far as everything goes. The storms around Ottawa, again, south near Metcalfe, Greeley, are just very heavy rainmakers. I'm just going to take a look here. Winds are moderate to light. There's not a whole lot of wind in these storms right now as it sits. So that is the good news. These are just very heavy rainmakers. I'm not even seeing any hail in them. I'm going to switch over to my closer radar here, just northeast by North Lancaster, Green Valley. Again, non-severe storm. It is a heavy rainmaker where that darker red area is, but that is all, folks. So we have one storm that has our attention. I will switch over here. We do have a line of storms in northern Quebec, south of Val d'Or. These are throwing a little bit of hail. Right now, it's just a line of precipitation. Obviously, obviously a line of thunderstorms with a very intense narrow band as far as precipitation is concerned, but very heavy, crossing 117, probably putting down a little bit of hail as well. So that's what we have going on in Quebec. And then later on, we are looking around the Calgary area to the west of Edmonton as well for another potential severe weather event. Obviously, that will be later on at this point. So we are just a lot of monitoring going on, having our head on a swivel. If you are anywhere in our yellow severe thunderstorm watch areas, which are the thin yellow line boxes, the very large ones on eastern Ontario, and then back through western Quebec, through Montreal, you need to stay weather aware today. If you do get a warning, take it seriously today. The potential is there. Whether that potential unfolds, that's always up for questions. So yeah, we are definitely experiencing a strong storm here again between Cobden and Pembroke. It is over Beachburg at this point, heading southeast. We'll go towards Forester Falls, and again we are waiting for an update here. We are 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, so this definitely is a strong storm. And if it continues to move southeast, it's going to track along the river more than likely, but we'll see what unfolds here. So okay, Connor is definitely coming into Cobden area. Sean, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. Getting a storm in Edmonton, lots of lightning, thunder, and heavy rain. Yes, you guys do have some storms out that way. None of them are severe yet, but Edmonton on its own, dealing with obviously any kind of precipitation is not good for Edmonton. They've had 2 very wet months, lots of flooding that has happened in there. So I know people in Edmonton don't want to hear about severe weather today. So hopefully it's just a minor shower, not long-lived out in the Edmonton area. We do plan on doing coverage out in Alberta later on after the Ontario-Quebec severe is done, but we may be doing both at the same time. We will cover wherever we have to at this point. So so they have put a severe warning outside on the western side of Quebec for this storm, as it's still on the Ontario side for the tornado aspect. The rotation is within our orange polygon. You can see that very clearly, but we do have hail starting to approach on the Quebec side with very heavy precipitation. And we're just, again, waiting for our next scan to see what happens here. And we'll see whether we have rotation on this that's sustained. And I am monitoring some social media channels as well. Give me a sec here. Just going to watch a video quickly. Yeah, this is a very mean storm. So reminiscent, it's not as big as the storm we had at the end of June or early July that came down the river and west of Ottawa. We had a very strong storm. It hasn't gotten to that level yet, but it's definitely got that hook in there. Right now, not having any confirmation of anything on the surface, but let me just move our box again and delete this out. And they're just updating the tornado warning, so I'm just going to go take a look at that first, see if there's anything in there. Just saying at 4:05 p.m. they're still tracking a thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, always highlighting that possibly because that is a key word for sure at this point. Let's just take a look here. I'm going to pan this back. Okay, so our box, I'm going to put out like this. And then up here. So if you are anywhere in this box or close to this orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. Again, we've been saying that since we got on the stream. This started very quickly at this point. So right now, it is just on the basically around the Beachburg area, north of Cobden at this point, heading southeast, and it's crossed Highway 17, or it's over Highway 17 currently, still showing rotation, still showing that hook echo with a notch in there. So that is all stuff we look for on storms that are trying to produce a tornado. It doesn't mean they will. It just means it's trying to do so. So that's why this is warned. Again, if you are northwest or north of this, you have nothing to worry about. This is moving southeast at this point. So again, anybody out in this area, Eastern Ontario, along the Ottawa River, Western Quebec, this is the tornado warned storm that we are paying attention to. And inside that orange polygon is where we're recommending shelter. You'll notice the severe thunderstorm warning around all of Ottawa, all the way to the border, has been dropped now, because these storms, what they're doing is they're getting agitated. They get pretty intense and then they kind of weaken. So that is what is happening with these storms. So you'll see an area where it does pick up a little bit of intensity right by Edwards here at this time. There may be tiny hail in that right now, and that is what that's the heaviest precipitation in the area. Definitely going to get a lot of rain through Carleton Place, Munster, Richmond, Manotick, even through Osgood. We are just south in Kemptville area. That's where I broadcast from, but right now the severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped off of all the storms in Eastern Ontario. They are still obviously something to pay attention to, and you need to worry about heavy rain, but lightning is always that unknown, because it cannot be predicted where it's going to strike, and it definitely something you want to pay attention to. So let me just turn it on. We do have our weather cams that are out here. Those are those white circles that we have located out there. So we will definitely be referring to those at times. And our biggest concern is the storm up here by Pembroke, just to the south of it, going towards through Beachburg. Right now, very large hail involved in that. I would say Toonie sized hail, maybe even a little bit larger. And it is just north of Cobden at this point. And Connor has a view on it right now. I can see that. So he is definitely making his way towards this storm, so we can get a live visual for you folks on this one here. So he is it's directly in front of him essentially, so we'll see what comes out of it. We'll keep an eye on it. We've got Rick out there as well, just going from there. So again, very quick start to the live stream this afternoon. We have been monitoring things here for the last 3 or 4 hours, just watching things develop. And this is the storm that definitely caught everybody's attention for very valid reasons, obviously. I'm just going to take a look. We do have some severe storms down in the Toronto area. It looks like just north of Markham. They have just severe warned this storm that just coming through. I'm just going to take a look at it. Not seeing any hail markers on it right now. Very heavy precipitation to the north of Markham. These are moving southeast at this time. A little bit of wind on that, but right now not seeing any hail associated with it. So this will drop southeast, go towards Ajax, Whitby area, and Pickering, and then head over the water more than likely. And we have a storm that has fired just north of downtown, or going through downtown Toronto. Not severe warned, but very heavy precipitation on that. Not a lot of wind in there, so again, moving southeast, so that will go over the water as well. And let's just take a look at our storms on the Quebec side. And again, this is all along Highway 117 to the southeast of Val d'Or. They are severe warned because there was some hail in there, but at this time, that is the only thing. So okay, and so people are asking if this is headed for Ottawa in the chat, and I apologize, folks. There's a lot going on, so I have not been able to keep up with the chat in any way. It is heading down the river, but right now from Ottawa, just to give you folks an idea, this would have to be one of the longest track tornadoes in history, and confirming there's no tornado on the ground currently. We don't have any confirmation of that. The storm is still 100 kilometers away at this point, so even if it's moving at 60 kilometers an hour, it is over an hour and a half before it gets to Ottawa. What intensity and how it's going to impact Ottawa, we still don't know that yet. It is definitely a strong storm. Whether it goes to the north of Ottawa. We just have to see how it interacts with the Ottawa River. Storms a lot of times will latch onto the Ottawa River and then track southeast along there. This does have the earmarkings for a storm that looks like to track the Ottawa River. Again, more than likely a severe storm heading into the Ottawa area. So just prepare now. It is still over 100 kilometers away. Connor now has a view on it. I'm just going to give you guys a view at that point. So I do know there's a lot of questions about the Ottawa area. Hull, Gatineau, Elmer. You're all in that same grouping because this is still 100 kilometers out. You know, we have no idea what it's going to do or what direction it's going to track in exactly. So you rough idea, it is headed in your direction roughly. And again, this is just north of Cobden at this point. As you can see on our radar screen, I'll flip back and forth, but we do have Connor coming up on that storm, and it does have a hook echo in it. So again, that is the appendage that sticks out the backside. And then if you had anything happening, it would be more than likely in that area. We also have an inflow notch, which is the storm ingesting the air in that area. So again, all of the earmarkings that as storm chasers, what we look for when we're chasing severe storms and we want to try and catch a tornado. So again, that's why this storm is very much indicative of a storm that is dangerous. So still got hail on it. I would say probably loony sized or smaller at this point, maybe even down to grapes or smaller, but very heavy precipitation right now between Beachburg and Forester Falls, stretching out towards the Ottawa River and then going into the Campbell's Bay area as well. So that's where things are headed right now. And I'm just going to look at something here. Okay. And I'm monitoring some channels, just constantly keeping an eye on this storm that we have happening. Nothing posted to social media that I can find quickly. But again, heading down the Ottawa River, still way outside of Ottawa at this point, 100 kilometers away. But if you are anywhere between this storm along the Ottawa River into Ottawa, whether you're on the Ontario or Quebec side, you need to be paying attention to this and taking this seriously. Even if this doesn't produce a tornado, this is going to be a strong storm with lots of precipitation, prolific lightning on it, and some winds. So it's got all of that on it right now. So again, we are paying attention to that. So quickly going to take a look just to see if there's any kind of update for the Toronto area. And maybe a little bit of hail just north in the Markham area, just north of the, what is this, the 407? Yeah, that's the 407. So just north of the 407 by Robinson Glen, maybe some small hail, grape-sized or smaller at this point on that storm, moving southeast. And I'm just going to take a quick look to see. I know I'm getting reports of a storm going through Edmonton. Definitely a small storm. It does not look like it is severe warned at this point, but definitely raining on the northwest side of Edmonton, which obviously people in Edmonton don't want to see. But right now, non-severe at this point, and there are a few kind of isolated pop-up storms as well out there. So just keep that in mind. If anything does go severe warned, I will cover it and jump on it as well. So we will be covering a very large area today. So bear with me. I'll do my best to get you guys as much information as possible. Just going to take a look here. Move away from our camera. We have one in Limoges as this storm comes in there. That seems to be the heaviest of the precipitation is in. Let me just take a look here. So right now we can take a look. This is going to be our live camera in the Limoges area. So definitely very heavy precipitation starting out there, and you can see back to the left that there's much darker, so that heavy precip is still headed there. So again, right now, not a lot of wind. That's what I do want to point out, that these winds around the Ottawa area do not have a ton of wind on them right now. So definitely lots of precip, but not a ton of wind at this point. So just getting some footage here from Andrew Macklin. I'm I'm going to try and bring that up and share it with you guys. He's out there as well. So just bear with me for 1 second. So this is the Pembroke storm. So, well, not the Pembroke storm anymore. Sorry. This is down by north of Cobden. So the storm that I have on the center of our screen, let me just pull this up. I'm going to share this with you guys. This is from Andrew, and you can see that visibility very low, lots of wind associated with this, and heavy precipitation. So again, even without any kind of tornado happening, this is a strong, dangerous storm. Lots of precipitation. You can see the leaves being shredded off that tree. That's how strong these winds are. So we're already getting tree shred from this. And again, this is from Andrew Macklin. He is one of our chasers out there as well, based out of Ottawa. So lots of precipitation coming in, and definitely getting some tree shred in there at this time. So again, storm needs to be taken seriously. Let's get an update here on the latest scan. So bear with me for a sec. And I'm going to delete my polygon out. Let's take a look at our wind velocities. Still rotation within this storm. Still going to be calling for shelter. It has that hook echo in it. We do have Connor, looks like below the storm there. So I'm just going to highlight my box, and then we'll take a look at Connor's live feed as well. He is driving with this. So again, roughly in this area, you do want to be in shelter, because this storm is indicating all the markings of a storm that is going to try and produce at some point. And again, with storms that are tornado warned, you can have cycles where it goes up and down, tries a few times, and then, you know, takes several tries, and then it actually ends up producing. So still not out of the woods yet with this storm. It does have some hail south of Beachburg on it, very heavy precipitation. And you saw what it looks like below this storm from our video we were sharing with Andrew Macklin there. So again, quite a bit of precipitation, heavy wind, even some tree shred already happening just from straight line winds. So let's just take a look at this. Anywhere in this orange polygon, you do want to be in shelter. It is dropping southeast at this point. So I'm going to zoom in, bring this up full screen so we can really see where this is. It's tucked in between Cobden and Forester Falls to the north of Highway 17, south of Beachburg. Very heavy precipitation in those dark red areas with those pink. You're getting into hail. And then we do have our wind velocities in here rotating. So this is still showing strong rotation on this storm. And again, this is next going to be down towards Portage du Fort, Chenot area. You need to have your emergency plan ready to go eventually into Shawville, Starks Corners, Brisson, all over in those areas. You need to be prepared, because this is headed that way. We, like I said, don't have an exact path, but roughly in this polygon is where we are calling for shelter at this point. So we definitely have a very, very strong storm, and you can see what it looks like compared to the storms that are around the Ottawa area. These are non-severe thunderstorms, so yes, they are going to be windy and rainy. The wind isn't bad on these right now. We are showing a little bit of hail here just on the north side of Limoges. Let me just take a look and see if our camera, I'm not seeing anything on our camera. I'm just bringing that back up, but it does look like on the northeast side of Limoges, there may be some grape-sized hail or smaller at this point. So just keeping an eye on things and going from there. Definitely got some views here from Rick and Connor. We'll take a look at that in 1 second here. So I'll swing back here. They are monitoring this storm, so they are now on it, out in front of it, and keeping an eye on it. Let me just take a look here. Not seeing anything imminent right now. I'll share this up with you folks. So this is a view of the storm right now. No funnel or anything on the ground of any significance. So again, still can't confirm anything as far as any possible tornado at this point. The guys are monitoring it. We do have a live stream on it. We do have Connor and Rick out there, as well as Andrew on it as well. So It is definitely a strong storm up in the Pembroke area, just south of there, between Cobden and Forester Falls. And we are waiting for another scan here. We have about 3 minutes till our next scan. Again, this is heading down the Ottawa River, folks, so you need to be prepared. If you are anywhere between here, obviously a lot of people from Ottawa watching this, it is headed in that direction, but it's still, again, 100 kilometers away, so this can change track. It can die off, it can intensify. You're going to have to stick with us, folks, if you want to know exactly what's going to happen. Have your action plan in place because this is a strong storm, folks. So okay. Oh, just getting some more messages here. Connor's saying that the circulation is now rain wrapped. So what that means is where the rotation is located on this storm, the rain curtains have wrapped around it, so it's not visible from the outside of the storm. I can kind of show you that right now. You can see on the left-hand side of his feed, you can see that there's a gray area that's masking everything. That's kind of in that, I mean, roughly in that area where that circulation would be. So that is what we're keeping an eye on. But if something happens where circulation touches down, it may not be visible, and that's the problem. So you can't always just assume that because you can't see something that there's not something ongoing. Again, right now, nothing confirmed at this point. So we are concentrating on this specific storm. And again, the rest of the storms around the Ottawa area did have a severe warning because some of them did throw some hail. If this storm by Limoges still showing some hail on it, it will probably get severe warned here very shortly because that looks like a storm that and the hail disappeared on our latest scan. So there you go. Still very heavy precipitation just north of Castleman at this point. So that is what we're seeing here. I'm just going to quickly check for the Montreal area. Just have our little storm here tracking just north of the St. Lawrence Seaway by Les Coteaux. Just heavy rain in that. Nothing too concerning. I'm just looking at my winds. Winds are not concerning on that as well. So definitely just very strong thunderstorms, but these are not severe thunderstorms. I want to be clear about that. Let's go back. The hook echo has disappeared on this storm somewhat, and we've lost our hail, so that could be a good sign for this storm. There is still some rotation on it, but it looks, the shape has changed of the storm, which again, it could be going through a cycle. So I'm going to extend our box here and just highlight this. And we're going to bring it out kind of in here and then across. That's going to be our area or danger zone. Again, right now on this scan, the hook has definitely changed shape. It's not as pronounced. The wind velocities have gone down, and we have no purple in the storm, meaning that it's on a downward trend at this point. So that is a good sign. Still a strong storm, though. So the tornado threat definitely much lower at this point. We are not at zero. There's still a tornado threat at this point, and we are going to continue to warn people of this storm. So Connor has a look on the storm right now. Just saw a nice lightning bolt there, and so Connor is going to be monitoring this, and we'll see if anything happens out of that storm. So again, we will bring up anything that visibility wise just to see if anything happens, but Connor has eyes on this. So right now, no hail indicated in the storm, so that is good news at this point. So let me swing down to Toronto, take a look at our severe warnings down there, just update everybody. Keisha Girl, thank you so much for the donation, really appreciate it. Right now, very heavy rainmakers between Pickering and Markham. Not seeing any dangerous winds or anything like that in there. Just very heavy precipitation with lightning. It is moving southeast, so this is going to come and basically be over Lake Ontario here very shortly. little bit of a storm just popped to the north of our initial storm down in the Toronto area. So again, by Claremont, east of Stouffville, that is another storm, but it is just a rainmaker at this point. With they have lightning on them. The storm by downtown Toronto has principally moved over the water. Still a little bit left on land, but it has left the area. Do have a storm popping here or initiating by Burlington. We'll see if that does pick up any intensity, but it looks like it may, before it gets really intense, it may just go over the water before that happens. So just a couple of storms to keep an eye on there. I'm got Alberta in the back of my mind, just because, again, we are expecting a significant wind event and hail event around the Calgary area and to the east, a little bit north up towards Airdrie area, but we will see how that unfolds. Right now, we are just concentrating on our one storm here, riding the Ottawa River. And again, you can see, I'll pause it here. We'll go up another scan. You can see how much pink and purple, or bright pink, there was in here with that very evident hook echo. That was more concerning at that time than it is now. They have dropped the tornado. Environment Canada has dropped the tornado warning off this storm. We are still going to be paying attention to it just out of an abundance of caution. I will wait till the next scan comes up in about 2-3 minutes. Again, we were calling for shelter in our orange polygon. We will see whether what the storm looks like on the next scan. So right now, that is the only severe warning basically in Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, and then we have one warning down by Toronto. Actually, I should say two. One for downtown Toronto. That storm is over the water essentially at this point, so we'll be out of the downtown core of Toronto any moment. And then we have our storm between Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, and Markham. That will go out on the lake very shortly as well. So those are the only warnings in Ontario at this time, and Quebec. So we'll keep up with this. Connor's got a view of the storm. Just going to take a look here. 1 second. We've got Rick on it as well. I believe I know where they are. 1 second. Okay, let me bring this back here. He's probably in the trees at this point, so I'll come back to him in a minute. Okay, so Connor is trying to stay out in front of this storm along the Ottawa River, which isn't the easiest thing to do. So they're going to head south in front of this storm. There's also not many crossing points for them as well. So we'll see what's going on. But right now, this severe thunderstorm is, again, over Forester Falls, stretching out over to Brisson, Quebec, and will be coming down to Portage du Fort and crossing there. The southern end of it may actually just catch that. So again, this is coming towards Shawville. Otter Lake is on the north end, so should be mostly light rain at this time. And let me take a look at our velocities in here. Very strong winds in here. So let me delete things and update everybody on this storm. So right now we do have strong winds associated right in this area. And again, this would be right over the Ottawa River. So west of Brisson, north of Portage du Fort. And it is, let me see what the winds look like in there. So bear with me for 1 second. We're doing about 75 kilometers an hour above the surface. I would expect about 60, somewhere in the 60 range on the surface. So still gusty, not really high end severe gusty, but definitely windy as we saw. And that's on this latest scan at this point. And I'm just going to double check. The hook feature is definitely no longer prominent on this storm. Right now we are just dealing with very heavy precipitation, a small pocket of strong winds right basically over the Ottawa River at this point, and again moving southeast at this point. So it looks to be the way it looks like it's going to travel is on the Quebec side. It is going to travel southeast, so it's going to go along the 138, I want to say, or 148, sorry, through Shawville, and maybe continue just north of there, and then it'll catch, possibly it looks like it's going to track towards Ottawa. Again, the storm could could die. It could re-intensify. We still are very far from the Ottawa region at this point, but it is tracking that way. I'll give you a distance marker from the Ottawa area just to give everybody a heads up. Right now, the intense part of the storm is 77 kilometers away at this point, so it is making a distance pretty quickly. We do have Connor with a view on it. This definitely looks shellfish, meaning somewhat outflow at this point, so no longer a thunderstorm that is ingesting, but it could be going through a cycle. We will have to see and await what happens there. And then obviously we have all of these storms on the east side of Ottawa. These are just thunderstorms, folks. They're non-severe, so rain, a little bit of wind associated with them, and obviously some lightning, but non-severe thunderstorms. I can bring it up full screen here. So this is what has transpired over the last hour and a half in eastern Ontario. Not a whole lot going on the western Quebec front other than this storm that came from Pembroke down along the Ottawa River. That is the big player at this point with storms. So so this is what's going on. Again, non-severe storms around the Ottawa area, eastern Ontario. That is what we're hearing. I've got thunder and lightning obviously outside my door at this point in Kemptville because I've been hearing some good booms. And that would be right here just to the north. So storm going through Northgower, Manotick, Richmond area. But you can see that there's storms all over the place. So essentially just prepare that you're in for a bit of a wet afternoon. Some areas heavier precip than others with those dark red areas. The yellows, greens, and blues are extremely light rain for the most part. It's not until you get to dark orange, red, dark red, and then eventually into hail when you get into the pink stuff. So that's what you need to pay attention to. So right now, that's where we're at. And wow, that was a good crack near my house. Definitely got my attention. Let's just take a look here. So 4:29 p.m. The storm that was in the downtown area, I should say, is out over the water. There's barely any rain in the downtown area or just northeast of there. And our heaviest rain is between Pickering and Markham, essentially just to the southeast of Markham at this point. And again, heading out towards the water. Not seeing a ton of wind in there. Let me just double check that nothing has changed on the past few scans. This is noise. I've learned that this radar picks up a bunch of data here in that spot. There's no storm over that, so that is just noise on the radar, and I've seen it repetitively. So anytime there's storms going through there. So right now, heavy rainmaker, no hail at this point, will come through across the 401. It is all south of the 407 at this point, heading out towards water, and that's what your severe warnings are for in southern Ontario. Let's take a quick look at the Montreal area and western Quebec. Not seeing anything of any significance at this point. The only thing we have here is near just north of Les Coteaux on Highway 20. Heavy rain. Don't even see very much lightning on this, so this is just a rain shower, and that's what we're seeing from most of the storms around the Ottawa area currently. It is this one strong storm that we're paying attention to, where we've got it got everybody's attention, obviously, with the hook echo rotation and how quickly it intensified. So definitely gave everybody a little bit of a scare. Right now, the threat level has gone down somewhat. It is still a strong storm, though, so you still do need to pay attention to it at this point. So let me just jump back here and take a look at a couple of things. Gonna move off of that. Okay. Do want to address, now that I've got a little bit of time here, people are definitely catching on to it. I've got a bunch of stuff here that got submitted. Just taking a look here. Seeing some undulatus asperatus clouds in Embrun as storms were going through. This was submitted by Ashley around 4 p.m., so it's about 40 minutes ago. These are all the storms south of Ottawa. Let me just take a look here. So these are all the storms moving through. Just want to share this photo quickly. This is what we call undulatus asperatus, and it looks like underneath a wave, essentially, when it's moving through. So these actually are pretty cool clouds when storms are moving through for us weather nerds, I will say. Let me just take a look here. Okay, let me come back to our storm. It does look like it's trying to get another hook echo. Yes, this may get tornado warned here, folks. Actually, I'm going to go ahead before anybody else at this point. Let me just re-highlight this. This storm looks like it's trying to get its act together. I'm going to say basically within this area right here, you do want to be in shelter. It does have that hook echo again, and that would be kind of where the area is if anything tried to happen. And the reason we're continuing to save for shelter at this time, it does have a significant notch showing in there, which is this area right in here. So that's where the air is going to flow into the storm and what could cause your tornado. But the reason that I'm highlighting it again is that this has had a history of trying to produce, and it is a strong storm, and we have 8 minutes between scans. And most tornadoes, 90% of tornadoes in Canada, or across the world, I should say, are on the ground for 2 minutes or less. So in that 8-minute window, a tornado could happen, die off, and we would never know because it's in between scans, essentially. So that's why I'm going to say, out of an abundance of caution with this storm, that we do seek shelter in this orange polygon. So if you're in Shawville, Portage du Fort, Brisson, that is an area that definitely has some strong winds. You can see that very clearly in here, in that notch area. So definitely going to be concerned about some winds in there as well, along with extremely heavy precipitation with those dark reds. So whenever you start seeing that hook echo, that is what gets our attention. So we'll see if that changes on the next scan here, but definitely it's trying to do something here at this point. So whether it does or doesn't is a question that we can't answer ahead of time, but if it does try to do something here, we will be on top of it and let you guys know. So let me just take a look here. We do have a new ingest tool that we use on if you have photos or anything to submit to us. You can definitely send it to us. I will put it into the chat. It's you no longer have to email it to us, and our email address has also updated. That's one of the things that's changed. If you haven't been on the live stream yesterday, we've launched a new email address. It's right below me. It's now info@canadianweatherlive.ca. That's where you can find us. So that's the best way to get anything to us. And I just threw the link for the ingest tool for media, whether it's a photo or a video, into the chat. You can also scan the QR code at the top. That will bring you to our link tree, and the first link on there is for submitting a photo or a video. It is also in the description below the video as well on YouTube. So just a new way of doing things that we can bring things into the system a lot easier, and it's a lot easier for you folks as well to submit. So again, this storm is heading down the river. This is the one that we are kind of paying attention to. Orange polygon, we are calling for shelter just out of an abundance of caution. Just this storm has had the look, and it does look like it's trying to do it again. So what else? Okay, so that's where we're at. What time is it right now? We are 4:41 p.m. We're about 2 minutes out here. I do want to thank our sponsor, Paul Davis Property Restoration Experts. They're new with us. They do handle all sorts of restorations when it comes to severe weather, whether it's hail damage, flooding, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to play a short commercial for them, and I will come right back. We cannot do this without sponsors, so I really appreciate them. And again, they're brand new with us. This is the Ottawa and Lanark offices.
Your weather threatens your property. When summer storms strike, our experts are ready to restore your home. Paul Davis Restoration.
Heavy rain doesn't just cause damage, it helps it spread. And once water gets in, it moves fast. Our experts respond quickly to contain, dry, and restore your property. When wind leaves your property exposed, every minute matters. Strong winds can tear away roofs, windows, and protection in seconds. Our experts respond quickly to secure, stabilize, and restore your property. Hail can strike without warning, damaging roofs, windows, and siding in seconds. But the impact can last far longer. Our experts respond quickly to assess, stabilize, and restore your property. Paul Davis. When things go wrong, we do what's right.
Paul Davis.
So again, thank you to them for sponsoring today's stream. Again, based out of Ottawa, and I'm jumping back on here because our storm is picking up intensity again, and that's what I suspected here. You can see that, oh yes, definitely going to get, if this doesn't get tornado warned by Environment Canada, I'll be shocked. Very large hail core just north of 148 Radford, and our rotation, we definitely have strong rotation between Starks Corners and Radford area. You can see the bright blue with the red. This is definitely a strong area of rotation. We are still calling for shelter within our orange polygon. If you are in Shawville, you need to be in shelter. Anywhere close to this, if you are back to the west of the polygon, Portage du Fort and Brisson, you're okay. This is moving southeast, but this storm is giving all the indicators of it trying to produce a tornado at this point. So I'm just going to double check a couple of things, but it has re-intensified, and that's what happens with these storms, is that they give it a go and you cycle and then it tries again. So it's definitely a storm that is strong at this point. So apparently getting reports in the Beachburg area, some very large trees being knocked over at this point. Connor also showing a new circulation area a few minutes ago, which is what we saw on the radar there. So again, if you are in the Shawville area, this is coming into you at this point. We do have, let me just take a look here. This is our inflow. You can very clearly see a notch in here. Again, just one of those things we look for as far as storm chasing is concerned. And then this is where it kind of wraps up. So just a very, very strong storm. We are not out of the woods yet. And in fact, we are again calling for shelter on this storm out of an abundance of caution, because this can wrap up quickly before sorry, let me back up there before another scan comes out. So again, Shawville area along the 148, anywhere in this area, and I'm going to go full screen, you need to be in shelter in our polygon here. So it is moving southeast currently, so just basically tracking somewhat along the 148. It's going to cross it, but that is where it is headed. So again, have your action plan in place and be ready to go. So where are we at? So this is now, scan is at 4:41 p.m. So we're about 4 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, and this storm is throwing very large hail, lots of precipitation. This is going to be toonie sized hail, possibly even larger than that. We will see what our next scan is on at this point. So let me just take a look here. Okay, just bear with me for a second. So this was submitted just now, actually. Mary Robertson saying the storm from Horton facing Shawville. So let me just bring that up full screen. And definitely a menacing looking storm. So this is a photo that just got again sent in. This is facing Shawville from Horton. Strong storm that could wrap up very quickly here. So we are definitely still recommending shelter at this point, just out of an abundance of caution. But it has been a storm that has the look, like I said, as far as what storm chasers look for. So we are definitely looking at that at this point. And the rest of the storms around the Ottawa area, again, to the east, these are just non-severe thunderstorms at this point. Not anything really concerning going on, maybe a little bit of heavy rain. The winds have been pretty docile with those storms. Nothing to be concerned about at that point. So I just saw a question about Alberta. We are going to be covering Alberta when there's something to cover out there. Right now, there are no storms that are severe warned that I know of. I will double check to be sure. Our storm moving out of the downtown Toronto area is over the lake, and then the last of it is over the 401 by Pickering and Ajax, and a bit of heavy precip in the Oshawa area. Those right now would be non-severe. It doesn't look like there's any hail in there. Those are just regular thunder showers at this point. So let me just zoom quickly out, take a look. Watches haven't even gone out in the Alberta area. There are no severe storms or weather in the Alberta area. So anybody watching from there, we are expecting to be coverage, but it's going to be much later on today, more than likely. So we'll just jump back to our storm here. We're about 2 minutes or less away from a new update on a scan. I will adjust my box from there. Again, in the orange polygon, we are definitely recommending that you're in shelter. Even if it's not rotating, this storm has very strong winds, large hail. If you're worried about anything in terms of vehicle, livestock, pets, vehicles, any of that kind of stuff, you do want to be taking shelter from this storm. Now is your time to prepare. It is heading southeast along the 148, so this will head towards Quebec, just to the north side of the Ottawa River at this point. On the Quebec side is what we're projecting as far as path is clear. So okay, just getting a comment. Interesting. Okay, I'll have to adjust the volume on that commercial. Apparently it was very low. Not sure why, but I will definitely adjust that the next time it plays. I appreciate people letting me know that. Let me take a look here. Okay. A lot of storm pictures coming in from around the area. Russell, definitely, these clouds definitely look menacing, but they are not dangerous. So this is from the Russell area, I believe. This is just a thunderstorm with a bit of a shelf on the front of it, and not menacing in any sense of the word, where we're talking severe. These are just regular thunderstorms. They do look worse than they actually are, but appreciate the picture coming in. Thank you very much for sharing that. Again, that was near the Russell area, sent in by Rebecca. Let me just take a look here. Okay, now we've got, let's just take a look here and see if this is rotating. It definitely looks a little bit more like a straight line wind event at this point. So the hook has turned around, so this looks outflow somewhat at this point. So some strong winds about to come through the Shawville area. We definitely have bright blues in here. So these are 97 kilometers an hour. That is off the surface. So I'm betting 80 to 85 kilometers an hour on the surface, moving southeast. So where that bright blue area is along 148, just west and south of Shawville, there's very strong winds in there, so it's going to get very gusty at this point. Let me just flip over to let me just double check here and flip over to take a look at the hail. North of Shawville on the 303, north of 148, you've got a bunch of hail in here. This is going to be toonie size hail, or even maybe a little bit larger, and that has definitely gone up on the last scan, so you can see how that has progressed here and moving southeast. So this will go right, like I said, along the 148, just north of it, and then track just north of the Ottawa River. This is coming towards Ottawa, so we are now up to Shawville. I will give you a distance on this. It is a severe warned storm at this point. Let me just take a look here. So we are probably at this point 60 kilometers from Ottawa at this point, from direct line of sight essentially from Ottawa all the way up to Shawville. And this will come down the river. It looks like it's going to stick mostly to the north side, but it may around the Constance Bay area, McLaren's Landing, may skirt into Ontario a little bit, but we will have to see what transpires there. So that is our one strong storm that we are dealing with. The rest of it, again, east of Ottawa, are just regular non-severe thunderstorms. I'm just going to double check here. Something just got updated. They do have a severe warning still to the north. We'll take a look at that quickly. We are 4:47 here. This was 5 minutes ago. So most of the rain around Pickering, Ajax has essentially at this time moved out over the water. Just north of Whitby and Oshawa, we have a little bit of rain as well. So Connor's got a view of the storm here. You can see that. Let me go, let me bring it up here. So that's a live shot of Connor on this from the Ontario side. So he is currently on the Ontario side tracking the storm. So we will keep up with him once he gets a better view of it. We will definitely track that down. So we are going to keep an eye on that storm. So it is definitely still a strong, severe thunderstorm, and we'll have to see what the next scan looks like on this. Again, Shawville definitely getting impacted by this. Straight line winds are going to be an issue. They are going to cause damage. We're talking 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on those winds, with a large hail to the north of Shawville. So probably Toonie size, maybe even a little bit bigger at this point. And you can see how much lightning is on this storm. So we were talking about how you can tell if a storm is strong. Look at this lightning bolt sitting by Queon. It is roughly, 20 kilometers away from the storm is where that lightning strike happened. So obviously, very, very strong storm, not to be taken lightly, and that's why I keep highlighting it and I keep going back to it. So let me just take a look here. I'm just going to look at that. So we still do have some strong storms up here to the north on 117, just south of Val-d'Or. The area that has been getting a bit of hail is this Rapid Lake area just along the 117. You can see those are dropping a little bit southeast, but anytime you're seeing those small pink pixels, you're probably talking pea-sized hail to grape-sized hail. Not very significant out of this, but definitely showing some indications of hail. Very heavy precipitation with lightning in that extremely narrow band. You can see how narrow this band is from southwest to northeast as that continues to march, essentially a little bit southeast as that continues. So our storm around the Ottawa area to the northwest is our concern. Again, I'll just take a quick look to make sure nothing is happening here by Montreal. All our storms that are out in front of this is just moderate to moderate heavy rain. Where you see the red areas, that is definitely heavy rain. But other than that, it is moderate to light rain associated with that. So give me a sec here. Let me switch back. I'm going to switch to Franktown here. So the hail, definitely strong wind in here. Definitely still lots of strong wind on this radar scan, and this is just south of Shawville along the 148. Again, we are seeing to the north of Shawville, I would say northeast of Shawville at this point. Lots of hail in there, still prevalent, but it has gone down in size. So we're talking maybe grapes to pea-sized hail, so significantly less on this scan, but torrential rainfall associated with that north of the 148 along the 303. And again, this is just heading down the river. What will be interesting is once the core of the storm, which is this area here, roughly in this area right here, once this gets over the water, being the Ottawa River, and it has a good area of moisture to feed off of along here, we'll have to see what happens. That usually intensifies a storm. So it is a heads up to anybody who is southeast of this storm. Queon, Constance Bay, Dunrobin, this storm is coming that way, and I'm expecting it, if it does track along the Ottawa River and is over top of it, it is going to absorb that moisture. Storms historically do that here in the Ottawa area, and if it does track and it intensifies, unfortunately it's going to do that just before coming into the Ottawa area. I'm not trying to scare anybody, I'm just trying to prepare you. So we will see what happens once it gets to the river by Quillon, McLaren's Landing, Constance Bay, Dunrobin area, all the way down into Ottawa. So still a severe warning storm with some strong winds, folks. So you guys need to take this seriously as it's headed towards the Ottawa area. Let's just take a look. I'm going to zoom back out just to take a look. Nothing happening right now of any significance. There are some minor thunderstorms in Alberta, but nothing yet at this point. The watches haven't gone out yet. So Environment Canada will normally put out a watch, and you can see that here in Eastern Ontario. We do have those the thin yellow lines. Those are the watches. Those always come out ahead of the warnings. Let me just kill off some of my camera locations just so that it cleans up the picture a little bit, and I'll show you how this is tracked from the Pembroke area. And you can see that Ottawa's almost on a bullseye with this, the way it's tracking southeast. So unless something happens, whether it dies, whether it deviates, right now it looks to hit Ottawa almost bang on at this point, and again may pick up some intensity as it comes along that Ottawa River. That's traditionally what happens. So this is your heads up, folks. If you're in the Ottawa area or anywhere between here and that storm, batten down the hatches, have your emergency plan in place. Right now we're not worried about rotation at this time. That could change. So we do have strong straight line winds on it, so that is something to take into consideration as well. Straight line winds can cause damage just as much as rotating winds, so just keep that in mind. Okay, just quickly asking questions here. It's like I said, this is headed for Ottawa, and it's a very wide storm. So just to give you an idea of where that intensity is located, I can measure the one end of the storm to the other. Where we're talking about those orange, dark orange, and reds, it is 25 kilometers across, people. So that is why I'm saying that at some point it looks like this is going to impact Ottawa more than likely, based on the scans and based on what's happening. So again, it is dropping southeast and looks to be headed right for Ottawa at this point. So just again, be prepared. It is within probably the next hour, I would say, depending where you are, obviously in Ottawa area. If it continues to track at the same speed and direction right now, we are probably looking at within the hour that it would be in the Ottawa area, because it's, again, right now it's only about 50 to 60 kilometers, or maybe 50 to 55 kilometers out, roughly from the downtown Ottawa area. If you are in Elmer, if you're in Hull, Gatineau Park, all of Colossus, you're obviously going to get impacted sooner than that. So again, this is not long out. It's less than an hour that it's going to be into the Ottawa area, and we will continue to update folks on this as far as things are concerned. So again, within the hour or less, it's going to be into the nation's capital at this point, along with obviously Gatineau, Elmer, Hull, and throughout those areas as well. So it looks to be tracking right along the river, which is traditionally what storms do, especially the more intense ones, unfortunately. So you can see that tracking right now. The rest of the storms, again, to the east of Ottawa and south of Ottawa, are non-severe thunderstorms with isolated pockets of heavy precipitation. Not seeing a ton of wind on our velocity scans. I'll just double check and just watch our velocities. So anybody who's new here, you can definitely tell when you have strong winds, because the reds go bright pink or even flesh tone, and then the greens end up going very light green to then turning blue, is essentially how the scale works. So you can very easily see that there's strong winds right now just east of Shawville on the 148 at this time. This is our latest scan, so let's take a look at it. Still showing a little bit of hail just to the east of Shawville, near Caldwell, but heavy precipitation on this, and we still have a pocket of very strong winds right along that 148 148 corridor, and we're seeing some 80-kilometer-hour winds, so 60 to 70 on the surface. So that has come down a little bit. Storm might be cycling at this point. Again, we've talked about that a little bit, where it weakens and then it will re-intensify again. So once again, tracking southeast at this point. Looks like it's going to come into Quebec. Let me just double check here. It's obviously coming through Bristol. It'll probably hit just north of Arnprior, maybe into Goleta, Fitzroy Harbor, Constance Bay, McLaren's Landing, Dunrobin more than likely as well, and just heading along the river in that direction. And again, it is a storm that is basically 25 kilometers across in width. So very large storm covering a lot of area, and it's all by itself at this point. So that's the other thing that's feeding the storm, is it's all alone. So okay, so heading into the Ottawa area is the theme of this storm right now. And if you are anywhere between that and the storm, also obviously you are in the track. So Elsie Nessie, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. I really appreciate the support on that. Let's just take a look. So I'm just going to come back 4:59. So that is our latest scan. Let me just see if that changed at all here. No, we're still seeing that. So just double checking. And let's go back to Toronto. All the severe warnings around Toronto have dropped because the storms have made it out over Lake Ontario. Nothing is considered severe around the GTA area or even east. Those are just afternoon thunder showers. Going to just quickly glance back to Alberta. Nothing severe warned out there yet. Definitely a lot of wildfire smoke at play through BC and parts of Alberta. Again, we expect... I'm expecting to be on this stream for probably double-digit hours. We are only an hour and 20 minutes into this, so again, past midnight, if stuff happens in Alberta, we will probably be up late covering or giving coverage for that. So just looking at our storms along the 117 north of Petawawa, south of Val-d'Or, and this again just looks like very intense rainfall with small hail embedded within it, and obviously quite a bit of lightning as well. Let me just take a look at winds. Winds are moderate to light in this, so winds are not an issue on this line in northwestern Quebec. Like I said, south of Val-d'Or on 117 is the kind of the area, and this is just moving a little bit southeast, but it's moving mostly eastward at this point. So that is what's happening up there. And then back towards Montreal right now, we don't have anything too concerning. So we are just paying attention to our severe warned thunderstorm over the Ottawa River. And it is mostly on the Quebec side at this point. It is just barely reaching out for the Ontario side. And along 148, heavy precipitation, strong winds coming down towards Fitzroy, Quebec, Goleta, and McLaren's Landing, Constance Bay. And then we'll go through Gatineau Park somewhat on the northern edge of it, but look at how much lightning is on this storm. This is a strong storm. Just based on lightning, you can tell that. So let me just double check a few other things on media. We've already seen damage from it from straight line winds as well. Just because we've had strong straight line winds, it has blown some trees around, that kind of stuff. So let me just see here. Barb, thank you very much for the donation. Glad you find the stream helpful. Hopefully everybody here is getting the information they need as much as they can. We are concentrating obviously on the areas that are the most dangerous at this point for people in line of these storms. Again, we expect to be doing coverage later on out west. Right now, just concentrating on Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, and that's where we do have our watches and warnings out for this one storm here. So I'll just show you how that's been unfolding. People asking, or Alexis asking, will anything be hitting Rideau Lakes tonight? So these watches, just so you know, are still valid for 6 more hours. So you are still in a severe thunderstorm watch for another 6 hours. That's till 11, or I bet you it's going till midnight, would be my guess on that. So if you are anywhere in these yellow boxes, you can see storms are popping up all over the place, and some of them are small, so it's impossible to tell you exactly where one of these is going to end up. A lot of what we call popcorn storms. Some initiate, some die off. Deborah, thank you very much for donating those Canadian Weather Live Sunshine Club memberships. Really appreciate the support. So if you are anywhere on the western Quebec side, eastern Ontario, in these severe thunderstorm watches, you need to be weather aware till probably midnight at this point. That could change. And we'll see how that unfolds, but we will walk you through it. Cannot tell you if a specific area is going to get anything at this point. It is very obviously hard to predict that, just with how broken up and isolated some of these storms are. So let's just zoom back in here and take a look if that is our latest scan with our storm here just west of Queon at this point. Definitely strong winds in there still. Wrapping in, but right now, one hail indicator on here, so pea-sized, probably to grapes at most on this. Along the 148 is what we're looking at this point, so still a ton of precipitation in this storm. Windy along the 148, and this is coming down again to Queon. It'll probably go through Fitzroy, McLaren's Landing, Constance Bay, and possibly Dunrobin, but obviously like Sandpoint right now, very light rain in there with those yellows, greens, and blues. It's the red area that you need to be concerned about, and we do have a couple of storms that have tried to kind of initiate here just around Calabogie and Armprior area towards Goleta. Just to the south of there, there's a couple of heavy rainmakers at this point. Let's just take a look at our wind. Not anything wind in there that's scary. And then obviously we have a bunch of rain southeast of Ottawa, through Metcalfe, Russell, north of Winchester at this point, then through Avonmore, Martintown, Williamstown. Just heavy rain within these storms. Wind is moderate to light, and then the rest of it would be along 417, kind of west of Castleman, where you've got some more moderate heavy rains. And then let's take a look through Montreal. Nothing happening in Montreal or on the Quebec side, just some showers at this point. Obviously some heavier showers with those smaller pockets. But again, nothing concerning at this time out there. So things are looking pretty good in that regards. And so I'll try and jump in to see if there's anything that I can see as far as any comments or questions I can quickly answer. Is the storm currently in the eastern townships headed for Rockland? No, the ones that they are moving southeast, folks, or easterly, I should say. Our storm coming down the river is moving southeast. The rest of the storms are moving eastward. And that's what you traditionally see with storms that fire up northwest of Ottawa. They will start out moving eastward, and then they get towards that moisture and they kind of latch on it and turn. This storm obviously definitely looking a lot more threatening earlier on. Right now, not as threatening in terms of the rotation, but it is again a very strong storm, lots of wind in it, and yeah, definitely something to be paying attention to. Adam, Maritime Weather, good to see you in the chat as always. DJ Jose, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that as well. So again, still getting questions about Alberta. Alberta will be later on, and there's definitely a high-end hail event and wind event potential in Alberta around Calgary, just to the north, Airdrie, and then east from the Rocky Mountains towards the Saskatchewan border. We are talking 100 to 130 kilometer-hour winds out there potential, and hail 2 inches at this point. So significant event could unfold later on. Right now, still not happening at this point. Johnny, thank you very much for sending out gifted memberships to the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. So You definitely need to be preparing in the Ottawa area, folks. This is a strong storm. So whatever you've got to do to prepare yourself for it, I suggest you do it if you are in the Ottawa area. It is not far anymore. We're down to Queen at this point. So it will be into Ottawa in half an hour or maybe even less, because it is moving fairly quick at this point. So once we get through Ottawa, we'll take a look to see where this ends up. You can see that it is roughly heading down the river. I'll give you an idea right now. It's kind of heading in this general direction, but this can deviate. So this is just a hypothetical guesstimate at this point, but that's roughly where this is headed. Whether it gets onto the Ottawa River, where it traditionally will pick up some moisture and intensify, we have to wait and see. But right now, even at the point that we're at here, is this storm is strong, has lots of wind on it, and extremely heavy torrential rainfall. So that is why we are warning people out in front of this. It again qualifies for severe for sure. This is a strong storm again. So this gives you a rough idea of where this is headed at this time, that orange arrow. Johnny, glad to hear you appreciate that. Thanks for being here. And definitely we are about giving the information and helping to educate people what they need to look out for, so that if we're not here, you can look at a radar app and understand somewhat what is going on. And again, my cheat codes are: lightning is the first cheat code. You can see barely any lightning back in the southeast with all of those storms for the most part. One area that has a ton of lightning on it, this storm that is coming down the river. So that is always your cheat code of, hey, I need to pay attention to this area particularly. Gabsalot, thank you for sending out those membership as well. Really appreciate that to the Sunshine Club. So here is our next scan. This is 5:11 p.m. This just came out. Storm does look a little bit more disorganized at this point. It looks like it's trying to reach out for the Ottawa River and trying to ingest that moisture. So still very strong storm, a little less organized at this point, but still going to be quite impactful with some strong wind gusts still buried in there with these bright spot areas just south of 148. And again, we are going to see how this interacts with the Ottawa River now. And just to give you an idea from Elmer, let me give you an idea how close it is to Elmer right now. Roughly from Elmer, it is only 29 kilometers away, so this is there in 30 minutes or less easily at this point. From downtown Ottawa, it is roughly 40 kilometers away. So that's kind of going to give you an idea as to how far it is. If you are, sorry guys, give me one sec. If you are anywhere in these areas where it's heavily populated, like I said, be prepared now, because it's coming. It doesn't look like it's going to die off. I would hope I'm wrong and then it does die off. That's my ultimate, wish as far as that's concerned. But right now, that's what you need to pay attention to. And then we have all these storms heading eastward in the kind of southeast of Ottawa, from, I guess, Russell, Winchester, eastward, wherever you're seeing those bright red areas, that's heavy rain. Orange, yellow, and green and blue are on the lower end of the scale. So you've got kind of three pockets: Vernon, Morwood area, just north of Winchester, very heavy rain down there. North of Castleman, you've got a bunch of rain tucked in there around Finch, Newington as well. And then through Martintown, Williamstown, off to the 401, South Lancaster area, just heavy rain in there, in that area as well. And then on the Quebec side, just where would this be? Pointe de Cascade, just east of Les Cèdres, right around the 30 and 330. Right around the 30 where that curves around. Heavy precipitation in there. Again, winds are not strong with this. Winds are moderate to light within this. This is why it's not severe warned and not a huge concern. Just giving you guys a heads up more than anything. So we're just going to wait here to see when our next scan comes in. I'm just going to take a look down in Toronto Toronto. Again, storms have moved off over the lake at this point. We do have a little bit of heavier rain for a small little isolated shower southwest of Port Perry. Manchester, there was huge hail the other day in the Manchester area I want to say it was a couple days ago. So definitely still in that area, damage from hail. We saw that. Connor, I'm just going to take a look what he's got going on here. So let me just see where Connor's located here in Eastern Ontario. So he is definitely trying to get out ahead of this storm. And it looks like he's heading towards the, is he heading towards the Ottawa River? Or no, that's a different storm. Oh, something just changed. Those beeps that I'm hearing is something getting updated. So here's your severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, folks. That is your heads up. Hey, this storm is coming in. You guys need to pay attention to this. We've been warning you guys on it for quite some time. They have now put it up through, obviously, Elmer, Gatineau, Hull, downtown Ottawa, east of Ottawa, and then through Carlsbad Springs to Navan, eastward from there. This storm is, again, dropping southeast, and it's for this incoming storm as it's making its way there. So definitely what we are paying attention to at this point. So got a question here from T-Page saying, what does prepared mean? Obviously have everything battened down outside. So if you have anything, people take in plants. Obviously, if you don't have, if you have something outside that is light that can get blown around by wind and you don't want to see it disappear, do that kind of thing. Obviously bring in any awnings, umbrellas, that kind of stuff, anything wind related. And if you have a vehicle that you don't want damaged by hail or tree branches falling, bring it into a garage if you have that option. Those are the kinds of things you need to be doing, and being in shelter inside. Obviously, if it's an extremely strong storm where strong winds are a problem, you don't want to be hanging out by windows because you can get damage from that type of thing as well. So anyways, at the end of the day, you just want to use some common sense and definitely protect yourself and your property as best as you can for these strong winds coming with the storm. Obviously, lots of lightning. You do not want to be outside with this kind of lightning ongoing. That is the bigger threat at this point. Here is our latest image from the radar. We do have strong winds just on the Queen Fitzroy Harbor, just over the river. There's some stronger winds in there. The storm does look like it's losing some intensity, folks, so this may be a good sign. Still throwing prolific lightning at it, but we are losing that reddish core. So this, over the last couple of scans, I just want to show you that. You can see that that dark red area has, obviously by Shawville we had pink, which is significant hail, but you can see it is slowly breaking up. So we'll see. Again, my question mark is always how it interacts over the Ottawa River, whether it picks up any intensity at this point. So still some strong winds in there with lots of lightning and heavy precipitation. So but it has dropped a little bit, and I'm happy to report that for people that are in the path of this at this time. So a couple little storms around Arnprior, Goleta area, heavy rainmakers at this point. I'm just going to look at the severe thunderstorm warning. So they're just tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, loony to ping pong ball sized hail. Those are the max values, guys. That doesn't mean that's going on right now. So when you get a warning like this, they're just telling you, hey, this is as big as it can get as far as hail is concerned. It is located over Queen, moving east at 40 kilometers an hour. I would argue it's moving southeast at this point. That's what it's been doing the whole time. And then maximum hazards, 90 to 110 kilometers an hour. Right now, we aren't quite seeing that in the storm on these last few scans. Loony to ping pong ball sized hail. Again, that's the max value. Not seeing that on this at this time. And then heavy rain. We are seeing that heavy rain for sure. They are calling for Queen, Constance Bay, Canada, and Chelsea in terms of interesting that they're Yeah, anyways, so that's what they're showing on there, but you can see directly right now where this storm is headed. And again, it'll be on that Ontario side of things and on the Quebec side along the 148 and heading towards Ottawa. So again, be prepared that you're going to have a severe thunderstorm coming through the Ottawa area. It is moving quickly, so hopefully it's going to be through the area fairly fast, but it will still be impactful. Again, on the next few scans, I'm curious whether this is going to pick up intensity as it does when it interacts with that Ottawa River. So we'll keep an eye on that for you guys. So let me just take a look here. Heavy rain just along. I'm just going to switch radars here. So this is a closer radar. Blainville from Montreal is much closer than Franktown south of Ottawa. So Williamstown, Martintown, that's the heaviest area of precip right there. And again, that's all we're talking about. These are non-severe storms. And by Winchester, we have another storm here that has quite a bit of lightning on it and heavy rain around Marionville, Morwood, just northeast of Winchester, north of Chesterville. And again, that is moving eastward at this point. Just going to take a look back up here. Some non-severe thunderstorms. Let me see where this is headed. This just came through the Mattawa area, it's coming through the Mattawa area here, but it did weaken as it came towards there. South of Highway 17, east of Callender, there's a heavy area of precip by Bonfield. Quite a bit of lightning with that, so that is the stronger portion there. If it does continue to intensify, they may severe warn that particular portion of the storm line. And again, it is moving basically southeast at this point as it's crossing that Highway 17 east of North Bay. Okay, let me zoom back out here. Nothing still out for watches out in Alberta. We are 5:20 p.m. Eastern, 3:20 p.m. obviously, or 3:22 p.m. Alberta time. So let's just concentrate on the Ottawa storm at this point that's coming down the river. We have 2 minutes or less for our next scan, and it is starting to get very close to the Ottawa area at this point, folks. So definitely pay attention to it and be ready for it. It is coming. Let me just take a look here. All right. Connor's obviously driving through some precip here. So definitely very rainy. This is kind of the visibility you can expect within these storms. When you get into that heavier precip, you can see that a couple hundred meters up the road, there's barely any visibility. So quite the downpour at this point. So he is not within that storm. He's on the Ontario side. So he might be on actually the southern end of it based on when our next scan comes in here. So we'll take a look at that and kind of go from there. So bear with me for 1 second. Let's get this rolling here. And you can see that this is coming into Ottawa again within half an hour or less at this point. The next scan, I'll tell you how far it is once we get that next update, which should be about 1 minute or less at this point. So I'll switch back over and we'll take a look at things here at this point. So 24, it's reaching out for the Ontario side. That's interesting. Yeah, this is our latest scan, so let me take a look at it. Storm has shifted a little bit from the Quebec side and is more on the Ontario side right now. A little bit of rotation down here by Goleta, and there is a little bit of what looks like a hook trying to develop there, so bear with me. I'm just going to assess this. Yeah, we've definitely had rotation in there, so we definitely need to be concerned on the Ontario side through Fitzroy Harbor. A little bit of rotation here by Goleta. It is heading southeast again. Right now, it's going to have trouble because there's this storm. I'm going to highlight this for you guys. It is going to run into this storm right here, and Don't know why it does that. It's going to ingest it. So what happens with these when there's these storm mergers or ingesting another storm, a couple of things can happen. The collision can amplify the storm, the parent storm that we have been tracking from Pembroke, or it can kill it. So it's not always easy to know ahead of time what is going to happen. But again, this is going to absorb that storm that is currently sitting let me just take a look here. Let me delete that. That is now sitting between Dunrobin and Kinburn area and Woodlawn. It is going to try and ingest that. That could be good news in the short term, because generally when that's ongoing, it interferes with the storm, weakens the storm. But after a few cycles, it can come out the other side stronger. So we'll see what unfolds here, and I'm going to do my best to update you guys with this. That's the best way I can do this right now. But it is on the doorstep of Ottawa, folks. You can see Ottawa is right on the edge here, and you definitely need to be prepared for a stronger thunderstorm coming in. And they have tornado warned it because of this hook echo that's here. So that's what I was concerned about as well. So we are going to highlight this with you guys. So there's going to be a lot of people jumping into the chat here. Let me just take a look. Switch over to velocity. So we are going to narrow this down because the tornado warning around the Ottawa area is traditionally massive. So in our orange polygon here, this is from Goleta moving eastward, or southeastward, I should say, through Kinburn towards Dunrobin. You need to be in shelter in this orange polygon if you are anywhere close to it. That is the area that we are watching right now. I've got Connor's live stream here, so we'll see if he's got any views of this at this time. But it did shift from the Quebec side over to the Ontario side as it interacted with that Ottawa River, and that is always the issue as far as that's concerned. So if you are anywhere in this orange polygon from Goleta down to Kinburn, where are we here? What else is over here? Just to the south of Woodlawn, even in the Woodlawn area, out of an abundance of caution, I would say that you are in shelter. So if you are close to this orange polygon, I definitely recommend that you are in shelter at this time. What that means is being in a basement if you have it as an option. If you do not have that as an option, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Ideally, if you can get into a bathtub, that gives you a little bit more protection for damage if it happens, and then put a small mattress or something over top of you to protect you in case the worst case scenario happens and debris starts flying. So again, from the Goleta area, if you are anywhere, this is where the storm has got that tornado warning at this point in our orange polygon. So I'm going to show you how big this tornado warning is. It goes all the way to Rockland. You have nothing to worry about if you're in Rockland at this point. You are still long ways off from this. Right now, the orange polygon is the area that you want to be in shelter. So again, we are narrowing it down. If you're in Arnprior, you don't need to be in shelter. Quillon, you don't need to be in shelter. The tornado warnings do go back out. So Shawville, all of that, you don't need to be in shelter. Goleta, Kinburn, Woodlawn, anywhere in this orange polygon is where we are calling for shelter at this time. So storm coming in, it does have obviously some rotation on it, and we're going to see what happens here. This was at 5:23 p.m. We're 2 minutes away from another scan. I will update you guys on it. Connor has a view of the storm. It looks like here heavy precipitation on that storm. I'm just taking a look here. People in Orleans are getting the tornado warning and everything like that. If you are on the east side of Ottawa, you're on the north of Ottawa on the Gatineau side, by the 50, Masson-Angers, all of that. This is to your west, moving southeast. It is not heading in your direction. Orange polygon is where we are asking for you guys to be in shelter at this point. Again, Connor does have a view on the storm at this time. I'm noticing a lowering on that storm here. Give me a sec. I'm just going to watch it full screen because I want to get a good look at it. I've seen enough tornadoes in my lifetime develop. Oh, we just... Oh, there goes the warning back out again, folks. So let me just switch back over here. We'll go full screen on the radar. Just Environment Canada, 5:29 p.m. They're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. That is always the word we look for, possibly. If they don't include that word, that means they've got confirmation of a tornado happening. But we are talking, I'm zooming out here just so everybody understands. The tornado warning is going to be going out through a lot of people. It is by Goleta, Kinburn, Woodlawn, even Dunrobin to the east, and it is now over the Kinburn area. So let me just take a look. This is our latest scan. It doesn't, we're still going to say be in shelter. It doesn't look as threatening as it did earlier, but let me just re-highlight our area of rotation and our storm. Bear with me for 1 second. So that's what we're looking at right now. So anywhere in this orange polygon, you do want to be in shelter. It is going through a merger. As I was talking about that, the storm out front will interfere with this somewhat because it has collided with the storm. So we have our storm coming down the Ottawa River, and I'm going to highlight this for everybody just jumping in now. So you can see our storm coming from Shawville, and then a storm pops or initiates by Arnprior to the south, and now they're slamming into each other. So crazy things can happen when storms slam into each other. Traditionally speaking, they do weaken a little bit, but sometimes it can amplify the storm after a few cycles, and it comes out the other side stronger because it's when it absorbs the storm, it's absorbing a ton of energy and moisture, and again combining into one. So if that happens, you can have a stronger storm. Right now, the rotation area we are talking to is east of Goleta, southeast of Goleta, north of Kinburn. Anywhere in this orange polygon, you do need to be in shelter. We do recommend a basement if you don't have that as an option. Interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That is always what we recommend. If you can get into a bathtub, that gives you a little bit extra protection, and then put a small mattress or something over to you to protect you in case of the worst case scenario. So Legendary Fox, thank you very much for the donation, and this is the tornado warning that we're talking about. So the red box, as you can see on our screen, is from Environment Canada, goes from Queon, Arnprior, down to just north of Almont, Manotick, all the way out to Navan, and then Masson-Angers on the Quebec side. The tornado warned area is right here in the Kinburn area. That is why we have our orange polygon out, because we are narrowing that 75-kilometer wide box down to this little area here. So that is where you need to worry about. If you are in that orange box or even close to the orange polygon, I recommend shelter. This is a strong storm, and it is indicating rotation. So we're going to see how things go at this point. So right now, this storm is coming into the Ottawa area. Acacia Girl asking that. The rotation aspect may be west of Ottawa, but there is still a very strong storm here from Fitzroy over to Constance Bay, but it is going through a bit of a merger or a collision with another storm. So again, the western side of Ottawa is more likely to be impacted by these storms. We have to see what happens here and how it unfolds. So this is the only area that I'm concentrating on. Obviously, quite a life safety situation. Just switching back here to see if Connor's got anything on his stream there. Let me just take a look. So we do have Connor out with the storm as well. So he is watching it. I don't see anything imminent on that at this time. It is definitely he's relocating at this time as well. So that was a bit of a still image, but again, nothing imminent showing on that. Again, I do come from experience as far as tornadoes. I've seen almost 100 of them. 95 in Kempville just happened last Sunday. That was number 95 for me. Small tornado, but obviously still all of them are dangerous. So I do have the experience visually looking at a storm, what's happening, underneath a storm, around a storm, and then also on radar. That's where I come from. So 12, 13 years of chasing experience there. So anyways, let's get back to it. Again, our orange polygon is the area that we are calling for shelter at this time. Everything else, if you are north, again in Quillon, Fitzroy Harbor, Arnprior, back to the west, you have nothing to worry about. If you are in Buckingham, Masson, Angers, and if in those areas along the 50, again, this is moving southeast, so you can see how this storm has come in, and it is moving southeast. You may still get a part of the thunderstorm. The rotation area where the biggest concern is where our orange polygon is. So still might get some of the storm, but the rotation aspect is within our orange polygon as well. Stairwell in an apartment building is safe. I've got a question here. I want to jump on that. If it's made out of cinder blocks or concrete, if it is not, it's just wood, then it's no better than being inside a room at that point. So just wanted to clarify that. I saw that comment going up. Obviously, the comments are flying very fast, folks, but I'm trying to do as much as I can to get you guys the information for this event. So again, dropping southeast at this point, our area of rotation is where that orange polygon is. So I'm going to stop that. It is east of Goleta, Kinburn area, through to the Dunrobin Woodlawn areas in that kind of, and heading towards Carp possibly. We are waiting for another scan here in about a minute or less, and we will update it from there. But you can see the storm currently, there you go. Look at how intense that storm got over the Ottawa River with this red. So there's very heavy precipitation in there. Let me look at the winds. The winds have broadened out at this point. So I'm going to say, out of an abundance of caution, we stay in shelter at this point within the orange polygon. I am going to move it, but the threat level is not at zero, but we are definitely dropping down. You can see how this has what we call flattened out, where the reds and greens are more in a line. Let me drag this back just so I can show you guys, where you have that tight rotation where you've got bright winds with red right across. That was where the tornado warning was issued, and it's much more in a circular type of pattern, still broad here, but some rotation tight, and now it has broken up. So I'm again, out of an abundance of caution, going to say stay in shelter, but the tornado threat on this particular scan has definitely reduced quite a bit. We are just going to say, again, out of an abundance of caution, stay in shelter within this orange polygon. If you are behind it, the rotation aspect is no longer a threat for you. But I do want to highlight, look how red that storm got being over the Ottawa River. You can see how much that expanded just from those two scans. So Ottawa, Gatineau, Elmer, Hull, you guys are about to have a very strong thunderstorm coming through. There are going to be some winds on this. They're not really strong in most of the storm. There are pockets where there are stronger winds, but this is going to be torrential rainfall and prolific lightning. So again, a very strong storm at this point. And I'm watching our storm here kind of in the Pakenham area that's on the southern end of this. And again, right now this storm is going through a merger, so it's kind of trying to deal with, it came down the Ottawa River, and you can see to the south of this storm, I'll go full screen, it slammed into another storm, and that's what's ongoing right now. So it could re-intensify on the other side of this once it's done going through that merger, and that's what we are paying attention to. We do have Connor out there as well, so we're going to see what happens here, but this is definitely just taking a look at some of the comments just coming through here. You guys got a tornado warning, but Orleans does not need to be worried for a tornado aspect. Again, it is just where this orange polygon is. They have dropped the tornado warning. So again, we saw that the rotation has flattened out, meaning that the line here is red and green, is a long line. It is not a tight circulation or a circular area. So they have dropped the tornado warning. Again, we were just calling for that out of an abundance of caution with the way these storms are acting and behaving. behaving, but the tornado warning has now been dropped. The problem is that this storm is not done, and it could re-intensify after it completes going through this merger. I just got a comment from one of my experienced chasers here, and he is saying exactly the same thing. We are not out of the woods yet. This storm could re-intensify fairly quickly as far as rotation is concerned. It is already a significantly strong storm at this point, again heading towards the Ottawa area at this time. So on the western side of Ottawa is going to be the the heavier precipitation, the stronger lightning, but anywhere in the path of the storm you need to be paying attention. So Connor's got another view of it here through a field. Nothing imminent at this point on that, but I'm keeping an eye on it with Connor, and if anything does go out, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. Okay, so tornado warning, just to reiterate, the warning from Environment Canada has ended. We do need to watch these storms because they could re-intensify, and right now they are still very strong thunderstorm merging with another thunderstorm, and that again can amplify these things. So again, tornado warning is over for right now. We will have to keep monitoring to let you know if that's the case, if anything re-intensifies here. So we are definitely keeping a close eye on everything as best as we can. Okay, I just got a beep here. What's going on? So they have shrunk the severe warning back to the edge of Clarence, Rockland. It used to go further than that. So they've adjusted the size of the box. That's why it is flashing on the screen. I'll bring that up as these storms come in, but we definitely have very strong storms on the west side of Ottawa, and they are moving southeast at this point. So that is our latest scan. The tornado warning has dropped, but again, I'm just reiterating that this could re-intensify in terms of rotation once it finishes absorbing these other storms. We call these nudgers sometimes. It's just a technical term in the meteorology storm chasing community, and they can nudge a storm and cause it to start spinning. Cameron Nixon is actually the one, I believe, who came up with that theory, and it's a very good theory at that. So anyways, we are out of the woods for rotation currently. Still very strong storm. Kind of going through Elmer area at this point. Here's our latest scan. Let me just take a look at velocities quickly. I want to make sure. I'm going to watch this area just north of the 417. Let me just take a quick look here. Francisco, thank you very much for the 99 stars. Really appreciate that. Let me just see here. Okay, so we have very heavy precipitation along the Ottawa River from Elmer all the way up to Constance Bay, just over the 148 through Dunrobin, all the way back to Pakenham, and this again is all moving southeast at this point. So winds are in there. There are some moderate winds. I'm just watching to make sure nothing quickly tries to spin up here. So we'll keep a close eye on this as it comes through the region west of Ottawa. But Nepean, Bells Corners, Canada, Elmer, all the way into downtown Ottawa. Hopefully, it looks like downtown Ottawa is going to be just on the edge of the heaviest of precipitation and intensity. So it's definitely definitely on the edge of it at this point. And then obviously from there southeast through to the airport. So a lot of donations coming in. K McBain, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. Then who else was this? I can't read it. Let me put it up on the screen. Kirstis, thank you very much for that as well, for the donation. Really appreciate it. And then Jen as well, appreciate the donation. Really helps support our platform so we can constantly improve it and do a better job. So just going to switch back over to the main line here. I want to thank Paul Davis Property Restoration Experts. If you guys do have any damage as far as hail, flooding, any kind of wind damage, they are the people to give a shout out to. You can reach them. Obviously, the phone number is above us. They are our stream sponsor today. We cannot do this kind of thing without sponsors. You can reach them at 613-822-2734. They cover the Lanark area and around the Ottawa area from Arnprior almost out to Rockland and through obviously the Metro Ottawa area. So if you do have any flooding or issues, definitely give them a shout out, and you can reach them. Again, their phone number's at the top there. So thank you for them for sponsoring this stream. They're a great partner for us, obviously, when we're dealing with severe weather. Okay, let me jump back into this. 541. Oh, here's Connor on the storm as well. So this is a photo I just got coming in from the storm itself. And this is Connor out there in the field, so let me share that up. Obviously, he's wearing the Paul Davis shirt as well, thanking them for being a sponsor, but this is a look at the storm. Definitely, you can see that blue coloration in there. That usually indicates some form of hail, so definitely still something to be concerned about with. C. Coble, thank you very much for the donation. Jennifer Dexter, thank you again for the donation as well. Really appreciate that, guys. Just getting comments of hail in Luskville. So again, I was just pointing out that blue coloration definitely indicates usually some kind of hail on that. So still a concern, but very heavy torrential rain moving into the west side of Ottawa at this point. Unfortunately, that includes Bell's Corners. I know from our storms just around Canada Day, a lot of flooding happened in that area. This is definitely going to produce a lot of rain in a short amount of time, but the good news is it's not going to sit there for hours. That was the problem with those storms. This is going to move through very quickly. So heavy rain with maybe some hail, but you are definitely looking at some heavy precipitation, but not going to last as long as the other storms did, again, about a month ago. So actually 6 weeks ago. So again, not expecting a ton of accumulation from the rain, but like they did I think it was 150 millimeters or something like that around the Bell's Corners area. We are not expecting that, but this definitely could dump a significant amount of rain in a short period of time. So you can see that this is heading, like I said, Ottawa downtown is just going to skirt the heaviest of the precipitation. So if you are southeast through to Greeley, along the 417 on the southeast side of Ottawa, kind of should be the cutoff for the heaviest of precipitation, stretching all the way down to Mississippi Mills, Almont area. It'll just skirt Carleton Place, Munster, and then go through Munster, Richmond, Manotick, the airport, Greeley, Metcalfe, Russell, but we are still a bit of a ways out for that. So Tracy, thank you very much for the 99 stars. Nancy, really appreciate the donation as well. Thank you so much for supporting us. So again, we'll see. Garrison, thank you for the donation as well. Thank you for the props as well. Really appreciate that. So 541, we're about 1 minute or less from our next scan. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this. I want to keep an eye on rotation just in case something tries to spin up again on this storm. It is quite possible that it'll try to do that. So that is what we are going to be keeping an eye out for at this point. Let me just take a look here. There we go. There's our next scan. So let me just take a look here. Definitely some strong winds right around the Carp area. Almost looks like a circulation trying to form here around. Currently, it's not threatening. It's still very wide and broad, but I'm going to keep an attention to that. Karen, thank you very much for the donation as well. And so we do have some winds around the Carp area north of the 417. I am going to monitor that area. Right now, heavy rain just to the north of Mississippi Mills, coming through Mannion Corners shortly. Definitely heavy rain through Carp, just finishing going through Dunrobin, and then along the Ottawa River into Elmer, all the way up to Kingsmere and Chelsea area. And it is just going to, like I said, downtown Ottawa is going to still see some of that heavy precipitation. Carol just saying, I was in Shawville when it came through. We got high high winds, heavy rain, and hail. Thank you for your podcast. Very helpful. Thank you very much for the donation as well. So, okay, so let me just continue with that. So again, it is coming through Elmer, Hull area, going to come through Ottawa, Nepean. I do have a camera in Nepean, so I'm going to prep that camera. Hopefully it stays up. And I'll take a look at that just to show you what the winds and the rain are going to look like, so you can get an idea from one of our live cameras that we, one of our weather cams, I should say. And let me just bring that up because it'll be there very soon. So I want to show you what this camera looks like currently. This is our weather cam in Nepean. Pretty docile. You can see this is looking kind of north, actually eastward more than anything. But if you look back to the west, it's getting dark. That is the storm approaching at this point. So we will look back at this quickly there once the storm comes through. I'm going to keep an eye on it, and you'll see what the winds and the rain are going to look like as that's coming through. But obviously extremely heavy precipitation stretching along right through this area here, and it is essentially all traveling in this general direction. Thank you. Somebody, sorry, I missed it, unfortunately. So somebody was joined the Sunshine Club. I really appreciate your support. Just a lot flying at me right now, so I just do want to make sure I appreciate everybody's donation. If I did miss you, it's not intentional. Just juggling a lot of balls at this point. So again, that is your heaviest precipitation. It is moving southeast, so if you're in the path of it, it is coming towards probably going to just skirt Kempville possibly, but we'll see on the live cam what that looks like, and we are monitoring it to see if rotation does pick up on this over the next couple of scans. So that is what we are paying attention to right now. Just going to zoom out, take a look at our storms in southern Quebec. Just into Saint Barbe. Right now they do have a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm out here. I'm just going to take a look. We do have some winds in there, but heavy precipitation as this continues to move eastward. So that's what that severe thunderstorm warning is for. Just southwest of Montreal, south of Vaudreuil-Dorion, Salaberry to Valleyfield. Just very heavy, intense rainfall out there. So. Oh, thank you, Melody. So Pesmo joined the Sunshine Club, and Hello Happy gave us a donation. So thank you. Appreciate all my moderators. Thank you, guys. When it gets this crazy, obviously I can't do it without them. Castellano, thank you very much for that. Reno and Repair for the donation. Really appreciate it as well. It always helps us a lot to keep this platform going. Around the Finch area, Avonmore, there's definitely possibly, that's a great way to say things. There's quite possibly some small hail, but very heavy precipitation around the Berwick area. Just noticing that there, so we'll see if that continues. And then let me zoom back out. Still no watches in Alberta. I'm a little surprised at that. I'm starting to wonder if I'm missing something, but a little bit of a storm here just north of Newcastle and Bowmanville area. That is just a rainmaker at this point. Just going to show you what that's doing. It is moving eastward at this point, north of the 401. It is not severe warned at this time. So let me, Andy, thank you very much for the donation. You're going above and beyond. Really appreciate that. So let me just take a look and see what our storms. Daddy Lion, I believe was that. Thank you very much for your donation, and I'm glad that we are able to focus the areas down for you as far as the warnings go, because some of the boxes are extremely large, like we had with that tornado warning earlier on. Connor does have a look at the storm as well. So we can see that here. He's obviously out in still rural area with corn. Thank you, Andy, for donating 5 memberships to the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. I'll go a little bit into detail what the Sunshine Club is later on, just once things do calm down here. So Connor is somewhere near the Almont area at this point. So let me just take a look here. So our storm, I'm just going to re-update things on our radar imagery here. Let me drop our drawing and re-highlight it. So let's take a look at velocities. They've just updated the severe warning for this line. Basically, it has turned into a line of thunderstorms. Still some stronger winds just around the Carp area, but these are straight line winds. Nothing catching my attention as far as rotation just yet, but we are going to continue to monitor it. Thank you very much for Hammer Time for your donation. Julie Grenier, thank you for the stars. Canada Chick, thank you very much. Really appreciate that donation. Yes, the moderators, again, awesome team. That's what makes us good at what we do here. So I really appreciate when they help me out when we've got 6,000 people in the chat. Obviously very hard to keep up with things, but yeah, so Connor does have the Almont storm on stream, which is the southern end of this. There's a bit of a boundary out there as well. So that's the one that Connor is looking at right now. So we are going to monitor that. Right side of the screen, you have very heavy precipitation by the looks of it. So Orko, thank you very much for the donation and the kind words. Really appreciate that as well. Right now, the heaviest of rain, I'm going to zoom in here and flip over for a second back to our main screen here through on the, just along the Ottawa River on the east side of Elmer. Basically coming close to Hull, Westboro area. Thank you, Ingi, for the donation. Really appreciate that. And if I mispronounce some of the usernames, I apologize. Just flying through it as quick as I can to keep up with everything. So very heavy precip through coming into the Westboro Island Park area, through Tunney's pasture and then Hintonburg. That is going to be very, very heavy rain through Elmer, then back out to the Connaught Range, Canada area through Carp, and this is all coming to the rest of Canada, Stittsville, Bell's Corners. All of that is on the docket, and this is rush hour, so it's the worst time for this to be happening, unfortunately. So and then obviously around Mannion Corners, Mississippi Mills, north of Almont, that storm definitely has some very heavy precipitation on it as well. So just going to back out here. And we do have, they just severe warned. Thank you, Veronica. Appreciate that. There's a little bit of hail here south of Mattawa. Going into Algonquin Park. So that is always what I don't like to see, unfortunately, but there is some hail in here. This is going to be loony to grape-sized hail somewhere in that neighborhood. Valerie, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that as well. So let's just jump back into this, and then I'll look at the Quebec side here in the southwest corner. And we'll see here. So by St. Barbe, Huntington area, there's definitely some very heavy precipitation in there, some strong winds, and that's why this is all severe warned as well. Just moving due east north of the U.S. border, basically just tracking through the southern portion of Quebec, and I'll just zoom that out so you can see how that is unfolding here. So just getting comments that raining downtown, plenty of thunder, not much wind from Beatrice, Elmer. I think the worst of it has passed now. Alberta is rumbling, so yes, definitely going to be doing Alberta later on. Again, I'm a little surprised the watches haven't come out in Alberta, but while this goes through Ottawa, we're going to stick on this, and then through southern, moving southeast from there, going through the Ottawa area, and just getting questions about a tornado warning. There is no tornado warning right now anywhere on the board. That expired quite some time ago. So no tornado warnings right now at this time, just to appease everybody. We try and kind of keep it real. We don't try and hype stuff up on our channel. There's plenty of platforms that hype stuff up. Connor's got a really nice view of that Almont storm, just nice structure on it, especially over a cornfield like that. But right now, nothing imminent on that Almont storm that I can see at this time. So we'll keep coming back to that. So let me just take a look here. Got a bit of a break here till our next scan. What time? 5:53. I got about 2 minutes here. So again, thank you to our sponsor, Paul Davis Property Restoration Experts, Ottawa and Lanark offices. Without them, we cannot do this kind of stuff. So please check them out. If you do have any damages, they will take care of you. Jules, Rick, and team will definitely help you out. So I'll play their sponsor message here, and then I'll be right back.
Paul Davis, your first call when severe weather threatens your property. When summer storms strike, our experts are ready to restore your home. Paul Davis Restoration.
Heavy rain doesn't just cause damage, it helps it spread. And once water gets in, it moves fast. Our experts respond quickly to contain, dry, and restore your property. When wind leaves your property exposed, every minute matters. Strong winds can tear away roofs, windows, and protection in seconds. Our experts respond quickly to secure, stabilize, and restore your property. Hail can strike without warning, damaging roofs, windows, and siding in seconds. But the impact can last far longer. Our experts respond quickly to assess, stabilize, and restore your property. Paul Davis. When things go wrong, we do what's right.
So again, thank you to Paul Davis Restorations for sponsoring the stream. Really appreciate their support. And again, if you have any issues for your property from these storms that are coming through, definitely give them a shout out at 613-822-2734. Okay, let's get back to our storm here. 5:59. This is our latest scan. So right now, basically just on the western edge of downtown Ottawa, or most of downtown Ottawa, getting very heavy precipitation. Julie, thank you very much for the donation. Through Elmer, up to the 148, Le Plateau, Manoir des Trembles, you're getting heavy precip. Everything that's yellow, green, and blue, that is on the light end of the precipitation scale. So you can see that it's mostly sticking to the Ontario side. Allison, thank you very much for your donation as well of 99 stars. So through Elmer, along the Ottawa River, then coming through Nepean area shortly, Bayshore, Britannia, then through Connaught, Beaverbrook, and then all the way out to Mannion Corners and around Almont. What I want to highlight, this storm looks a little weird. The reason it looks a little weird, it's got a round circle to it, is that the radar here is by Franktown. So when it gets close to the radar, it does look a little funky because radars are blind above themselves. The beams go out, not straight up. So that's why it looks a little funky in that regard. So again, just reiterating, tornado warning is over with, but we do have some stronger winds that are straight line in this, and I didn't kind of go over that. So on the west side of Ottawa here, right in Canada, we definitely have some strong winds in there. So I'm going to flip back to that. That is Rick, one of our moderators and chasers as well, that's taking pictures. So he supports our platform almost from day one. He runs a Lanark County Scanner on Facebook. Definitely a great resource if you're, it's based out of Perth, but he obviously covers Lanark County. And you can see they're trying to get pictures here as the storm comes in. So right now, just want to switch over and show you guys the winds on this. Still showing straight line winds. So the rotation aspect is pretty much been gone for a while here. We do have some stronger winds on the north side of the 417, right around Canada, Bell's Corners, Nepean, and we're starting to get that precipitation coming into the Nepean area here on our camera. I'm going to show that to you, and it's going to start picking up here pretty quick, I think. So not a lot of wind, but you're already starting to lose some visibility. This is our Nepean camera, and just very heavy rain about to come into that, so I'll switch back to it. But right now we're just showing moderate rain at best, so still just on the doorstep. But when that gets a little more intense, I'll flip back to it. So let's just take a look here. So we are streaming. This is coming southeast at this point. So you can see that it will come towards Manotick, Metcalfe, possibly just skirt into Russell. We'll just see how that unfolds as it leaves the Ottawa River. It is just on the edge of Almont, and then it's going to come probably eventually down to Northgower, Richmond, Munster, and then into Kemptville as well. So we'll watch that as it's coming through here. So that is the path of what is unfolding right now, and we'll have to keep updating you guys. But Ottawa shortly going to be out of it at this point, and it's going to have heavy rain. It's just not going to last for a very long time like the last set of storms that happened there at the beginning of July, basically. So don't expect that kind of flooding with this storm. Just a lot of precip for a short period of time, and I can kind of show you, this is kind of what you can expect with the storm at this point. Just heavy rain, not a ton of wind, as you can see, so there's not a lot of wind packed into this, but very heavy precip. We're starting to lose visibility on those towers in the background, and that is kind of what kind of precipitation you can expect from a live shot from our weather cam here. So thank you to all our weather cam hosts as well. We have not been able to get out and install additional ones just because it's been so busy with the live streaming. Connor's got a view of this storm that again is down towards the Almont area. He's on the far end of it, so we're going to keep an eye on that with him. So Connor's still out there getting some great views with Rick as well. I'm just going to see if Rick still has... Yeah, Rick has his live stream going as well, so actually I can probably flip it over this way a little bit better there. So again, Rick down in the center and Connor on the left side there. They're a bit in the trees, and that's the problem with storm chasing in Ontario. You do lose visibility with all the trees that we have in Eastern Ontario. It's not like Oklahoma, unfortunately. So again, we'll jump back into this. Just going to see... keeping an eye on some of the stuff here around Ottawa, and the rotation aspect has definitely dropped down on this, so that is the good news there. And just let me take a look. There's, guys, I just looked in here on our emails. I just haven't had a chance. There's a ton of donations in there. I really appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. It means a lot to us to be able to do things here as far as streaming and growing the platform. So thank you so much for that. Let me just take a look here. Okay, let me flip back over to that, and we'll take a look at our latest scan, and we'll do another analysis here. We are 6:05 p.m. This just came in, so let me bring up our camera. So I'll just show you right now. That is our weather cam in Nepean. So very heavy rainfall right now, limited visibility as well. And that's kind of what you can expect. And I'll show you exactly where this camera is sitting right now. I'll bring it up on our radar screen. So I'm just going to flip quickly over that. And you can see that right here, the Nepean weather cam right by the Queensway Carleton Hospital. If I zoom out, it's right in that red. And now things are starting to pick up on that camera. Look at the wind picking up. This is where the intensity is coming in somewhat. So you can see how that ramped up, and we're now losing visibility. But again, it is not going to last for a long period of time. I would suspect you're probably 15, 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes at most, depending where you intercept this or where the storm kind of crosses you at this point. But that's what you can expect out of the storm, is just very reduced visibility, some moderate wind, and just a ton of precipitation at this point. So again, you can see where that camera is located here, just in Nepean, in that darker red area. We do have extremely heavy precip going through Wood Park area, just around the 417, coming through Parkwood Hills, and that looks like Maitland, I would guess, just based on that without having to zoom in. And that basically the precip is stretching from downtown Ottawa all along the 417 out to the 417 and 7 split, and then continuing a little bit west towards Almont is where that heaviest of precipitation is. And again, this is all moving southeast at this point. So looking around, learning things. Thank you very much for being a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support there. So saying I just see a comment that somebody's lost power in Stittsville. So definitely be prepared for that kind of stuff going on. If you have battery banks, hopefully you've got them charged. You're prepared for that kind of stuff, just in case the power does go out with this. So you can see how this is tracking through the nation's capital. And again, it is off the Quebec side at this point, essentially, and now primarily into eastern Ontario, and will travel southeast from Ottawa. So just going to take a quick look back here into Quebec as well. CTV Ottawa just repeated a tornado warning. We do not have a tornado warning at this time. There is no tornado warning, folks. That was over a long time ago. So if they're doing that, that's not accurate at this time. So southern portion of Quebec, right out north of the U.S. border by Huntington and Ormstown, we do have heavy precipitation in there. Some stronger winds in here as well. Small pocket of it. We've got probably 60 to 70 kilometer-hour winds. This is moving eastward at this point. So definitely a small, tiny pocket of strong winds just located in there. But heavy rain, possibly with tiny hail, and that continues to move eastward. That's why we have that yellow box there for the severe warning through that area, particularly in the southwest corner of Quebec. I'm going to go back up to Algonquin Park and take a look here. Definitely have quite a bit of hail still showing on our storm on the north side of Algonquin Park. I know coverage up there is not good, but this will be grapes to maybe a little bit bigger than grapes at this point for hail south of Ottawa on the north side of Algonquin Park. I'm just going to show you how that's propagating south, and it's only one cluster essentially at this point. So, and I'll share some more photos here. Just going to look at the rest of our storms. Not much going on that. Lisa, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club as well. Really appreciate it. So yeah, again, definitely, if there's anybody talking about a tornado warning right now, they are inaccurate. There is no tornado warning currently ongoing. Anywhere on our map, we would have a red box. So unless our system has completely failed, which I'm very skeptical and doubtful of, we do not have a tornado warning ongoing at this point. So there was one earlier right up by the Pembroke area, but and then they had it around the Shawville area as well. But nothing at this time is tornado warned. So just let me take a look here. Connor and Rick are submitting some photos of the storms around the Almont area, so I'm just going to show this to you guys. These are the guys on the storm just kind of around Almont, Mississippi Mills, and Carlton Place area. So let me share that up. That photo there is from Rick, obviously a pretty photo of over the cornfield. That's another area. A lot of times what's in the center here, I call those SLCs, scary looking clouds. That's all they are. They look worse than they actually are. And when you're looking at a storm, if you see cotton candy type clouds, generally that is a good thing. If you see them looking laminar on the bottom end of a storm, that does get more concerning. Obviously, that is just a general rule of thumb, but not always the case. And then Connor just got a nice shot here as well. I'll share that up. This is from Connor Mockett. You guys all know him. He's definitely got the photo here of the storms. Again, this is down by basically Almont, Mississippi Mills area on the southern end of this storm system. So let me just take a look here. this should be our next scan here, 6:11 p.m. For the Ottawa area. Just taking a look. Have a storm popping up right by the Greeley area, so that is definitely getting it just initiated over the last couple of scans. Going to show you our weather cam in Nepean, still pouring rain there, but it is lightening up a little bit. So again, I don't expect the heavy rain to last much more than 20 minutes roughly. So let me just take a look here and swing back. Just going to take a look at our rainstorm there by Greeley just to see how bad it is. So just going to bring up our Greeley cam here as well. Let me bring that up. You can see that the storm is a little bit to the right, but this is just moderate precipitation at best. The storm to the north will be definitely raining a lot harder than this at this point. So let me switch back and bring up my camera outside my studios just to see what's going on. But we do have some cameras that are going to come into play here. Connor's got driving here. There's a giant shelf on this. So what we call a shelf is that cloud that you see out front of it. It looks like a shelf essentially, but what the good news for that is that that's generally an outflow dominant storm, meaning that it's not ingesting the air anymore. We're going to have to watch the southern end of it. There's some stuff trying to go up there, but right now this is an outflow dominant storm, meaning that straight line winds are the bigger threat, not rotating winds. So that is the good news for this. So he is again near Ashton, about 22 degrees Celsius out in front of that. And Connor just saying that the structure on this is pretty insane at this time. So let me just take a look here. This is from one of my moderators just showing the heavy rain. So this is from Leanne. Let me pull it up here. Bear with me for 1 second and I'll show you what some of the rain looks like. Give me 1 sec, go full screen here. There we go. So you can see that I'm going to share that with you guys right now. So again, this is from Leanne on the western end of Ottawa. You can see how heavy the rain is coming down, and obviously the eaves troughs can't keep up with this, but it won't last for very long. I keep reiterating that just because it's not going to be the equivalent of what took place 6 weeks ago. I know a lot of people obviously concerned about that from what happened there, and I don't blame them one little bit. So we may even have a little bit of hail here right by Rideau View. There may be some tiny hail just south of Carleton University with that pink pixel that starts to get into that hail component. And I'm seeing one here by Stittsville area, but this is getting closer to the radar. So the radar does sometimes interpret it a little more intense than it actually is. But mostly what we're dealing with here is heavy rain with some moderate winds and obviously prolific lightning. Connor getting a fantastic view of that shelf cloud as it's moving through. So that is the front leading edge of the storm as it's pushing through at this point. So let me switch back up here and take a look. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to zoom back out just to see. There's another storm down in Toronto area, so I'll jump on that. Around Peterborough, there's a severe warned storm. That's that little storm that initially fired, so I'm just going to swing that back up here and give you guys an idea. Anybody south near Millbrook area, we did see these storms trying to initiate going east, and it has a pixel of pink on it as it crossed that 115, so very heavy precip. There was decent hail in it on this scan here, so going through Millbrook, and then it lost most of the hail, but still very heavy precipitation as this is headed for Rice Lake and then continuing essentially eastward from there, a little bit northeast, I would say, but primarily east, just south of Peterborough at this point. So that's what the severe warning is for down in southern Ontario. If you're back to the north of this, you have nothing to be concerned about. They're going to have to extend that severe warning out to the north of the 401 if this continues to sustain that. So okay, let me just see here. Okay, let me zoom back in. A few little isolated storms kind of up the Ottawa River Valley. And the only one that we have severe warned, obviously, the north side of Algonquin Park, still indicating that hail up there. And there are some stronger winds in it, so definitely windy up there. So, okay, so let me just take a look here. Okay, so right now we have our last scan here at 6:11 p.m. We get them every 8 minutes, so we're going to keep an eye on this. We'll have one new scan here. I was going to say in a minute or less. It just popped up here, so let's just take a look, see what's going on here. Okay, so we still have strong precipitation through the Ottawa area, just north of Richmond at this point, through Stanley Corners, and then along Highway 7, just south of the 417-7 split through Stittsville area, and then heavy rain to the east of Manotick right now, just north of the Rideau River or northeast of the Rideau River, and then going through the airport, we may have a little bit of hail, very heavy precipitation on that as well. And then what else? So downtown Ottawa free and clear at this point from this main storm. You can see that there's no precipitation. There's still lightning obviously associated with this storm, so still dangerous in that regards, but right now just a very heavy rainmaker that's going to continue southeast from there. So just getting comments that the garage is flooded in Hintonburg area. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Definitely people having enough with flooding this year, whether you're in Ontario, Quebec, or Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. The big thing we've seen across the board has been heavy rainfalls in specific areas. Bear with me, I'm going to get in fresh water. Okay. Peter just commenting, no hail yet by Uplands and Hunt Club area by the airport, and let's hope it stays that way. A lot of times when we have this single pixel of pink, one or two, it melts before it gets to the surface, and it's right over the airport. So hopefully it's not dinging any airplanes. Let's put it that way. So again, severe warning is for our storm here. Moving southeast, and they have updated the severe warning box to include far east along the Ottawa River. Let me highlight it here just so that anybody that's tuned in, if you are in Clarence, Rockland, Buckingham, Thurso, Papineauville, Grenville, Hawkesbury, L'Orignal, you have nothing to worry about. It is just on the edge of Navan, Carlsbad Springs. It will probably skirt Embrun. Russell will probably get more heavy rain. Coming into Greeley, Metcalfe, Manotick, through Vernon, Osgood, Morwood, North Gore, Richmond, Munster, and just skirting through Ashton possibly. So again, continuing southeast at this point and then absorbing another storm out front of it. So we'll definitely get a look at it here from a couple of our cameras as it goes through. So about to come through Manotick area. We definitely have some cameras in that area as well. So give me a sec here. Just monitoring some chats as well, just to keep up on everything for you guys. So, okay, so again, heavy rain, moderate winds, some areas a little bit more. Manotick definitely looking a little windy right now. I'm going to switch over to our Manotick camera. We do have one down there, so give me a sec here. Okay. Just getting an update on Alberta, what's going on out there. So we do have a Manatic camera, and I'm starting to think that this wind velocity on the radar is not, it's above the surface, but it's not making it down to the surface, and I'll show you why, because this is our weather cam right in the Manatic area, and if I bring up our full screen radar, our camera is sitting right underneath that kind of that heavier wind. No precipitation yet, as you can see. It is still to the north. I'll turn the camera. This camera is looking west at this point, so I'll try and turn it a little bit northwest. Let me see if I can get that to go here. Bear with me. We'll bring that up. So we can see the storm approaching. That's about as much as I can get north there. So you can see the storm approaching, quite elevated, obviously menacing. Heavy precipitation is going to be in that. And so this is approaching kind of, like I said, the Manatic area at this time. So, okay, so let me swing back over, and we will take a look at things as they progress here. So we've got about an hour and a half of radar loop here, so you can see what has unfolded as it came down the river from Shawville through the Ottawa area. And what I'm seeing right now is the storm is kind of bowing out or expanding, which tends to, what that does is it eliminates or minimizes the chance for any kind of rotation, but it becomes what we call a straight line wind event. And so it's basically pushing out from there, and that'll be a straight line. Winds can be damaging as well, so it's something to be cautious of. I think what is going on here? Sorry, I'm watching one of my cameras. Sorry, I'm going to bring this up. I thought I saw a funnel in here, and that's why I stopped talking, because it got my attention pretty quick here. I'm just going to watch this camera quickly just to make sure nothing's going on. It wouldn't make sense, but you never know. Weather doesn't always make sense. That's the other thing. The more you study weather, the more you realize how little we actually know about weather. So I'm going to watch that. It must have been just some kind of anomaly. But again, we're talking where this is converting into a straight line wind event. And we've had a whole bunch of little storms pop back to the east of Ottawa. You can see that initiating from Curran all the way back to Carlsbad Springs, these popcorn storms that have formed in a line. If those continue to initiate, you're going to have a giant line dropping southeast, essentially, is what's going to happen. So this is definitely very heavy rain throughout most of the storm around the Ottawa area and to the south of Ottawa at this point. So again, but it is not going to last as long as it did last time. Last time our storm stuck out for hours and hours on end. This is definitely going to be very heavy rain, but not as long as the previous storms. So that is the good news there. So let me just double check all of our stuff here. Yeah, we're good. So again, this is dropping southeast at this point, folks. And I'm going to just take a look here. I'll switch over to the Quebec side quickly and look in southern Quebec. Still very heavy precipitation along the U.S.-Canada border on the south side of Quebec. We do have quite a bit of precipitation in there. That is what's moving just east. Donna, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. Strong winds right on the border here by Franklin Center. Let me just see how this has unfolded. I'm kind of curious about this. This could be, yeah, this got very windy on that last scan. So this is literally right over Doria, right at the U.S. border. Let me just take a look here and read. We're talking 107 kilometers an hour above the surface, so you're probably around 90 to 95 on the surface. It's not far up, so very windy pocket that just kind of got going here and organized. So right on the U.S.-Canada border at this point, heading eastward. So very windy and rainy down there at this point, so I'll have to keep an eye on that. It is definitely trying to do something at this point, and I'm just looking in here to see if it's trying to rotate. We'll definitely have to monitor that on the U.S.-Canada border, again, south of Montreal at this time. So again, that definitely stands out to me. Looking at our hailstorm that was in the Algonquin Park, that has lost its hail here, so that is good news. Still very heavy rainmaker in small pockets with lightning. A bit of wind on the leading edge of that as well, so just something straight line wind-wise you have to pay attention to. And then let's take a look at the rest of our storms up here. Along the 117, there's only a few little pockets of possibly hail, but this is very high because it's far from the radar. This is more than likely melting before it gets to the surface, so I would say that extremely heavy precipitation in small pockets up there. Let's go take a look at our storm down by Peterborough, and it has lost its hail, I believe here, so very dark red colors in there with some pinks, and then off the last two scans you can see that now the red is disappearing and now we're mostly orange in that storm, so that doesn't meet severe components anymore. No hail means basically that it's just a regular storm at this point, a non-severe thunderstorm. If it continues to decline as it goes east along the north of the 401 there, I don't expect them to extend the severe warning out that way. Still baffled there's no watches out for Alberta. I don't know what is happening there, but maybe the smoke has come into play there. They were definitely expecting a higher end weather event for straight line winds and large hail was on the what the models were predicting. Actually, several models were predicting that. Okay. 6:23 p.m. We're about 2 minutes from our next scan or less, so I'll jump into this and we'll keep an eye on this storm. It is, again, just heading southeast at this point from the Ottawa area. Obviously going to head towards the St. Lawrence Seaway and eventually off into upstate New York, so we'll see whether it maintains that intensity or whether it does drop off as it continues south of the city. And we are also watching those storms that fired in a line from Carlsbad Springs all the way out past Current, just south of Alfred, because if those all start to line out, you're just going to have a very strong line of storms moving southeast possibly. So again, another thing we're going to watch for at this point. Sorry. Just saw a question about rotation in Pembroke. No, there's nothing there right now in the Pembroke area that is concerning for rotation. And you will see rotation on storms. I haven't mentioned that on the stream yet, but rotation is normal within thunderstorms. What we have to watch for is where it's rotating within that thunderstorm, how hard or how tightly it's rotating, and how fast it's rotating. Those are kind of three parameters that I look at, or anybody should look at when you're looking at rotation to see if it's concerning or not. Some rotation is always normal. There are other platforms that will jump on rotation and immediately, tell you guys to take cover, that kind of thing. There's plenty of platforms that do that. We tend to be a little bit of the opposite, so we do buck the trend in that regards. But again, if there's something to be concerned about, we will focus on it. We'll tell you you need to be in shelter and take it seriously. So again, rotation is normal on storms. That is part of the natural process. So just wanted to reiterate that. So there's nothing, again, there's nothing as far as any kind of tornado warning out there. If there was, we would have a red box out from Environment Canada and we would be highlighting on it. There is no tornado warning in Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. That warning was from a long time ago, back when it was on the Ottawa River, northwest of Ottawa. So again, no tornado warning at this point. We don't even have a confirmation of anything kind of touching down. Just want to bring up the camera from Manotick, and this is as the storm is coming through the Manotick area, and you can see that the wind is picking up. Not a ton of rain right now. It's still on the edge of it, but it is definitely the wind is picking up a little bit, but nothing to be afraid of. That's the main reason I show these cameras. It is just a bunch of rain and a little bit of wind, so nothing too concerning at that point. So we'll continue to switch back and go from there and keep an eye on things. So here is our latest scan, and I'm going to show you things are starting to break up a little bit. And what I mean by that, our precipitation here was solid red, basically. If you look at our storm when it came through, just as it was coming through Ottawa, very solid red throughout the storm, or even dark orange. And now as it's moving through, you can see that there's a lot of spots with yellow, light orange, and it's starting to break up, which is good news for people in front of these storms. It is definitely just going to lose that severity. Still, obviously very heavy pockets of precipitation with those darker red areas. That is definitely the case, but things are starting to break up a little bit. And that's what happens because of the storms that it collided with. So if I back this up, you can see that it slammed into a storm around Constance Bay. There's a storm out front of it that came from Arnprior, and then boom, slammed into it, and then now continuing south. So at the end of the day, what happened with that storm collision or merger, it basically, it kind of weakened the storm in the long run. So we'll see if that continues to be the case, because these can cycle up and down, but we'll definitely keep an eye on that just to see whether that's the situation or not. So Connor and Rick are obviously out on the same storm here. They're just keeping up with it, or trying to. So we'll keep an eye on that. And again, we'll be able to go from there. Asking if you're good in Orleans. Yes, you are definitely good in Orleans at this point. Just saw that question flying up there, so figured I'd answer it quickly. And I'm just going to take a look at our other cameras here. Yeah, just looking there. So let me switch over here and prep my camera. So this is a view from my camera right outside my studio. Let me share that with you guys so you can see. This is in Kemptville. I broadcast from the Kemptville area, and you can see how this storm is coming south. This is looking kind of north at it, and you can see that it's a big shelf or line coming down at this point. So again, outflow dominant, which is much better as far as storms are concerned. You can still get damage from strong straight line winds, but at this point, you're looking at basically straight line wind damage would be the most that you could expect out of this, but so far the winds have stayed reasonable with it. So I'll keep that up there. We'll switch back to it there if things do get a little bit carried away, and we'll jump back on it there. So okay, definitely getting a bunch of rain now throughout a lot of areas. They do have that severe warning here to the south along the border. So I switched to the US radar because it's probably got the better view at this point. So let's just take a look. The strongest winds are south of the border right now. I'm just going to see what this, you can see how they dove southeast. Wow. Just that pocket of bright blues, they came through Huntington and kind of southeast. They're now onto the US side, so they're America's problem at this point as far as the winds are concerned, but we still have very strong heavy precipitation through the southern portion of Quebec moving eastward. So this is through Napierville, Saint-Blaise-sur-Richelieu, and it's coming into, where are we here? La Colle, Clarenceville, St. Paul de l'Île-aux-Noix, and to the north, it's going to be coming across 35. So you can see how this is just kind of skirting the southern portion of Quebec. So very heavy precipitation, and that is, it's moving quickly. These storms are probably doing 70 kilometers an hour, so they are traveling fairly fast. I'm just going to see if they've put that into the severe thunderstorm warning, and they haven't by the looks of it. No. Okay, so let me just zoom back out. We'll go take a look at our storm here down in near Peterborough, and that storm is dying. So the severe thunderstorm warning for our storm south or southeast of Peterborough, that storm is just a regular non-severe storm at this point. Doesn't even have lightning on it. So again, that's one of my cheat codes. Always look for the lightning. When there's no lightning, you're losing intensity, or it's not a strong storm at that point. So this will be a rain shower that just moves north of the 401, will slowly, more than likely, quickly die out at that point. And let's just quickly take a look at the rest of things up here by Petawawa. A bunch of hail just popped up here to the west of CFB Petawawa. It is elevated. This is far from the radar, so let me just double check from both radars are showing it. So indeed, both radars show a hail core here. Let's see how high up this is, just to be sure. So this is going to be probably grapes to loony size hail on the surface. This is reading way above. This is about 3 kilometers above the surface, so a little bit of melting happens. Obviously on the way down, it is moving southeast, so it is going to stay, I would think, west of Highway 17 if that hail core sustains. So southwest of Petawawa, southwest of Pembroke at this point for that hail up there. Obviously, the rest of it is just a bunch of rain at this time. So let me swing back down here and we'll take a look. We just got our new scan here. Richmond, this is close to the radar, but it looks like you might have a little bit of hail on the west side of Richmond with these pink areas in here. This is not far from the radar. So that's maybe going to be grapes to maybe loony sized hail coming out of that. Let me just take a look at our winds. Right now looking pretty good. Moderate winds to light winds throughout, but heavy rain through the Richmond area, through Manotick, about to come into Cars, eventually Northgower on the doorstep, Osgood, Metcalfe, Vernon, and kind of Russell area. Heavy rain just to the northeast of Greeley, with possibly some small hail in that as well. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that area just to see if that sustains on the next scan. And our storm, the line that formed to the east of all of this, you can see that those storms initiated, but they're dying already. So the line from Carlsbad Springs, Navin area that's extended out to the east, you can see that they got intense, but now they're mostly orange, yellow, green. They're dying off. There's obviously still rain in them, but they're not picking up intensity, which is great news for, that the storm is not going to expand and just turn into what I call a giant bulldozer at this point. So it continues to move southeast from the Ottawa area, and it will come into Winchester. It will skirt through Kemptville. I think Kemptville will get caught by it. Then obviously south from there, Chesterville, and then off to Morrisburg, Iroquois, South Stormont, Cornwall looks to be on the... I don't know if Cornwall will get it or not. Let me just take a look here. Bear with me for a second. Cornwall might get the storm. We'll have to see. It's still quite a ways away from the seaway. Let's give you guys an idea. The meat of the storm is 40 kilometers away from the seaway. So lots of time still for this to change. Connor's going through North Gower, just north of where I'm located actually right now. So just see that. I recognize the intersection that he's at there. So again, right now, our heaviest rain just south of Ottawa through Manotick, Greeley area, and then heading the other area, obviously the southern portion of Quebec. That system is expanding, and the precipitation is expanding in that. So quite a bit of precip as that heads eastward. It'll go through Cowansville, just south of Magog, and off to the U.S. eventually, but still quite a bit of time before it does that. So just want to give people a heads up on that portion of Quebec. So 79 Terra Firma, good to see you in the chat. We're into it now in Metcalfe. Definitely some heavy rain with this, but luckily the winds for the most part have been somewhat reasonable within the storm. There are some pockets where the wind is a little bit more intense, but overall pretty reasonable. Let me just bring this up. Yeah, this is the view from my camera here in Kemptville. That is looking kind of northeast. That's back to the west towards kind of Smith Falls Merrickville area, and that's straight almost north, essentially, maybe not quite north, but northwest maybe. So anyways, storm still coming towards Kempville, and you can see that it's very dark towards the 416 area. So this storm, as it's coming in, definitely going to be still packing quite a bit of precipitation, not as intense as things were earlier when we were talking about tornado warnings along the Ottawa River. And again, that was because the storm was isolated on its own. Generally, those are the storms that are cause the most concern. Here is our latest scan. Precip is breaking up on this a little bit. We are seeing what looks like hail around the Richmond area. Again, close proximity to the radar does sometimes make it look more intense than it actually is. If there is hail here, I would say pea-sized to grape-sized hail, maybe a little bit larger than that. So that's what's unfolding here. So heavy rain through Richmond, Manotick, coming into North Gore shortly, Osgood, then off through Metcalfe, Kenmore, Vernon, Russell, and Embrun, maybe out to Limoges. I can actually pull up a camera out there. Let me bear with me for 1 second, and I'll show you what the yellow portion looks like just for reference, so you know when we talk colors on here, it gives you an idea as to what we're talking about if the camera will load. Just trying to see sometime. Oh, there we go. So let me share that. This is what it looks like in Limoges. I can tilt the camera down a little bit. So very mild rain. You can barely actually see the rain other than the ground is wet there. So this is when you're in that kind of yellow green, very mild. These are what I call garden variety showers. It does a great job of watering the plants and the flowers, but nothing of any concern. And let's just take a look here what we've got coming through. So Winchester camera about to see some rain as well. I'll see how bad it is in Winchester. There's a little bit of a storm reaching out for Winchester area. We can see our camera down there. Good question. How do we know when a tornado warnings are over? We don't get an alarm when it's no longer a threat. They will just drop them off the. So the best app I have for that kind of stuff would be WeatherCan, Weather CAN. That is the Environment Canada app, and it will tell you when it has ended. It'll say ended at that point. So definitely one of the apps I do recommend. When we lose the tornado warning on here, we definitely do not get an alert. We just visually see that the box is gone. I think you're supposed to get through the ready alert system actually that the warning has ended, but there is definitely no warning whatsoever for tornado at this point. Hopefully that helps everybody out. So trying to get one of my cameras to come up and it's refusing, so we won't fight with it too much. Sometimes that's an internet issue. So again, lots of rain south of Ottawa, continuing to move through. So it'll come through Winchester, Chesterville, all along the 416 basically. I think it's going to skirt to just to the north of Kempville, based on my camera that I'm seeing here. So it may not reach into Kempville at this point, but we'll have to see. Oh, Connor just confirming that we are getting a lot of comments about hail in Richmond. So that's what we were pointing out here with these pink pixels. So definitely getting hail through the Richmond area with prolific rain as well. So very heavy rain on that system. So again, moving southeast along, it'll come through North Gore here shortly. And again, we can see it on my camera here from Kempville. If you look at the right-hand side, that is where you're seeing all that heavy precipitation. And again, I don't think it's going to quite make it into Kempville, but we'll have to see whether that's the case or not. So Let's just take a look here. So again, southern Quebec, lots of precipitation moving through there right now. The stronger winds are south of the U.S. border, so that is good news there. You can see these storms. They are severe warned for that heavy precipitation, and there was some hail, there was some wind in there, but that again has moved south into the U.S., no longer on the Canadian side. Let me just zoom back out here. We'll go take a look at some storms up here in the Algonquin Park, or north of Algonquin Park. Still showing that hail in here on the latest scan, just west of CFB, Canadian Forces Base, Petawawa, southwest of Deep River. That looks like it could be decent sized hail, just with those bright pinks. Even if it melts before it gets to the surface, this is probably loony or smaller as far as hail is concerned as well. So lots going on right now with all these storms moving through. Just going to double check our storm down here by Peterborough, and it continues to die off. This is a garden variety shower, nothing to be worried about. As it moves north of the 401, it's just paralleling the 401 and it's dying off. So I don't even think that'll make Belleville at this point. So just wanted to highlight that. So, okay, let's zoom back out here. Just they do have a severe warned storm out in Alberta, and we do have a watch out in Alberta. So this is where we're going to be moving to next. Once things are done in Eastern Ontario, we will move to Alberta, but we may have to overlap. Thunderstorm watch is out in Alberta along the foothills. Conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind, large hail, heavy rain. They will develop late this afternoon into this evening, some of which may be severe. So we do have a warning just southwest of Rocky Mountain House. That one looks to have probably had some hail on it. Yeah, it had a couple of pixels of hail, but right now it just has 1 pixel of pink or 2 pixels of pink. It's still on the foothills at this point, but we'll monitor that. Just going to look here around Calgary area. The warning is just to the north side of Calgary, Airdrie, Cochrane, and north up to Didsbury, but a couple of storms southwest of Calgary right now, still on the foothills. So let's just take a look. Edmonton had some minor showers around that area. Nothing severe warned around the Edmonton area, just non-severe thunderstorms at this point. Okay, let me scoot back over to Ottawa area and let's get an update here and just see what's happening. Our latest scan just came in, so we're still showing some hail south and southeast of Richmond. Definitely still very torrential rain in that area and getting some hail as well. Probably loonies or smaller at this point, heading towards North Gower. Let me just take a look here. Storm, where did this come from? Storm just initiated. It's behind me. I didn't even see this. So a storm going through Kemptville right now over the last couple of scans. It just initiated out front of this line, so it's going to get absorbed into the line, which may re-intensify the line a little bit here. But the storm basically stretching from Kemptville through Mountain and South Mountain almost into Hallville. So quite a bit of rain coming for that 43 corridor along perpendicular to the 416 at this point. So definitely a lot of precipitation associated with all of this through Eastern Ontario. And they've pushed the severe warning basically just to the west of Cornwall. So Long Sault, South Stormont, right along the Seaway through Morrisburg, Iroquois, and Johnstown. So we'll see. Just Johnstown's not in it, but they've pushed the warning just to the edge of it. So we'll take a look at that and see where things go from there. So that is what's unfolding here around the Ottawa area and Eastern Ontario. CC Brooks just saying strong winds just south of Vernon, heavy rain. Wow. What else? Amanda just saying that we do have hail, mostly small. It's already mostly rain now. Some of it was definitely grape to loony size. So thank you very much, Amanda, for confirming that. Always love getting those kinds of reports just so it confirms what I'm looking at. I got a question for London, Ontario. No severe weather in London, Ontario today at this point. So Also getting a ton of rain coming down in the mountain area from Barbara Sherman. So another update there. So I've got a bit of a break here. Bear with me for a second. Let's just take a look here. 6:47. Yeah, we do have a bit of a break. So again, I'm just going to quickly play a small commercial from our sponsor, Paul Davis Property Restoration Experts. Thank you for their support. We definitely cannot do this without them, and I'll be right back.
Paul Davis, your first call when severe weather threatens your property. When summer storms strike, our experts are ready to restore your home. Paul Davis Restoration.
Heavy rain doesn't just cause damage, it helps it spread. And once water gets in, it moves fast. Our experts respond quickly to contain, dry, and restore your property. When wind leaves your property exposed, every minute matters. Strong winds can tear away roofs, windows, and protection in seconds. Our experts respond quickly to secure, stabilize, and restore your property. Hail can strike without warning, damaging roofs, windows, and siding in seconds. But the impact can last far longer. Our experts respond quickly to assess, stabilize, and restore your property. Paul Davis. When things go wrong, we do what's right.
So again, thank you to them for sponsoring today's stream. Really appreciate it. They're a great partner for us. And if you do have any issues with the severe weather coming through, whether it's flooding, wind damage, hail, definitely give them a shout out. The Ottawa and Lanark office, 613-822-2734. Just saw a couple of questions in the chat here asking about a round 2 in the Ottawa area. Are we clear? So you are definitely still possible for storms. I don't think they're going to be as strong as this storm that just came through. So again, there is definitely a chance for more storms later on. You can see there's some along the Ottawa River, up by Deep River area. They're much smaller, more contained, more isolated, but it's definitely still a possibility. Our watches are still on for 5 more hours. So we are talking midnight is when these watches expire. If things do look like they're going to, there's less of a chance of anything happening, we will definitely update you guys about that as things progress here. So lots of rain. So this storm just initiated off a boundary, I want to say. I'm just going to check here by Kemptville because I saw a question about that. There's a outflow boundary pushing south with ahead of this storm, and I believe that's what's initiating the storm here by the Kemptville area that just kind of initiated in the last scan or two, and we'll see what it's doing here. We should have a new update in about a minute or less. So just seeing a comment about Embrun area. You are just on the edge of the moderate to light rain. Southwest of you in Embrun, or like southwest of Embrun, I should say, you have very heavy precipitation, but it is moving through your area there. So you are done with this particular cluster of storms. If there's anything light showers coming later on right now, this is what we're dealing with at this point on our latest scan. So let me just take a look at some winds here. Just seeing, it's interesting. My camera's looking at this and there's definitely no wind in here. These are definitely bright scans for wind, so I'm just assessing that, folks. Bear with me for a second. I'm literally looking at my camera outside and there's definitely no winds showing here. This is right in Kemptville, right where that strong wind is indicated. Let me just come back to this. I can definitely hear thunder. That just happened. I'm going to turn the camera more north so you can see this. This is approaching. No wind currently right here, right now. Just looking back to the west a little bit. But that's our live view from the camera here at the studios. And Ruby, thank you very much for the donation. Carleton Place, you are... Let me just take a look here. Right now, you're in the clear. These storms are to your east and moving southeast at this point. So you can see that it kind of just skirted to the east of Carleton Place. There are some storms that could happen to the west. Right now, I don't think they're going to be of the same caliber in terms of severity if they do happen. So that is the good news for Carleton Place and other areas like Perth. Right now, this is going to come through. It's coming through Winchester, Chester, Vernon, Morewood, Embrun, Russell, and moving south from there. So Manotick is almost out of it right now, going through Northgower, Cars, Osgood. And I'm just going to quickly flip around here and just take a look at one of my cameras to see what it looks like there. And I'll show that to you guys. So this is the Manotick camera, and you can see that there's not a lot of wind associated with this. Obviously, heavy precipitation as this is coming through, but that is basically all you're dealing with is just very heavy rain. And just going to connect here and swing the camera around a little bit. So you can see there was a lightning strike, and the camera just stopped working. That's never a good sign. That could mean the power just went out in Manotick briefly. So I saw the flash on the screen there, and then we lost the camera. So I'm going to guess that lightning hit there and either brownout or anything. Give me a sec here. I've got some stuff coming in here from Connor as well. So I'll show you guys that. Let me bring up juggling a million things here. So bear with me. This is the view of the storm as it's coming into Kemptville, so it definitely looks nasty. It looks more nasty than it actually is for the most part. This is definitely going to have very heavy rain in it, but at the end of the day, doesn't look like the winds are going to be too serious, but we'll monitor it here. I'll bring up some photos here that are being shared with us from oh goodness, what happened there? Oh, okay. Clicking on too many buttons, folks. Hail from the Richmond area. Lindsay sending this in. So thank you very much for this. This was sent to Connor. He's sharing it. Let me bring it up to you so you can see that these are, there's probably a loony-sized hailstone, maybe even a little bit bigger. This was through the Richmond area where we were talking about those pink pixels on the radar. So definitely some hail coming with that storm. So again, thank you very much to Lindsay for sharing that out of the Richmond area earlier. Just going to take a look around a little bit here. And let me swing back around. Okay. Just checking one of my cameras to see if it's still showing live. It didn't seem like it was. Okay. Let's take a look around here. So I'm going to start up by Petawawa area. We'll take a look at our radar there. Most of the hail has worked its way out of the storms on the scan. So there's 1 pixel of pink, but this is way high up in the storm. So I'm not super concerned about the hail on this. This is just going to be a heavy rainmaker at this point. And obviously south of Highway 17 near Deep River, kind of west of Petawawa. That's all that's going on up there. I'm just going to take a look. A little bit of wind, moderate to light wind within that. Few other isolated storms. Just looking here on the Quebec side, west of Maniwaki, we have a little bit of hail possibly showing up in there with very heavy rain. Those again are moving kind of southeast at this point. You can see that. So that'll head down the 105 eventually and cross it. Connor's got a really good view of the storm here by Kemptville. I know exactly where he's at. And so Connor definitely getting a good view here of the storm. This is from my studio right now. I'm on the north side of Kemptville. You can see my neighbor standing out there staring at the clouds. That's interesting. Camera's glitching a little bit, apparently. Anyways, so that's what's coming in here. So I'll bring Connor back up. He's definitely got a beautiful view of this storm. So he is, I think he's on 43 right now, if I had to guess. Let me just take a look. No, he's actually even further south than that. He's not on 43 at all. Well, I didn't guess right, apparently. He's actually near Miller's Corners area. So that is, again, south of Kemptville at this point on our storms. So let me bring those up. So he is looking at our storm east of Kemptville, essentially, is what he's got going on there. So we'll swing back to him in 1 second. Jojo Bean saying lots of trees down north of the U.S. border in Quebec, which would have been with those strong winds that we saw coming through that area where the severe warning was. It's unfortunate to hear that. Let me just flip actually over to velocities. That would have been right in this area around Ormstown, Franklin Center. This is where it picked up, right on the border essentially, and just north of it, and then right south of Franklin Center. You can see how bright those winds are on that scan, so I would suspect it's right around the Franklin Center area, unfortunately. And we did highlight those winds as that was coming through. So continuing east, they haven't severe warned it further east. Interesting. The winds have definitely subsided, but there's still quite a bit of precipitation in this, but they do not extend the severe warning east along the U.S. border on the southern side of Quebec. Let's just flip over here and take a look at all our storms coming through. Through Winchester, very heavy rain north of Winchester, through Morewood area. And just going to do something here. Bear with me for 1 sec. And then we'll update. I'm going to take a look, but this is all heading for the Seaway at this point. So if you're anywhere along the 401, you definitely need to pay attention to this because it is coming down that way. And we'll definitely have a bit of an impact down in that region. So let me just take a look here. Okay. Let me come back to this. We'll see if Connor gets a view on it. We are 7:02 p.m. Eastern time. Saying there's 27, Veronica just sent me a message, 2,700 people out of power in the Ottawa area currently. So obviously some power outages associated with this as it came through. Definitely, again, breaking up compared to what it was, but still have very heavy rain and let me just freeze our scan here. So through Morewood, it's going to be coming through Chesterville, Winchester, very heavy rain in that area, just with those dark reds. And then around Cars, North Gower, Osgood area, and then a decent pocket of heavier rain, not torrential, but east of Kemptville, stretching out, and that will interact with the rest of the storm at this point. So, okay, give me a sec here. I got something. Chesterville storm coming through. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we were just talking about there. Are there storm chasers in Quebec? I do have sometimes Mark out of Montreal, but he happens to be in Prince Edward County by Picton on a bit of a vacation trip, so he is not chasing anything today. He's enjoying beach weather, and our storm that was basically down in that area has died off. Like I said, I didn't think this storm would even get to Belleville, and I was correct. That has died off. So just looking here to see what's going on. I'll flip out. I want to see what Calgary and Alberta looks like right now. Just some non-severe storms for the most part. One storm southwest of Rocky Mountain House with very small hail on it. Nothing to be super concerned about just yet. We are expecting more severe weather later on in Alberta, so we will definitely be covering that if it does unfold. So it is definitely rumbly outside my house at this point. We'll see if we'll just take a look at our camera here. So this is the weather cam just outside the studio, and you can see that it hasn't even rained here in Kemptville. That's the crazy part. I'm just going to swing back to the west. You can see that it is just skirting Kemptville area to my kind of going over top. There is potential for it to come in. I'll just show you that quickly here. You can see that the dot is where the Kemptville camera is, and these storms are just skirting it to the east side. There's obviously clouds, but the precipitation itself is staying to the east of Kemptville, and probably going to stay after Kemptville, east of the 416 is essentially the best way I can describe that for you guys. So again, just a bit of a live view there. I'm going to try and get my Winchester camera up and running. It's been giving me a hard time today. I'm going to see if it'll come up. So it does come up on there, so let me see if I can get it to come up. Nope, doesn't want it to. I'm not going to fight with it too hard today. Give me a sec here. Okay, let's forget that. We'll move on, and then we'll continue to give you guys some updates on the rest of it at this point. So, okay. So our heaviest rain continues to be, oh, there is hail between Winchester and Chesterville right now. Definitely picked up some intensity here. So where we're seeing just north of Highway 43, again, between Winchester and Chesterville, probably seeing maybe grapes to possibly loony sized hail in there. And then there's maybe a little bit of hail back here just south of Osgood. There may be a tiny amount of pea sized hail to maybe grapes in that portion, but very heavy rain as well. Just looking at my winds just to see if there's anything. So far, the winds are mostly moderate. They are moderate to light winds within this. And again, you can see how broken up everything is getting on our radar compared to where it was before. A little bit of a rain shower forming right near the Almont area as well. That just kind of initiated. And that's why it's hard for me to tell people whether something is over and done with, because storms can initiate just, in a small area. And, you never know what you're going to get. So this is a live view of our Almont storm that I can see right from our weather cam here from Almont. You can see that it is very light rain right now, but much heavier rain to the north of this view at this time. Let me just see if I can swing the camera around, and I'll bring that up. So we are literally getting live views here as this unfolds. So I'm going to just swing around. There's definitely some heavier precip back to the west here. You can actually even see almost some sunshine. And then back to the east, there's not much yet. So again, just due north, we are definitely getting some rain in there. So definitely handy to have these cameras to be able to give you guys a bird's eye view of what is going on. Connor's got a good view here on the live stream. This is near Spencerville. And let me just take a look where he's located. Exactly. And I believe he's going to have a view of the storm just near Winchester, Chesterville. No, he's heading, where is he? Yeah, he's heading kind of east, trying to keep ahead of this. So he's very south of the storm. That would be our storm zooming in here by South Mountain and Mountain area. Just based on that, you can see that. So very aggressive looking storm, heavy rain in it, but thankfully the winds are not extremely strong in that. But our two areas of concern would be the hail between Winchester and Chesterville. That is one pocket, and then south of Osgood is the other one at this time. So that is definitely what we need to concentrate on at this point. And we'll see if those hail cores go away on the next scan or if they re-intensify, and that could happen. Just seeing here, they're updating the severe warning for our storms west of Maniwaki. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, so they're saying the thunderstorm is located 50 kilometers west of Maniwaki and is moving southeast at 40 kilometers per hour. So again, that is for this little hail pixelation in there, just west of Maniwaki, moving southeast, as you can see here. And yeah, that's definitely what's going on here. Just minor hail in there. It probably is melting before it gets to the surface. Just warned out of an abundance of caution. Rain showers moving through Petawawa, CFB Petawawa as well, coming into Pembroke, but these are just regular rain showers, not seeing anything as far as hail is concerned. Winds are light to maybe moderate at most out of those storms. And then we'll move back to the Quebec side and take a look on the southern portion of Quebec. So basically just on the U.S. border, essentially. We do have some precipitation moving eastward, and they just severe warned it as I'm pointing it out here. So they are severe warning this for obviously very heavy rain. Let me just see what the velocities look like in here. There's a bit of wind in there too, so moderate to a little bit, maybe more than moderate winds in there, but not hitting the 90-kilometer-hour threshold for severe winds. Let's just see what we've got in there for winds at this point. 50, 60 kilometers an hour maximum, so above the surface. But south of the border, there's definitely some very strong winds just south of the U.S. border. So windy on the U.S. side at this point. For here, it is just prolific rain heading towards Saint Armand, Bedford, and then Fraleysburg. Probably mispronouncing that, heading towards Cowansville, but the heavier precip is south of there. You can see that the northern stuff has orange and yellow and green and blue, which is light rain, so not too heavy there. So let me just swing back to Eastern Ontario and we'll cover that. What's our next scan here? We should have a new update here in a minute or less, so I'll stick with that for a minute here and then we'll jump back on it. I'll wait for an update. Uh, 3.5 hours into this broadcast, I expect if Alberta goes, we are going to be, oh my goodness, Chesterville, large hail coming through Chesterville right now. This is definitely going to be loony-sized hail, maybe up to toonie-sized hail in this. So definitely significant hail happening along Highway 43 near Chesterville. This is our latest scan. It is moving southeast at this point. So I'm going to bring this up and show you guys over the last few scans. It went from between Winchester and Chesterville to over Chesterville, and now it's moving southeast from there. So very heavy precipitation in there with some moderately strong winds. They are straight line winds at this time. So again, not super concerned about rotation, just straight line winds. And there is significant hail in this. Again, probably up to toonie sized hail, maybe even a little bit bigger. So if you have livestock, pets, vehicles, farm equipment you don't want damaged, and you are southeast of this storm, southeast of 43 in Chesterville, you want to basically take that precaution now. It is heading towards the 401. Not sure if that hail core is going to sustain, so that is still up in the air. And a little bit of hail here by Inkerman. This will be pea-sized to maybe grape-sized hail. Out of that, very heavy precipitation in that, however. So it's something to keep in mind on that. And basically, north of Hallville, just a very heavy rain shower there. And I'm just looking to see if there's anything on my camera. It barely rained here in Kemptville. Like, it is raining a little bit, but I wouldn't even be fair to call it rain at this point. So big time hail. I think this is going to re-intensify possibly on the next scan. So that could be problematic as it moves southeast from here. So right now, all our precip is tucked in south of Richmond, south of Manotick, south of Metcalfe. Embrum Russell, you're out of it at this point, and it's south of Castleman. So you'll probably get some more rain, a little bit on the lighter end in Moose Creek, but Avonmore, Newington, Finch, then eventually on to Lunenburg. And it is obviously going through Winchester Springs, Dunbar, Williamsburg, and then it'll be into South Stormont. But our area of concern is obviously this very large hail core showing up on here with some significantly bright pink colors. Again, probably toonie-sized hail in there, maybe a little bit bigger. So heavy precipitation as this continues to move through the area. It is quite broken up, but still pockets of intensity that we need to worry about. Obviously, quite a bit of lightning as well. That is always one of the biggest threats with thunderstorms, is that lightning. Connor getting a great view here as well. Rick is with him on the road, chasing this with him as well. So keeping an eye on both of those guys and just kind of giving you guys updates from there. So just saw a quick question here about Pembroke. The storms up by Pembroke are just regular, non-severe thunderstorms. That's all that is going on there. JC family, always good to see you in the chat. I'm sorry I can't keep up with all questions. I think we are good in Kemptville. It has mostly missed us. It probably looked more threatening than anything, but our storms basically missed Kemptville. We may get a little bit of rain on the next little round that's coming through here, but it is just skirting Kemptville area as well. So Huck this saying to protect from hail, a good comforter will keep hail from damaging. So yeah, you can definitely dry out the comforter and protect whatever it is that you're throwing it over top of quickly. So that is definitely a good comment there. So thank you for that. Loud thunder in Montreal right now. Definitely all the storms are to the south. Let me just take a look here. What time are we at on our scan? Let's just see here, 7:11. So we've got another 3 minutes till our next scan. Again, the hail in Chesterville area is definitely the concern at this point. There is quite a bit of hail falling in that area at this point. So dry in Barrhaven. Yes, Ottawa is out of it for the most part at this point. And definitely the show is over, thankfully. I do know that it rained very heavily through the Ottawa area and even possibly some small hail happening there. So that was definitely an intense storm. Luckily, the rotation on the storm right near Arnprior area, we did have that tornado warning by Goleta, I believe was where it was actually at. Darky, Sabertooth, thank you. Oh, just had a lot of toonie-sized hail in Chesterville. So that confirms what I was saying. Hopefully didn't cause any damage, because you start getting into that toonie-sized hail, it can start to cause some issues as far as denting vehicles. Obviously, if it's a lot of it, like prolific hail, in terms of the number or volume, you definitely will get tree shred and damage to, unfortunately, vegetables, flowers, that kind of stuff. Nothing you can do about it, but that's kind of the fallout of it. So anyways, I appreciate getting that information, and I really appreciate the donation as well. So Edmonton, Calgary, Alberta area, we are definitely swinging back that way later on. So far, there's only one storm that was severe warned southwest of Rocky Mountain House, and it was barely severe. It had a bit of hail on it. That was it. It was still in the foothills. I'm just going to wait here and just wait for our next scan. So here we go. Here's our next scan. Still continuing to have hail. This would be probably loony to toonie sized hail between Newington and Chesterville, and it continues to drop southeast. So that hail core is sustaining. And the thing with the hail core wrapped in that is very torrential rain. Lots of lightning with it as well. And there are strong winds on this. The winds are starting to pick up on this. So we are talking we're probably 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface, so somewhat windy as this is moving through, and I'll show you what's unfolding here with the winds just through the Chesterville area. You can see how they suddenly got bright, and they're getting brighter on this scan, and they're moving southeast towards South Stormont, so some straight line winds could be picking up here as well. So that is intensifying somewhat. Definitely still getting hail on that storm, so heavy precip all the way from Berwick, just south of Chrysler, through kind of the west of Finch area, and then down along there. Winchester Springs and Inkerman, there's probably some small pea-sized to grape-sized hail just due south of Winchester, essentially, with torrential rainfall in that as well. Let me just check the winds. Winds are not terrible. The only area was what we were just highlighting. And then some winds, some rain, kind of from, where are we here? Just north of Kempville, stretching east through Hallville. But obviously the Hallville area with that dark red definitely showing far more precipitation there. And then south of Richmond, over to North Gower, just to the north of North Gower through Cars, we have more heavy precip in that area. And then we have this storm. Is this storm just parked here? Just checking the storm, it re-intensified here just to the west of Almont, so very heavy rain west of Mississippi Mills, west of Almont roughly, just north of Clayton, definitely a heavy rainmaker in there. Some lightning, but the wind is not bad on that storm. And then we just have regular rain showers here, or thunderstorms up in the Petawawa area. Pembroke, just basically some pockets of very heavy rain, moderate to light winds winds throughout that area as well. And then on the Maniwaki side, west of there, right now, no hail indicated, just very heavy rain in a very small area here just west of Maniwaki at this point. So that is what's unfolding in that area, and I'm just going to take a glance around at the rest of it. Let me see. Some minor, very small storms, non-severe up north of Val-d'Or. But those are just non-severe, tiny thunderstorms, basically. Let's take a look here on the Quebec side. Looks like the precipitation is working its way a little bit out of this storm. What I'll show you here is that if you notice right at the U.S. border, I'll zoom in here and I'll bring it up actually on a full screen, not on a full screen, on a larger screen. We had a whole bunch of red in here with dark orange, and you can see that the red is slowly filtering its way out of it. So there's very little red left, and we're mostly left with orange, yellows, and greens. So a bit of wind in there, I bet. Yeah, definitely still windy along that U.S. border and moving eastward, but the rain is starting to work its way out of that. So still lots of lightning associated with it. However, the precip is starting to kind of subside on that, and the winds will probably as well. So that is what's going on. Weird that they still have this warning down in the Peterborough area. That storm is absolutely vaporized, unless my software hasn't cleared it out. Let me just do a reset here and see if that's the case. Yeah, it was the software. See, technology is only as good as the person using it. That's what I like to say. Okay, we'll just jump in this quickly. 7:17 should have a new scan here in 2 to 3 minutes. So I'm just going to quickly look. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up in Saskatchewan. That's interesting. West of Prince Albert. Hailmaker here. Let me just quickly update. We are going to be switching over to the west, but by Pebble Bay and Big Shell, there is definitely some decent sized hail in this. This is west of Prince Albert, back in Saskatchewan, just so we know. This is going to be sorry, just got a donation here from Dennis, it looks like. Lightning and loud thunder, Airdrie, Alberta now. So I'll just quickly take a look in there. I just want to address the hail core right now here west of Shellbrook, south of Highway 3 along Highway 12. There's probably loony-sized hail in this, maybe slightly bigger, and it's slowly moving southeast at this point, so you can see that. So we'll monitor that storm as well. A little bit unexpected out in the Saskatchewan area. Let's take a look here. Still got our little bit of a hailer here by Rocky Mountain House. That looks to be the only severe warned storm along 752. Very small hail indicator here, maybe loony or smaller. And then we do have non-severe storms, basically southwest of Calgary, still in the foothills, heavy rainmaker by Diamond Valley, and a very small rainmaker with one lightning bolt or two lightning bolts here by Airdrie, still non-severe. But we are expecting severe weather here in Alberta later on. Our broadcast will switch over to that in a bit there. So just watching what's going on here northwest of Edmonton. So there is a line forming here by Barrhead and moving kind of east-southeast. Is that what it's doing? It's mostly moving east by the looks of it. So this might get severe warned if it picks up intensity, but right now just some heavy precipitation in that northwest of Edmonton and around the rest of the area. These are non-severe storms, maybe around Vegreville on Highway 16, Yellowhead. You've got a little bit of hail kind of west of there, but small hail more than likely out of that. So it's starting to get agitated in Alberta. Just as the Ontario-Quebec stuff looks to be dying off. So again, we will shift our focus that way. So let's take a look at winds. So there's definitely some strong winds in this, folks, from Newington all the way kind of arching back, just about to come into South Stormont along the Highway 401 corridor. All the way back almost to Morrisburg area. Definitely some straight line winds that are going to be an issue on that. Newington showing a little bit of hail still in here, so this is going to be pea-sized probably or smaller at this point. Very heavy precipitation in that dark red area, continuing to move towards the 401 and the U.S. border at this point. Okay, Connor just reporting that very strong winds, which is what we were just chatting about here. And yeah, down to, he's past Morrisburg. Where is he right now? Yeah, he's just to the other side of Morrisburg, saying there's some strong winds. So there's your severe warning for that as well. Environment Canada putting out a severe. They should have put it out for that hail a while ago. I'm not sure why they didn't. But right now, again, Connor just coming through Morrisburg, saying it's very windy on the 401 heading eastbound. And in here, we do have a pocket of very strong winds, reading about 80 kilometers an hour. So on the surface, we are going to be 60, 70 kilometers an hour, and those are intensifying as this moves southeast at this point. So getting a lot of thunder and lightning still throughout the whole region. And our biggest pocket of heavy precip is between Avonmore, Berwick, Finch, down to Newington, and what else is down here? That's basically it. Kind of northwest or north of South Stormont. So that precip is going to be coming across the highway there. And we do have Winchester Springs right now in a bullseye of very heavy torrential rain. Not much for winds there, but again, if you are traveling the 401 anywhere from Morrisburg, I would say all the way to Cornwall, it's about to get very windy and rainy as you do. So let's just take a look. They're updating some other stuff. That's what that beeping is for. Okay, they're updating a warning out in Alberta. I'll go take a quick look at that. Still have some heavy precip through the North Gower area, just to the north of there between Richmond and North Gower. We've got some additional storms kind of firing off. Just going to see what it's doing. So it's drifting southeast. That will come into North Gower, just missing Kempville at this point again along the 416 corridor. You can see that dark red area, and this storm has parked itself by the looks of it. Well, it's moving a little bit, but definitely very heavy rain kind of through Clayton, between Clayton and Almont and up to Mississippi Mills. That's basically where we've got very heavy, intense rainfall. I'm just going to see if my camera's picking it up in that area. And then I do have, let me just take a look here. I don't have a camera along the 401 there, so Iroquois is the closest one. Well, it's definitely raining in Almont area. So this is our weather cam in Almont. Obviously very blurred out because it's got rain on it. Let me see if I can move it to get it to cooperate here. But sometimes they won't. No, just getting very heavy rain on that. Let me see if I can get it to fall off. Nope. But anyways, it's very heavy rain in Almont right now, so that's what you can expect there. And we're watching the wind along the 401. Connor is driving through it right now. You can see a lot of people driving with their four-way flashers on as he progresses. So very heavy rainfall. This is east of Morrisburg, moving up towards South Stormont area. Rick, I believe, is with him in that as well. So you can see Rick in that as well along the 401 here. So just going to zoom in again between Morrisburg and then up to kind of South Stormont area. Connor's reception is not that good in that heavy rain. They're using a Starlink, but Starlink is good, but it's not perfect, unfortunately. So, okay. Let's just take a look here. 7:23 p.m., 1 minute out from our next scan. I'm just going to watch these winds as they move along the 401. That is going to be it. And then it'll eventually be crossing the river. So this will be coming into Cornwall, just skirting into Cornwall a little bit. And it's not going to last long. This is moving fairly quickly. So just getting a comment from Haley that it's very windy and nasty in Ingleside. Appreciate that update. Robin asking about Pontiac on the Quebec side. Right now, there is nothing. There are storms up northwest of Ottawa on the Ottawa River up by Petawawa, Pembroke, but they are so far sticking up there. They're moving very slowly compared to this storm that is moving southeast over the 401 essentially. So What time is it? 7:31. There's our latest scan. So let's just take a look at our winds here along the 401. And that's why Connor's saying it's windy, because those winds are pushing across the 401 right now. So we are seeing through South Stormont 60, 70 kilometer hour winds, maybe even some pockets of possibly close to 80. So that is heading for the Seaway at this point, obviously. And you can see they're driving through it right now. So visibility is not the best, and heavy precip. A lot of drivers with their four-ways on at this point because of how heavy that precipitation is at this point. So yeah, Helix saying, hey, good to see you, Helix. I managed to catch your comment in there all the way from Australia. No tornadoes today so far, just very heavy rain and lots of lightning and some hail. So we've definitely had some action today, but luckily for the most part, not as bad as it could have been. And you can see Rick's Connor's feed has gone out. Rick's feed has now gone out as well. They're fighting to try and get any kind of data just because of how heavy that precipitation is at this point. So and they just updated the severe warning here for along the Seaway. Let me just see, just saying capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter size hail, and heavy rain. And you can see that heavy rain here right from our two chasers there, Rick on the bottom right and Connor on the top left. So driving on the highway right now, very, very poor visibility and torrential rainfall along that 401. So if you are traveling, watch out for hydroplaning. Definitely slow down and make sure you can stop safely, because this definitely has the potential for causing accidents if people aren't paying attention. So I'm just going to switch back to our main screen because they cannot get service under that storm at this point. So, okay. Let me jump back at this. Just going to take a look what we've got going on. I might actually, give me a sec here. I'm going to check one of my cameras. I may have another camera I can look at here down the Seaway. Scully, holy cow, thank you very much for your very generous donation. Yes, definitely looks like we're going to have a long day, unfortunately, but that's what we're here for. So thank you very much. Really appreciate your donation. I am going to share we have the Gigi's Tree Care weather cam. This is down by Ogdensburg. Let me go full screen on it just so that it does shake, unfortunately. We are going to get that eventually sorted here when we get it moved. But this is looking down the St. Lawrence Seaway. Let me just take a look here. So that is the bridge at Ogdensburg, Prescott area, and you can see the storm in the distance, but obviously back to the west there's quite a bit of sunshine, so quite the contrast. But that is looking up the St. Lawrence Seaway towards Montreal, and you can see that storm just coming in from that area. But again, due north, you've got sunshine essentially for the most part, so not a whole lot going on. This is looking back towards Brockville area. The sun is starting to get closer down towards the horizon, but that's basically what we've got going on there. So again, you can see that camera is pretty far from the storms, but I wanted to just give you guys a kind of a bit of a visual of that. Okay, let's get back to this and just kind of take a look out as far as what's going on right now. Manotick, Osgood, Northgower, very heavy precipitation in a small pocket. Ruby, thank you very much. Lots of lightning and thunder in Carleton Place. That will be from our storm to the north around Almont. Definitely getting a ton of precipitation there, and this is moving slowly southeast at this point. It looks like it's expanding a little bit, so we'll be into Carleton Place here very shortly, and you can see all that lightning in there as well. So Connor just saying on the 401, he's saying probably sounds like about marble-sized hail on eastbound on the 401 where Connor was driving through there. So let me see if I've got any kind of a video feed from them, but more than likely I don't. Google Maps also showing slowdowns along there where the storm is crossing the 401. But right now, Almont area definitely getting a ton of precipitation, kind of tucked in south of Mississippi Mills, Clayton, and shortly going to be into Carleton Place. And you can see all the lightning on this storm that is out ahead of it. So this is a storm that is picking up some intensity, so I'm going to have to monitor that one just to see what it's doing, but it is going over the radar, so a little bit difficult to see what's happening there. And then east of Kempville, moderate to moderate heavy rain down to light rain continuing there. And then obviously the rain with some hail, Connor saying probably marbles in here at this point. So neither one of them are able to transmit at this point from underneath all that precipitation. So we'll swing back to them here shortly. And there are some straight line winds with this as well. So just got our latest update. So let's take a look at it. Winds are very strong right to the east of South Stormont, right over the St. Lawrence Seaway. When we start seeing these bright pink colors, we're over 80 kilometers an hour. So definitely windy on the surface because we're reading higher up in the storm. That is going to be 60 to 70 kilometers an hour at this point. Janet, thank you very much for the stars. Really appreciate that. Just seeing something about hail size. Hail marble size in Williamsburg coming from Dawn. Thank you very much for that update. And sorry, things are jumping pretty quick here. Second heavy round passing through Petawawa, Pembroke area, a bit stronger than this afternoon, light winds, but lots of lightning and thunder. And yeah, for reference, thank you very much for that, Mr. Winter. The storm that came out of Pembroke kind of initiated around Pembroke to the south and made its way from there. So this is definitely going to be stronger, and you can see what's happening here. That kind of cluster of storms has latched to the Ottawa River and has intensified on the last couple of scans. So there could be another round coming south along the river or southeast along the river at this point. Strong winds to the west of Petawawa, that bright green area, that's going to be 70 to 80 kilometer hour winds. So appreciate that. Just going to take a look here. I've got a camera up in there, so let's take a look. Waiting for that to load. Wow, there is some serious lightning on this right now. This weather cam, this is up in Pembroke. You can see that. Let me see if I can spin it around, but obviously quite a bit of rainfall, big raindrops because they're changing the shape of our feed, unfortunately. But give me 1 second. We'll see if we can turn it around here. It's looking northwest right now. So we'll turn it kind of north just to look. Got a bit of a view here, so definitely lots of lightning on this. I've been seeing quite a few flashes on it, and just going to look west. There's another flash of lightning. You can see that's over more directly west, obviously where the sun is setting. Sunshine out over that way, but lots of rain and lots of lightning as well on this. So that's our live cam in Pembroke area at this point. So let me swing back, take a look at that. So we're going to watch how this progresses, because this looks to have gone and it's now going southeast along the Ottawa River at this point. So that may follow the same path as the original storm. We'll see if it picks up intensity, and that's going to be the question mark at this point. Lots of rain and thunder and lightning in the Carleton Place area as well. Let me switch over. I do have a camera that will be in view of that very shortly as it comes into there. I'm just going to take a look. One of these days, these cameras will get hit by lightning. I don't have any delusions that that won't happen. Let me just take a look. So this is on the edge of Carleton Place on the north side. The rain just starting here. So this again is our weather cam right outside of the Carleton Place area, and you can see a little bit of wind, some precipitation starting, but it looks like it's going to get very heavy here. I'll monitor this camera as it comes into Carleton Place. That is for our storm right here on the radar that you can see. and possibly maybe even a little bit of hail in that. So again, I'll monitor that camera and bring that back once just had a solid lightning strike on it as well. So again, all of this moving southeast at this point. And so we're not done with weather yet, folks, in Eastern Ontario. Hopefully it stays for the most part non-severe, or at least we don't get any rotating winds. That'll be the wind for the evening or at this time. So let's just take a look here. Our scan is 7:35. We're about 2 minutes out from our next scan here. So seeing a bunch of hail by Williamsburg. I forgot to highlight this, and I saw it, but I forgot to get to it. Sorry, folks. So there is hail just north of the 401, again, east of Williamsburg. It's kind of west of, I guess, due north of Morrisburg. We've probably got loony-sized or smaller hail in this, and it's continuing to move southeast. There's also some wind embedded in all of this as well. So that is, again, we did highlight through the South Stormont area. Let me take a look at Quebec, and let me go back there on the southern portion, just what's hugging. All the rain is starting to break up here. We did talk about it earlier. We are now down to just yellows, greens, and a little bit of orange in there. So the precipitation definitely dying off as this continues to move eastward. So this is no longer what I would consider severe storm at this point. This is just a thunder shower at this point, and it's losing a ton of its lightning as well. So that another indicator that it is weakening as well. Just you can totally tell on radar at this point. So what time is it? Okay, let's swing back to around the Seaway and the 401, and we should have an update here in a minute or less. So I'm going to take a look at that. Precipitation is picking up in Carleton Place, so you can see the visibility going down. They're still not in the meat of it yet. However, the wind is still not picked up here either, so that is good news. Okay, here's our latest scan. Hail crossing the 401 just north of, where are we here? North of Morrisburg or northeast of Morrisburg, or between South Stormont and Morrisburg. This will be probably loony or smaller hail in this. I'm just going to take a look at our winds. Winds are now crossing into upstate New York. So most of it has made its way out of the Ontario. For the most part, still a little bit windy along the St. Lawrence Seaway. Definitely picking up some intensity as it moves across that St. Lawrence Seaway. More rain here through just between North Gower and Kempville, kind of due north, and we may even have a tiny bit of hail here just basically just north of the 416, north of Kempville. Might be pea-sized hail in that, but very heavy torrential downpour at this point. And just keeping an eye on some cameras as well at the same time. So let's just take a look. And then here's the rain coming through Carleton Place. It is right near the radar, so it does look a little wonky. So it does kind of give it a bit of a strange look, more intense than it actually is. And that stretches from kind of Munster, Ashton area, all the way kind of west, just to the south of Clayton at this point. And that is moving southeast as well. You can see that here. And then let's go back up to the Pembroke Petawawa area and see what's happening up there. So we do have a line forming here. It is just coming through Pembroke area. There are some stronger winds behind it. These are straight line winds. So I'm just going to flip back up there to see what the winds look like on our camera up there and see if we get that. And then we'll continue on from there. So man, it's definitely windy up there. The camera's shaking. So this is a view. This is very windy, these straight line winds. This is a live view from Pembroke right now. We are on top of a house, and I'll turn around here. You can see this is starting to blow stuff around, folks. So some strong wind gusts coming through the Pembroke area from our weather cam. And again, just as this line is forming, so I'm going to show you right here. We've got right where that Pembroke WC weather cam is. It's coming through right now. Let me flip back over to it. And you can see that this is quite windy right now, shaking the camera. The trees are definitely starting to bend in that area. Just looking around at if there's any Yeah, definitely very windy up in the Pembroke area. So lots of precipitation, lightning, and I'm just going to see how far back I can go this way. Definitely getting very gusty out there. So that is headed your way along the Ottawa River. And definitely you can see very heavy precipitation in that right now, getting tossed around on this camera. So let me just switch back over here. And so this will be heading down the Ottawa River, and it currently stretches over the Ottawa River onto the Quebec side and back to the southwest, essentially. So basically through Waltham, Quebec, Whitewater region, Mansfield and Pontefract. It'll come through Otter Lake, Campbell's Bay, Brisson, Portage du Fort, Shawville. So there's another round coming. These are straight line winds, though, not rotating winds. So that is one of the key components that I want to highlight. Very heavy rain, possibly with a little bit of hail embedded in it. And let me just show you coming back to Pembroke and then stretching southwest from there. But this is the view from our camera, so you can see on the back side of this the sunshine is starting to poke out, so not lasting very long, but quite gusty as it's going through. And that stretches back to the southwest along 58. So again, Cobden, it's going to stay east of Barry's Bay at this point, that line, unless it extends further out. It'll come through Renfrew, Cobden, Arnprior, and continue on from there. So still got quite a bit of weather happening here throughout the region. I am going to double back here and look at Alberta because I'm trying to give coverage for both. We got a bit of a storm here by Diamond Valley. There's definitely a hailer here in Alberta. A couple of storms starting to come off the foothills. These are moving due east. The hail is southwest of Diamond Valley. And this Willow Above and Beyond, thank you very much for the donation. Lightning and thunder, strong winds just started in Cornwall. It's blackout, and it's definitely heading that way. So I'll jump on that after I clear this area. So heading east towards Highway 22, southwest of Diamond Valley. A hailmaker at this point. It is south of Calgary. We still have our storm here just southwest of Rocky Mountain House, but over Swan Lake area. But a little bit of hail on that. Let me just take a look. No real rotation to speak of. This is going to be loony or smaller in terms of hail. Still around the Edmonton area, just minor storms for the most part. These are non-severe, not even thunderstorms. There's no thunder on any of this to the north by Barhead. It looks like maybe one lightning bolt. So again, non-severe storms there. And then let's just take a look at our storms by Prince Albert. The hail has basically come out of these storms at this point. Let me just see here. We had quite a bit of pixels of pink, but now it is losing some of its intensity. So these are just very heavy rainmakers at this point. Wind is moderate to light in those as well. So nothing to be concerned about with those storms. So let me come back to Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. And yeah, Cornwall right now getting a ton of rain as it's coming through, along with those winds just along the St. Lawrence Seaway. So very heavy precip making its way into Cornwall. It will get just to the east of Cornwall. They're updating that severe warning all the way to the Ontario-Quebec border. However, it's only going to be to the east. The heaviest of precip and winds are going to be just to the east of Cornwall at the most. And right now, coming through south of the 401, it is over the St. Lawrence Seaway. A little bit of, what am I trying to say? A little bit of hail in here. Sorry, guys. A little bit of hail in this. Probably grape size to maybe loony size, but I think that might be stretching it a little bit, but loony sized is probably a little too big. Grapes to loony, somewhere in that neighborhood, with heavy precipitation on that. Let me just take a look here. You can see those bright pink areas, so very windy crossing over to Messina, upstate New York. As this comes through, these are straight line winds with some hail, essentially, and then heavy precip south of Winchester through to the west of Winchester Springs, Inker Inkerman and east of South Mountain. And then just to the north of Kemptville, we have some heavy precip kind of northwest of Hallville, maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail in there as well. And then we have our storm that's essentially through Carleton Place and making its way over the Franktown radar. Very heavy precipitation in that with some winds as well. So keeping an eye on that as we move along here. And what else have we got going on? Just want to double check. We've already talked about Pembroke area. Let me just see here in southern Quebec. So the storms are completely dying here in southern Quebec. Again, non-severe at this point. That is not of concern anymore. However, the stuff crossing here, the St. Lawrence Seaway just to the east of Cornwall, will cut across the seaway and then just stick to that U.S.-Canada border essentially as it moves. It's probably, I'm just looking at it, it'll just skirt through that little area and then head off to upstate New York area as well. So just looking here, they have severe warned for our storm out by Carleton Place. So that's what just went out here now. So they have put out a severe warning around it. Let me read it. Just saying they're tracking a storm capable of producing strong wind gusts, a quarter-size hail, and heavy rain at this point. So that is just currently what's happened here. Obviously, lots of lightning and thunder on that, and it continues to move southeast. And then we have our storms around the Pembroke area that we were just showing you those live feeds on. Definitely very windy as this is coming through, and this is definitely stretched out into a line. Obviously, that's going to just continue to move down the Ottawa River. So 7:47, we've got about 3 minutes till our next scan. A few storms coming up through Maniwaki, Blue Sea area, Messine, Bouchette. They're not really severe at this point. I don't think I see any kind of hail marking in there. Nothing as far as winds. They're moderate to light winds depending where you are. Let's just take a look what else we've got going on. That's basically it at this point. And I don't believe there's anything happening around Toronto area. I'm just double checking a few radars just to be sure. But right now we are concentrating on our area just along the 401 corridor. Almont, Carleton Place, we've got a storm there. And then just kind of east of Kemptville and then south of Winchester is where we've got things. So, okay. Okay, perfect. Just got D. Stewart saying, I didn't see too much damage from the hail, just a lot of loud rumbling, lots of lightning on the outskirts of Chesterville. So thank you very much for that update. What else? Hucktis asking, how many kilometers have Connor and Rick driven today? Probably 700 to 800 kilometers, I think, by the time they're all said and done. That would be my guess. Getting Connor's already at 757 kilometers today. Just he's listening to the stream. So Melissa saying also hailing here in Carleton Place, I believe. So also getting flooding from Melissa in Carleton Place. No one drive down Bridge Street in Carleton Place, and that's because this storm is not moving very quickly, and it has heavy rainfall. So thank you for that, Melissa. Really appreciate it. What else have we got? The sky is super yellow in Pembroke. The only thing I could think of is maybe smoke trailing in behind the storm. But once the line moves through, it's just a thunderstorm at this point in Pembroke area. So I'm just looking into Pembroke just to see what's going on there. So this is our live view from our Pembroke camera. And you can see the storms are moving through, but still raining up there. But for the most part, the storms or the rain has subsided. There's still a bit of a storm here moving over top of the camera, but you can see the sun is trying to set over the horizon there. We're 8 o'clock. We're about 20 minutes to half an hour from sunset. So again, hopefully when the sun does set, that does weaken storms just because we lose that diurnal heating. We'll see if that's the case today, but we still have quite a few ongoing storms right now in eastern Ontario and a little bit by western or south Quebec, but for now, like I said, these storms are mostly dying off at this point. You can see that there's very little precipitation left in these storms. When you see just yellows, greens, and blues, that is very light precipitation for the most part. So let's take a look here by Cornwall. We are 7:53 p.m. That just came out. So very heavy rain through Cornwall, maybe even a little bit of hail as it's moving through. Let me just take a look here. Some winds in that. I'm just going to switch over to so a little bit of wind in there from in going through the Cornwall area. That's why they do have a severe warning on the very southwest corner of Quebec through Saint-Régie, and very heavy precip moving on its way up through upstate New York as well, and then back to Williamsburg, Winchester Springs, heavy precip in there. Let's just take a look at our winds. I'm going to switch radars actually because we're right real close to where they cross over. So again, just some showers still north of the 401 by Morrisburg area. All the precip is kind of south of Long Sault going through Cornwall. And then we have northeast through Hallville, heavy precip in that area. And our storm by Carleton Place at this point. Oh, Connor's mom submitting some stuff. So that's a mandatory share here. Let me bring it up. This is from Mrs. Mockett. Let me pull it up here. I'm going to share this with you guys. This is obviously from the Winchester area about 45 minutes ago when this whole thing came through. So again, this is Connor's mom shooting video and sharing it with us. So thank you for that. Obviously, menacing looking storm. I love looking at storms like this, but that's just the storm chasing nerd in me. So thank you very much for sharing that, Mrs. Mockett. Really appreciate that. And let's just take a look what else we've got going on. Storm has moved south of Pembroke. It is going through Waltham, Quebec, as we were talking about earlier. Mansfield and Pontefract is coming next, so you can see how this is moving. I'm just going to show you guys that on the screen here. And coming towards Otter Lake, Campbell's Bay, Brisson. It'll be coming through Cobden here shortly on the Ontario side. It should stay east of Barry's Bay. It'll come into Portage du Fort, Shawville, Renfrew, and obviously we are seeing some strong winds on that. We just saw through our weather cam up that way that there are some strong winds, and you can see that right here. There's definitely some bright green areas which are probably 60 to 70 kilometer-hour winds on the surface, and that is moving southeast along the Ottawa River. On the Quebec side, kind of northeast towards Maniwaki, Messine, Blue Sea Lake. These storms are heavy rainmakers, but overall not too severe at this point. So that's what's left here kind of on the eastern side of things. And let's move back out to Alberta, and we'll take a look there just to see what's going on. So south of Calgary, near Diamond Valley, we have a storm moving eastward at this point, coming out of the Blue Rock Wildland Provincial Park. It does have quite a bit of hail, very heavy precipitation on it. It is going to come through Longview for the heaviest of the precip south of Diamond Valley. And let's just take a look to see if there's any real rotation on that. Just see here, nothing jumps out at me. So again, this will probably be grapes to loony sized hail as it comes out through across Longview area. It stretches right from Calgary, the south side of Calgary, just getting some very heavy rain right now. And let me see if there's any real lightning on that. Not much for lightning, a little bit of lightning, but not a ton. And then Rocky Mountain House, we still have a storm southwest of there, north of Boundary, west of Caroline. along 54 and 22. That does have some small hail on it. That is going to be probably grapes to maybe slightly larger than that, and it continues to kind of move east at this time as well. So this is out in Alberta. For those not familiar with Rocky Mountain House, from the east part of the country. And then we do have non-severe storms around Edmonton. So far, most of it has missed Edmonton. I believe the line northwest, where is that, through Barhead area, may reach Edmonton, but I don't think it's going to be severe. Which is good news, but we'll monitor that with you guys and give you an update. But you can see the storms moving around that area. So far, non-severe thunderstorms for the most part out in the Alberta area. And let's take a look at our storms out west of Prince Albert. Yes, these are no longer severe storms by Shellbrook. These were severe because of hail on them, but that has completely broken apart, and we're down to very minor showers for the most part in this, where you're seeing all that yellow, orange, yellow, and green and blue. So that severe warning should be expiring soon, if not already. So that's an update. So I'm just going to swing back around here, and then we'll wait till this all clears out. Again, still trailing storms just north of the 401 Morrisburg area. And that just came in. This is our latest scan. So through Williamsburg, a little bit of hail here. You can see that by just west of Williamsburg, along 18, it looks like. So maybe pea-sized hail in that. Very heavy torrential rain. Let's take a look at a little bit of wind, but not as bad as what just went through Long Sault and South Stormont. You can see these storms moving off here. So that's good news. A little bit of hail just through mountain area south of Hallville. This will be pea-sized to grape-sized hail as that continues to move southeast here. So a little bit of hail starting to form on that. And our other storm that is now south of Carleton Place, coming through Black's Corners, Scotch Corners, heading towards Franktown, and continuing southeast from there. So that storm I may actually end up getting rain from it here in Kempville. It's reaching a little further east. You can see it has fired towards Osgood, North Gower, but this is mostly moderate to light rain, ideally in that. And then let's take a look at our storm up by Pembroke. Some winds south of Pembroke or southeast of Pembroke coming along Highway 17, definitely getting gusty. And I'll show you how those winds are propagating here. You can see them coming down Highway 17, the bright green area, but they are subsiding a little bit. So that is good news. The wind field has shrunk. So another sign that things weakening a little bit. And that is, again, coming through on the Quebec side through Mansfield, a Pontefract. Will be on to I think just to the south of Otter Lake, may skirt it. Campbell's Bay, Brisson, Cobden, and what else have we got over here? Eganville, Golden Lake, Killaloe is coming through there. It is a very narrow band of precipitation with some wind in it as well. So that is continuing to head southeast from there. And then we have, again, around Maniwaki, Messine, Blue Lake, heavy precipitation, but non-severe at this point. So, and then on the Quebec side, we are looking pretty good south of Montreal and southeast of Montreal as well. So let's just take a look here, and that's our latest scan. We already looked at that, so I'm going to swing back out west and then kind of do this kind of lap of our country as far as weather is concerned. Longview, you are about to have some big hail coming through there, unfortunately. There's definitely some strong winds with this. So around Longview, Highway 22 in Alberta, we are probably looking at loony to maybe toonie-sized hail out of this with some strong winds, and it continues to move eastward along Highway 22. It's about to cross it, but coming through Longview, south of Diamond Valley, you're about to have some significant hail coming through there, unfortunately. So just reading the warning here that they're tracking this storm. And south of Calgary, this is just moderate to light rain, depending where you catch that, south of Calgary. And Rocky Mountain House, that storm, near north of Boundary, west of Caroline, has lost its hail core on it. So right now, not showing any real hail indicated on that storm. It has come out of it. Still very heavy rainmaker south of Rocky Mountain House, but that severe warning remains. So that's the story right now. So things are evolving in many spots, but for the most part, Eastern Ontario should be out of this very soon, other than maybe one or two storms that will continue here. So Shellbrook, west of Prince Albert, these are just non-severe showers at this point. It had a severe warning on it because of hail, but that has all disappeared at this point. So okay, I'm going to zoom in here and restart this. I'm actually going to grab some dinner. I just realized it's 8 o'clock and I have not eaten yet, so I'm going to just grab that. I'll be right back. Okay. Eat dinner while I update you guys. Just getting a comment. I saw Sarah Landry saying terrible weather in Cornwall. Yes, it has blown through there. It is almost done and over with, but definitely intense while it was going on. So let me just take a look here. I'm pretty consistent with what I eat for dinner when I'm on the live stream. Just a ham and cheese, a sub basically. I keep it very simple so that it's easy when I'm live streaming. But if somebody wants to swing by with like baby back ribs or something like that, I wouldn't turn it down. How do you do these streams for so long, Tom? Aren't you hungry? I definitely do get hungry. I ate just before I came on the stream, which was, we're 4:30 now. Definitely ate just before I came on. So, or sorry, we're 4.5 hours in. So we came on 3:30ish or so. So I just ate just before. I had a late lunch, and that makes it easier. So. And then I make a mess of my studio. Okay, I'm going to just play a quick commercial from our sponsor, Paul Davis Property Restoration Experts. Again, we cannot do this without support from our sponsors, so really appreciate having them on board. They're brand new with us, so again, great team at the Ottawa and Lanark offices. Jules and Rick and the gang will help you if you have any problems from these severe storms. So let me play that and I'll be right back.
Paul Davis, your first call when severe weather threatens your property. When summer storms strike, our experts are ready to restore your home. Paul Davis Restoration.
Heavy rain doesn't just cause damage, it helps it spread. And once water gets in, it moves fast. Our experts respond quickly to contain, dry, and restore your property. When wind leaves your property exposed, every minute matters. Strong winds can tear away roofs, windows, and protection in seconds. Our experts respond quickly to secure, stabilize, and restore your property. Hail can strike without warning, damaging roofs, windows, and siding in seconds. But the impact can last far longer. Our experts respond quickly to assess, stabilize, and restore your property. Paul Davis. When things go wrong, we do what's right.
Okay, so let's bring this back up here. We're just going to see what our latest scan is. So again, thank you to Paul Davis, Property Restoration Experts. Their phone number is above me, 613-822-2734, and they'll definitely help you guys out. Let's just take a look here. So, storm coming through North Gower, kind of stretching back towards Carleton Place. It is through Carleton Place at this point. So coming through Franktown, essentially along 15 there. Well, actually between 7 and 15. That seems to be a storm that is packing a bit of a punch, coming through with a bit of wind in there. And that'll be coming through here to Kemptville shortly. I'm just going to take a look at my weather cam out front, and I can give you guys a view of it. This won't be long-lived, and the stronger portion is back to the west. This is looking kind of northwest at this point, so back to the west. Definitely going to be more precipitation in there, but for now, that's what's going on. Let's take a look here by Morrisburg, along the 401 corridor, south of Williamsburg. Very heavy precipitation along the 401. This will be through Glen Becker area, but very heavy rain, and there is some small hail in this. I would not be surprised if this was kind of grapes to pea-sized hail as that crosses the 401. And the heaviest of rain seems to be west or southwest of South Stormont. So you can see that. Cornwall just left in moderate to light rain at this point, and then along the Seaway just into that very southwest corner of Quebec around Saint-Régy. That definitely has some very heavy precipitation, and there's some strong winds on the U.S. side basically at this point. So over the Seaway, still got heavy precipitation, but that is working its way out of there. And our last few storms here, just between Inkerman, small pocket of very heavy precipitation over Inkerman. And we have a new storm that popped up by Greeley Metcalfe area. So that is new. I guarantee you that. I'm just going to see here. Yeah, that initiated in the last couple of scans. We'll see if that just pops and then dies off, because that can happen at times. So we'll see if that's the case here. And then we have our storm that we were talking about. Let's take a look at just through north of Cobden. Let's take a look at our winds. Breezy just north of Cobden along the Trans-Canada Highway 17. Very heavy precip coming through Mansfield to Pontefract, so it'll be coming just south of Otter Lake. Like I said, it'll rain in Otter Lake, but the heaviest precip will just skirt to the south, come through Campbell's Bay, Brisson, Forester Falls, Cobden, and then through Golden Lake and Eganville, a little less intense down that way as far as precip is concerned. You can see where all this red precipitation is. Ashley saying thunderstorms in North Gower last few hours. Yes, they've been on and off, kind of tracking through that area. So I've got a note here from one of my moderators. Calgary experiencing some flooding. So let me go take a look out in the Calgary area on the south end of Calgary. We did briefly touch on that. Hail has moved through Longview and it continues to expand. This is south of Calgary, south of Diamond Valley, east of Highway 22. And this is again making its way eastward. And this is going to be decent sized hail. And again, in this, I would probably say loony to toony sized hail moving eastward. The hail core has expanded. So that's coming. It'll probably just skirt High River to the east on Highway 2. We will have to monitor that. So between Cayley and High River. But the heavy precip on the well, yeah, there's definitely quite a bit of precipitation in Calgary right now on the southeast corner. No hail, just very heavy downpour. And that's moving northeast. That's interesting. There they've expanded. Wow, the severe warning for this again, just a lot of hail in that at this point. So definitely a storm to pay attention to. I bet you the cloud seeders are going to be attempting to spray that storm at this time just because of the hail that's on there. I don't know how far south they go. But definitely significant hail on that storm west of High River, but it will cross, I think, between High River and Cayley, but it'll be close. So again, lots of rain just coming through Calgary at this point, but that's all it is. It is rain. There's the odd lightning bolt on it, so nothing too crazy at as far as that's concerned. It is basically just on the southeast corner of Calgary at this time, moving towards Chestermere and then off to Strathmore, but again, non-severe precipitation out of that storm. And then our storm south of Rocky Mountain House, no longer severe warned, just a regular thunderstorm at this point, and everything around Edmonton, non-severe storms at this point, so very mild to say the least. And then our storms, again, west of Prince Albert are non-severe storms. The warning is still there, probably just hasn't expired off my software. That's what we're dealing with in Alberta at this point. So. And Environment Canada, let me switch over here, is putting a severe warning on these storms moving down towards Renfrew through Cobden, just because of the very heavy precipitation and some stronger winds in that. So that is another area that we're going to have to monitor. So we have a few areas trying to continue to, have some severe thunderstorms today. Just looking at my weather cam outside my house. You can see obviously where the bright reds are. So let's take a look here. 8:11. We should see, this is our latest scan here along the 401. Just to the north of Morrisburg, we have some small hail, very heavy precipitation along the 401. That'll be pea-sized to grape-sized hail at most. And that is again moving southeast. Let's take a look at the winds. A little windy in there, some moderately strong winds within the line along the 401. The rest of it back to the northwest, up to Winchester. That's just moderate to moderate heavy rain. Most of it, again, has moved out over to the U.S. at this point. So just catching that southwest corner of Quebec still. So let's just take a look how this is moving. Just checking in with Connor to see what he's doing. I think they're done for the day, essentially, but he may go after the storm that's near Carleton or North Gower and Franktown. Okay. Little bit of a storm trying to form here by Metcalf. That's the one that we were talking about. Basically just trying to get organized, but I don't think it's going to be able to. It'll probably last for a little bit, but it'll break apart. Our biggest storm is just west of Kemptville, south of Munster, southeast of Carleton Place, and it's coming through. It'll just miss Smith's Falls. Probably go through Merrickville, Burritts Rapids, bit of Kemptville, so it is coming that way. Let's just take a look at our winds. Winds are moderate to light at most in this, and you can see how it's coming. So let's take a look at my camera. I hear a bunch of rumbling, but it is back to my west. I'll bring up my weather cam here. You can see completely, you'd almost think this was a still image with the way how little movement there is on the trees. But the rain is coming, and this is ahead of it still, so it hasn't made it quite here, but you're still getting some rain, but not a whole lot of wind. And that's the good news, is that the wind is staying reasonable. Just getting a comment here from Amy saying Franktown has insane lightning. Andrew Maynard asking whether Ottawa is clear now. It is clear now, but there is storms coming down the Ottawa River at this point from Pembroke, and we're going to see if those will sustain. Once darkness happens, you do lose a little bit of that energy diurnal heating, but it is tracking straight down basically the Ottawa River and could impact Ottawa again. It isn't as intense as the original storm, but it is still a storm. It is currently severe warned on the Ontario side and the Quebec side, so potentially making its way down into Ottawa again. Say that 5 times fast. Yeah, definitely. Oh, there's a cool spider hanging out on my camera. In the top left corner, he didn't like the rain, so he's relocating. That'll freak some people out, unfortunately. Okay, good. Thank you, Rick, for sending that to me. I'm just going to pull up some information here. I'm going to kind of switch modes here because we're going to be doing Alberta and covering that. Yeah. Okay. So Braden Morrisseau is out there. So we're going to jump onto a couple of things here. Just switching things up a little bit. So we do still have storms, obviously, in Eastern Ontario. I'm going to continue to cover them. Oops. Hitting the wrong thing here. I thought I was on one app. I'm on another. So let's just stop our radar loop here. What time do we have? 8:17. Most of everything has moved off, basically just a little bit left here by Morrisburg and South Stormont, but the heaviest of rain looks to be mostly out of Ontario. We still do have our storm here west of Kemptville, kind of between Franktown and Kemptville up to North Gore and Munster, and it is moving southeast, going to go through Merrickville, Burritts Rapids, Kemptville, Oxford Mills. It may stay severe warned. I'm not 100% sure about that. I don't think it meets the parameters, but we'll see whether that's the case. And then we have our storms coming down the Ottawa River. So let me scoot back out to Alberta, and I'm just going to switch over to our storm here that has that hail on it. And this is a very prolific hail maker right now. Those bright pinks were starting to get into Toonie and possibly into almost ping pong ball sized hail. I'm going to show you a video from Braden Morrisseau, who's down there watching this storm come off the hills. Let me just share that up with you. So this is out in Alberta. We are south of Calgary, and this is a video from Braden Morrisseau. So thank you for letting us share this. And his commentary is that this is going to be potentially has the potential to be a very prolific hailmaker on that. If you guys don't follow Braden and you're curious about weather, he's a phenomenal storm chaser. You can find him on X at Braden Morrisseau. That's his information. You can pause the stream here, or you can find him on Facebook as well. He's the guy with the green Jeep. Most people who follow weather out in Alberta know this guy. He is the tornado whisperer, and we're very lucky to call him a friend here at Canadian Weather Live. So again, thank you for letting us share this stuff, and I want to make sure I do repost that for him. So anyways, so this is definitely got very large hail on it at this time, and it is just going to possibly skirt south of High River, but it could be it could come into Cayley at this point, so we'll have to see. But that's how it's tracking at this point. Very large hail in this. This is going to be up to, I would say, ping pong ball or smaller hail, depending where you intercept that storm. Still got lots of rain through the east side of Calgary, but that's all it is at this time. Just lots of precip in little pockets here coming into Chestermere, about to cross that Trans-Canada Highway. That will head through Langdon, Strathmore, and continue kind of on a northeast trajectory. You can see how that's developed at this point. Scully saying, send Braden a strong coffee. He doesn't drink coffee, but I'll send him some pre-workout. That's his favorite thing. Anyways, so that is the only severe warned storm right now in Alberta at this point. I'm just going to read what they're putting out. They're calling for loony to ping pong ball sized hail on this storm. So definitely, if you are out in front of this and you have pets, livestock, cars, farming equipment, anything you don't want damaged, plants, bring them indoors now, because now is your opportunity. You can see that there's a very large hail swath on this coming through probably Cayley, and will just skirt to the south of High River possibly. So please heed this storm. This is definitely one to pay attention to as far as hail is concerned and precipitation. So, and that's the only story out there. I'll swing back, take a look at Eastern Ontario. I believe we just got an update, so I just want to update everybody on that. So this is what you're seeing for rain in Kemptville. And again, not a lot of wind. That's the main thing I want to point out here. There's barely any movement of the trees. And this is just moderate light rain as it comes through Kemptville. I'm in that yellow, so that's what shows you what that kind of rain looks like. Again, I don't think this storm is going to maintain a severe potential. So again, through Burritts Rapids, coming through there right now, east of Franktown, dropping southeast through Kemptville. Lots of thunder and lightning, so obviously it's a grumbly storm, but at the end of the day, that's all it is at this point. So I suspect as soon as it starts to get quite dark, this is going to die off, and most of the stuff in Eastern Ontario will die off as it's moving through. So just going to show you that camera. There were some good lightning strikes just now. But of course, as soon as I bring the camera up, there's no lightning strikes. Oh, there we go. There was a flash. Okay, so basically most of the precip along the 401 has moved out. Obviously, there is still some there, but the most intense stuff has moved out. Just on the U.S. Canada border here on the southwest tip of Quebec, we do have some very heavy precipitation. That's why we have the severe warning. I suspect this is just going to cross into Quebec. It might track just along the U.S.-Canada border, but we'll have to see that. That's the only thing left down in that area. And let's take a look here. I'm just going to switch this up. Let's take a look along the Ottawa River here. So Campbell's Bay, Brisson, and Cobden, very heavy rain, maybe even a little bit of hail south of Cobden at this point. Coming into Portage du Fort, lots of precipitation on the Quebec side and heavy lightning as well. Quite prolific. Some winds in this, and this is going to come through Shawville. So the more intense precipitation looks to be on the Quebec side through 148. Just a little bit along Highway 17 here, and then back to the west, it's dying off. I suspect as it's getting dark, this is going to start to weaken quite a bit. I'm starting to already see those signs. I don't want to call it yet, but wow. Did anybody else see that lightning strike on Connor's stream? Jeez, I wish I had that on full screen. Sorry, that got me. Connor just typed "Good Lord" in the chat. Anyways, wow, that was a solid lightning strike there. So, anyways, around Montreal, there's just basic showers here. Through Mirabel, Saint Eustache, those are just non-severe showers at this point. So, let's take a look. Oh, I remember why. I shouldn't be looking at that radar. I should be looking at this one. Let me just take a look. Blainville. So there is still some decent rain here in Quebec. I forgot that the U.S. radar is blocked by mountains, and that's why when I switched to the U.S. radar, it looks like there's no rain here, and I completely forgot about that. So still some rain in Magog and south of there. Well, if you're afraid of spiders... I should show this on camera. It's the spider is hanging out right in front of the camera. I'm not going to do it because it'll freak people out, but Anyways, back to what I was talking about on the southern end of Quebec. There's still quite a bit of showers, but the heaviest of precipitation is now just south of Magog. And again, not severe. It's not severe warned. These are just regular showers at this point. So nothing to be concerned about there. So let me swing back out to Alberta and we'll continue to watch. There's one storm to watch out in Alberta right now. 7 or 8:23 p.m. I'll switch my radar scans here for Alberta so the time makes a little more sense, but I can't switch the clock at the top during a live stream. I just can't update it. I haven't figured out how to change it. It doesn't want to because it bases it off the computer time. So this is 6:23 p.m. Alberta time. We're about 1 minute or less, hopefully, from having another update here to see if the hail continues to intensify on this storm or whether it starts to die off a little bit. So again, we do have Braden Morriso out on this storm. He is keeping an eye on this, and we're going to just take a look here, see if anybody else is posting about it. Okay. Lots of rumbling here in Kemptville, so I'm just waiting for this to update, folks. Okay, so through High River, we just had a little bit of hail that just populated here on the last scan. This would be probably grapes to loony size there. South of High River, or southwest, just north of Highway or 540, there is definitely going to be loony to toony sized hail in there, roughly. And that is continuing to move eastward. Again, probably between High River and Cayley, it will cross over Highway 2. So that continues to be the case. I'll show you guys that. That is the only storm in Alberta currently of any concern. Wow, the house just shook. Holy cow. Big lightning strike here by Kemptville. Eastern Ontario, but this is the only storm right now. We do have a little bit of obviously precip that came through Calgary, heavy rain, but you can see that most of it is yellow and orange, which is on the light end of the precipitation scale going across the Trans-Canada through Chestermere, Strathmore area. And then back to the north, like I said, we do have a little bit of hail showing again on our storm here south of, where was this? This is through Caroline. It's just east of Caroline. We definitely have a hail re-intensifying on this storm at this time. So this would probably be grapes to loony sized hail within that storm. Continues to move essentially almost due east at this point along 54. So that will eventually end up between Innisfail and Penhold if it continues to Highway 2. So that's what's going on in Alberta at this point. Lots of lightning and thunder here by Kemptville. My house is starting to shake quite a bit. Let's just take a look here. Yeah, I can share my weather cam. I'm just going to zoom back in here and see what we've got going on. So spider's gone. I wouldn't bring it up because, like I said, it would probably freak some people out. It looked like a spider that was 3 feet across. So lots of lightning right now. You can see there's not, the reason I'm showing you the camera, we are on the eastern edge of it, but you are getting quite a bit of lightning and thunder, but not a whole lot of precipitation and definitely no wind. You can see how calm it is. There goes the spider. Anyways, so we are very much on the, again, eastern end of this. So those lighter colors that you see in this, more heavy precip through Burritts Rapids, Marlborough Forest, and kind of towards Franktown. But again, I think that is going to start breaking up at this point. So let me switch something up here. And let's just take a look. A few storms around Winchester, but these are non-severe storms at this point. And again, around Russell, some more storms in that area. So Nothing exciting in that regards for the rest of the area. Storms have moved off. And Eastern Ontario, for the most part, has nothing going on. I'm just curious what they're doing. They've reduced the severe thunderstorm watch in Eastern Ontario. It expires in 2 hours, just updated now. So they've shrunk it back from midnight. It'll probably expire somewhere around 10 o'clock, a couple hours sooner possibly. So still a lot of lightning happening south of Ottawa, again, between Merrickville, Kempville, North Gower, and kind of a little bit further south of there. And that's the show that is going on here in Eastern Ontario. Going to take a look at our storm coming down the Ottawa River at this point. Just coming into Shawville, I just want to see along the 148 near Brisson, Quebec. We have some stronger winds. There's a pocket of straight line winds in there. Heavy precip about to come into Shawville. A little bit along 17. This will be by Haley Station and coming down Highway 17, so that'll impact a bit into Renfrew, but very narrow band of precipitation, but it is very heavy along 17 right now with that dark red area. And then if you go further northeast, not a lot happening around Otter Lake, moderate to light rain. And then up 105 through Blue Sea and Maniwaki, you definitely have some heavier precip, moderate, heavy to light rain at this point. So that is it that's going on here. And then we have still our precipitation in the southwest corner of Quebec, just skirting along the U.S.-Canada border. You can see that line here, the white with the yellow. That is the U.S.-Canada border at this point. So don't think it's going to be there for very long. And then... yeah, we'll stick with Blainville here. So again, still precip moving along the U.S.-Canada border just around south of Magog and heading eastward. And that'll cross, what is this, 55 it looks like. That'll be crossing through there in that one red pocket of heavy precipitation through there. So that is it. That is all. The rest of it is non-severe for the most part. I'm going to kill off a couple of things on here just to clean up the map a little bit. And so again, we just have our one severe warning. I suspect this is going to be expired here. The lightning on my camera is crazy. I know as soon as I show it, it's not going to be there, but definitely a light show right now around the Kempville area and then west towards Smith Falls. Lots of lightning happening. There we go. At least there was a lightning strike there. I'll read some comments while we watch this camera. Got a question. Where was it? I saw it here. Do you think that the Renfrew storm will make it to Ottawa-Gatineau tonight? It has the potential to get there. What I'm waiting for is for the sunset to complete, and when it gets dark, then we'll see if that storm starts to die out. I think that is what's going to happen, but until I see that sunset, I'm not 100% sure. So Mark Gagne is saying, raining in Granby, Quebec right now. I'm eating dinner while I watch this. Sorry, guys. Quickly get an update here. Sorry. Bear with me. It's not what I wanted to do. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to show you guys some hail out of that storm that we're talking about in Alberta. So this is from Braden Morrisseau, and it's definitely hailing out there. So let me share that with you guys. I can't even find my mouse on there. It's hailing so much. That again is in Alberta. That is Cayley, Alberta. Again from Braden Morriso, who's on this storm. I'll zoom out and we'll jump on that just quickly. So that is our storms here by High River and Cayley. Obviously throwing quite a bit of hail. Toonie-sized hailstones, loony to toonie-sized hailstones. That's kind of what we were calling for there. So again, just north of Cayley coming through. And then east of High River, we've also got some hail showing on that as well. Definitely some brighter pinks in that storm to the northeast of High River, or almost east of High River. So quite a bit of hail falling out of these storms in Alberta. And Rocky Mountain House east of Caroline, I want to say, still getting hail in that. It is moving due east on Highway 54. That is going to be loony to toonie sized hail in that as well. And that is the only story out there at this time, those two storms. And then precipitation just east of Calgary. Just going to take a look at our winds. Nothing in terms of any kind of serious winds or anything like that. And precip moving into Kempville right now, so definitely raining here, but more of a light show than anything at this point. So rain is very heavy in Shawville right now, so that's going to be on the Quebec side. I'm just going to go back to that. We're kind of leapfrogging here, but they did drop the severe warning off our storm here between Kempville, Smith Falls, Merrickville. So no longer severe warned there, but this along the river. Let's just take a look here. 8:35 p.m. We're waiting for another update here. I'll wait another 2-3 minutes and then we'll jump on that. So definitely still a few storms around, but our only severe warned storms essentially western Quebec is by Shawville and then Renfrew, between Renfrew and Cobden area at this point. Over Portage du Fort is essentially where it's located. So, and raining at my house currently, which is good. Watering the lawn. Just crossing hour 5 here. And again, we're going to switch over to Alberta coverage at this point shortly. I'm going to give one last shout out here to Paul Davis, property restoration experts out of Eastern Ontario, out of Ottawa specifically, and Lanark. Really appreciate their support. Jules and Rick, awesome team there. They definitely are a brand new sponsor for us, and we're very happy to have them on board. If you do have any flooding damage, hail, wind, that kind of stuff to your property, definitely reach out to them. 613-822-2734. We cannot do this without sponsors, so really appreciate their support. I'll play a quick commercial and then we'll be right back, and then we'll switch over to mostly covering Alberta. I'm not going to give up on this, but that's what we're going to switch over to.
Paul Davis, your first call when severe weather threatens your property. When summer storms strike, our experts are ready to restore your home. Paul Davis Restoration.
Heavy rain doesn't just cause damage, it helps it spread. And once water gets in, it moves fast. Our experts respond quickly to contain, dry, and restore your property. When wind leaves your property exposed, every minute matters. Strong winds can tear away roofs, windows, and protection in seconds. Our experts respond quickly to secure, stabilize, and restore your property. Hail can strike without warning, damaging roofs, windows, and siding in seconds. But the impact can last far longer. Our experts respond quickly to assess, stabilize, and restore your property. Paul Davis. When things go wrong, we do what's right.
Okay, so let me switch back to this. I'm just going to flip over to this. Give me one sec, and I just got a message, Connor. Okay. So again, thank you to Paul Davis, property restoration experts. Again, hugely thankful for them sponsoring us and supporting the platform. So definitely give them a shout out if you guys need any stuff as far as severe weather damage, flooding, hail, wind, that kind of stuff. Peter, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. Okay, let's flip some things around here. I'm just checking on a couple of things. Okay, I'm going to convert to Alberta, so bear with me for 1 second. I will continue to provide coverage here in Eastern Ontario until everything's done, but we're going to kind of flip-flop back and forth here. So give me 1 second. I'm going to kill that off. Let's do this. Up. Okay, so now the time will be right on our radar scans. So 6:41 p.m. Alberta time, so we are good there. What else have we got going on here? So things over. That one's done. Connor's probably done streaming at this point, regardless, but. And I'm going to switch my satellite imagery to Alberta at this point. So let me just switch that. Rick is still streaming. Yeah, let's switch over all of our satellite imagery to Alberta at this point. Almost done converting here. It is pouring rain in Kempville right now. Can assure you of that. Give me 1 sec here. Okay, I think we've done all of our housekeeping, so that is good. Okay, so let's bring this back up. Okay, let's do a recap here. They have no longer severe warned the storms on the Ontario side. On the latest update that came out, you can see that the red has disappeared. It's still heavy rain in there, moderate heavy to light rain, I should clarify. And on the Quebec side, just around Shawville, a little bit more heavy with that darker red area. Pouring rain here between Merrickville, Kempville, and down to, where is this? Through Oxford Mills, Burritts Rapids, and just moving, it's continuing to move southeast, but you can see it's losing its intensity. So right now it's just mostly moderate heavy to light rain. Let me just take a look at winds in that. Winds are actually pretty good. So again, we are all heading down towards the non-severe side of things, which is good news. Few showers around Russell, Winchester. Everything has crossed over into upstate New York. Cornwall just seeing a few showers at this point. And then just on the U.S.-Canada border in the southwest corner of Quebec, there's a little bit of heavier precip in there, but nothing to really speak of. It's no longer severe warned. And then they have the last of the rain heading east into, well, that'll be Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. It's going to kind of cut through all three of those. But essentially, it's heading off to the southeast corner of Quebec, and for the most part, those are non-severe showers at this point. So that is all that is left that's going on over here. I'm going to swing back out to Alberta, and let's cover south of Calgary at this point, and we'll update. So hail has subsided on this storm a little bit. Let me come back in here. Okay, Melody is out chasing by the looks of it, so I've got a few hailstones here to share by Blackie, Alberta, which is the northern hail core on this. So let me just share that with you guys out of Alberta. I can show you guys a photo here. Let me zoom in. And does it go full screen? No. So seeing some loony, even larger than toonie sized hail. So definitely some decent hail out of our storm. Again, that is just around the Blackie, Alberta area. Again, thank you, Melody, for sending that in. And down by Cayley, the hail core breaking up somewhat on this. So I would say grapes to loony sized hail out of that. And then the Blackie, Alberta storm is right here. That's where we're seeing those loonies to toonies even larger than that. So, and this continues to move eastward essentially at this point. So we're going to watch that, see what happens here, and see if those hail cores continue to expand. I would not be surprised that there's some cedars, planes spraying silver iodide into them to try and minimize the amount of hail that's coming out of that storm. So east of Calgary, it's basically the rain has essentially subsided completely. And then we have a little bit of a hailer still here. This is going to be, where is this? It's along 54 west of Penhold and Innisfail east of Caroline. Basically, this is going to be toonie-sized hail or even maybe a little bit larger. That is some bright pink in there. That continues to just move due east, essentially along 54 there. So getting comments about lightning starting up in Smith Falls, Ontario. There's definitely still some good lightning in eastern Ontario at this point. Some of these storms are definitely shaking things. So, but right now in Alberta, we only have essentially Holger Tash. Thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. Thank you for your support. So again, south of Calgary is one storm, right near Rocky Mountain House, and southwest of Red Deer is our other storm. Around Edmonton, just regular showers. We do have a few storms that have popped or initiated here southeast of Edmonton. We will watch those. They are non-severe at this point, just meaning regular showers. I don't even think they have lightning on them. So those are just regular non-severe thunderstorms. So again, Alberta, just right now, two storms to deal with. One by southwest of Red Deer, and the other one basically just by Blackie, High River, and Cayley in that area. A couple of hail cores in that. So that's what we are monitoring, and that's on the Alberta side. Nothing severe warned in Saskatchewan anymore. That's been long over and done with. And then let's just come back quickly to double check in Eastern Ontario, and we'll swing back out the other way. So again, non-severe storms. There is lightning and thunder. It's going to shake the house. Definitely still ongoing. The winds are very mild in these storms. Nothing scary as far as winds, and some pockets of heavy precipitation, but that's it. And the line coming towards Ottawa does look like it's coming apart. I'm going to wait another minute or two here just to see what's going on, but it is definitely breaking apart compared to what it looked like earlier on. If you look at that, you can see as it's coming through south of Pembroke, very red all the way across, and now it's kind of dissipating and breaking up into multiple smaller cells. Storms on the Quebec side north of Ottawa through Kazabazowa, Blue Sea, these are non-severe thunderstorms at this point. A few small pockets of heavy precipitation, but that is basically it at this point. and we've covered what's going on the southern portion of Quebec. Last bit of rain over there, and that's basically it. And it's moving out, so I don't think there's any strong winds in there. There's a little bit of wind, but moderate to light winds throughout that. Little storm popping up here by Montreal, Laval area, so I'll definitely watch that to see what's going on. But at this time of day, you do get storms that pop or initiate and then go for a few scans and then slowly die off. So I'll keep an eye on that to see if there's anything going on. But we have only one severe warning left here in Eastern Ontario or Western Quebec. Nothing severe warned in Eastern Ontario. So let me move back out to Calgary and wait for an update there, and then we'll move around and do the same thing. And eventually we won't have to come back to Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. I just realized I'm not even sitting on my... There. That'll be far more comfortable now. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh, God. We are 5 hours, 13 minutes into this live stream. I appreciate anybody who's been here today, who stuck out for 5 minutes or 5 hours. I really appreciate your support. So does Connor and all my moderators. Again, thank you for helping me out, folks. It makes a world of a difference. So here's our latest scan in Alberta, east of Cayley. We definitely have some bright pinks in here. This is going to start to be toonie-sized or larger hail, maybe up to even ping pong balls, heading east as it continues. So it did pick up some intensity here. Not a lot of wind on it, which is good. And then around Blackie, again, we're probably still maintaining that loony to toonie sized hail that we showed you from Melody, who's one of my moderators. She's out chasing by the looks of it. I haven't been keeping up with the chat, but it does look like she's out there. So that is moving just south of Blackie, just continuing eastward at this point. So you can see that there. Rain around Calgary died off to the east of Calgary, completely dead there. And let's take a look at our storm. This one is still maintaining its hail core with some very bright pinks. This is borderline getting into purple. So this is definitely going to be toony to probably ping pong ball sized hail somewhere in between there, heading due east along Highway 54 at this point. So lots of hail out of this storm at this point. So, and that's the only two things to talk about other than regular showers throughout the rest of the region in Alberta. And I'll continue to monitor our storms here up by southeast of Edmonton and around Edmonton. So far, non-severe thunderstorms at this point, folks, up in that area. I know Edmonton doesn't want to see any rain. You might get a very minor isolated shower out of that, but that's basically the worst of it by the looks of it. So all severe warnings have been dropped both in Quebec and in Ontario. Right now, getting some more showers coming down the river. Non-severe north of Queen, south of Lac des Loups, lightning on this, moderate to heavy to light rain in there. On the Ontario side, we're looking around Renfrew and southwest. That is going to have some heavy rain down to light rain, depending where you are. That is continuing to march southeast, and we've had a couple of storms initiate here right by Almont. So we've got one by Mississippi Mills, one over Mannion Corners northeast of Almont. Heavy precipitation and lightning and thunder, and Carleton Place getting back in on the game again. Another storm firing there. So let me take a look at my Carleton Place camera just to see what's going on, because that's another rainstorm that's just coming through Carleton Place area once again. Getting a lot of thunder in Bell's Corners coming from Leanne. Let me pull this up. This is our storm in Carleton Place. Obviously wet camera, so that lighting looks a little weird, but look at all the lightning happening. And this just another storm that just initiated a short while ago. So it looks like there's possibly some heavy rain on the south side of Carleton Place, or the south portion of Carleton Place. This camera's kind of on the north end, but obviously still raining here. Lots of lightning that you can see. That is in Carleton Place. Let's just go take a look here. Some showers will make it into Ottawa, but they look like they're going to be very weak at this point. And then we have storms here by Morwood, south of Embrun, south of Russell, and they are moving essentially a little bit southeast. So we'll see if that sustains. Still non-severe, but heavy, heavy rainmakers at this point. So very heavy precipitation out of that. Let me switch over. And some more rain along the 401 corridor here from South Stormont through Morrisburg. Let me just take a look at some winds. That's going to move across. Again, that just initiated off these storms coming from Kempville area. You can see that here. I'll just back it up and you can see how that's moving on. So we still have some storms moving through the area, and some are reinitiating at this point. So, but everything right now is non-severe, which is great news for everybody. I'm just going to see what Quebec has still got the warning for another 3 hour, or the watch, I should say, for 3 hours, but they have shrunk it back. So once this line is through, basically this line, once that moves through, that looks like that's going to be the end of it based on the watch being shrunk back on the Quebec side, and then I suspect the Ontario side will be the same thing at this point. So that's what's happening there. So let's head back out to Alberta, and we'll watch if we've got an update here. 6:53 p.m. Alberta time, and we have got 1 minute till our next scan, so I'll update everybody on that. So Sharon saying our one seating aircraft is heading back to its base, no other aircraft in the air. So that is in Alberta, and that was when I was referring to when they seed the storms with silver iodide to try and keep the hail down. They probably don't go this far south. They're kind of localized around Calgary and along the Highway 2 corridor, within close proximity of that, but I don't know exactly how it works. So just kind of speculating at that point. I would assume a larger population would be the kind of the driving force behind it. So here's our latest scan. Hail core breaking up just a little bit here to the east of Cayley, but we still have some bright pinks in here, so would not be surprised toonie sized hail or smaller out of the storm. And just south of Blackie, that is now shrinking. The colors are now a dull pink, which again probably loony to grape sized hail within that. And that continues again to move eastward as the evening progresses here in Alberta. If you're wondering, 9 o'clock is Eastern time zone, that's all. Okay. So I'm getting some more pictures on our storms here to the south by Blackie. Again, this is from Melody, so bear with me for a second. So this is by the Frankburg or Blackie area, so more toonie sized or larger hail in that, and pretty prolific. As you can see, this is in the ditch. And these cows apparently are very unhappy about their experience with the weather, unfortunately. So I always feel awful for the livestock, quite honestly, but it's been happening since the beginning of time. So nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. But when they do get hit by large hail, I don't like seeing that. So again, that's what's going on in Alberta at this point. 6:59, that just came in. So let's take a look at this. I think we just covered that. So we were talking about the hail here by Blackie, still getting toonie sized hail out of that. So definitely still some decent sized hail falling out of it. And then our storm back, Crone, thank you very much for gifting 5 Canadian Weather Live Sunshine Club memberships. Really appreciate that and the support. So our storm along 54 east of, where was it? My brain is shorting out a little bit. Caroline, east of Caroline, still showing some decent hail in here. This is going to be, again, loony to toonie sized hail, probably continuing eastward along 54 at this point. So that's what we've got going on there. And we are 4 minutes into our scan, so I'll take a look. There's a couple of storms that just tried to pop here or initiate by Kananaskis country, so let's just take a look. So far, they don't look like they're going to pick up intensity, but those are heading for Calgary, so I will keep an eye on those and just quickly swing back here just to give an update on storms in Quebec and Eastern Ontario. So again, on the Quebec side, storms are dying. Anything that's going to come into Ottawa right now, yeah, thank you whoever took that out of the chat. That's a quick way to get yourself tossed out. What was I going to say? Sorry. So these are just non-severe storms. They are heading for Ottawa. There is some lightning on them, but these are on the very low end of the scale. A little bit of rain that's going to come along Highway 17 here by Renfrew. Small pocket of heavier precip, but it is subsiding or breaking up as it does so. Still have a couple of storms here by Mississippi Mills, but again, non-severe. We do have a storm kind of going southeast of Carleton Place. Through Black's Corners, and then south of Kempville we have a line here going through Birds Rapids, Acton's Corners, and then heavy precip along Spencerville, Bishop Mills along the 416 and heading towards the Seaway at this point. You can see that line that kind of initiated. Definitely getting intense along the 401 for precipitation from South Stormont all the way through Morrisburg and then off to Iroquois, and this will all eventually come down from there. So definitely windy and rainy as that comes through. I'm just going to take a look here to see one of my cameras if it's got a view on these storms. It does too. Okay. I'm going to share this. Oh, and it's not really shaking. That's good. It's probably only temporary, but our Johnstown camera here, this is the Gigi's Tree Care weather cam. It's got quite the light show going on right now. Just nonstop lightning as this approaches, and I can kind of pan down the St. Lawrence Seaway. You'll see all the lightning in that storm. So this will give us a good view. Again, this is out by Master Feeds Johnstown Port. We've got it on a very tall grain elevator, and you can see that it obviously has a bird's eye view. If any camera is going to get hit by lightning, I suspect it's going to be this one at some point in its life. But again, this is the Johnstown camera just by the St. Lawrence Seaway, and you can see all of this that we're looking at here. It is located just down here by the port. Straight down here, and it's looking back north basically. So a very prolific lightning show right now on the Gigi's Tree Care weather cam, and it is definitely raining heavily in behind that as this goes along the 401. So that is definitely heading down to the Seaway, and it will cross into upstate New York. But obviously quite a bit of lightning at this time. Let me switch back to our normal stuff, and let me... Like I said, one day I expect to be reporting that camera's been hit by lightning, but that's the gamble there. So let me just take a look here. Okay. Just getting video here for the storm that's by Franktown, which is right here on the radar. I'm going to show you guys a photo and a video. Bear with me. It was sent in by Emma. Franktown storm from Perth. So this looks like it's actually from Rick's house, if I'm guessing here, but Emma sharing this picture. That is the Franktown storm. You can see that beautiful anvil there. And then this is a video. Is it gonna? Oh, I'm gonna go do that. So, wow! Look at all that lightning. This is what I love watching: storms after dark. I just love watching all the lightning in that. So, Emma, thank you very much for sharing that as well. Really appreciate it. And so again, that is the Franktown storm looking from the Perth area off in the distance. So we still have some storms running around eastern Ontario at this point. South of Castleman, Morewood, very heavy precipitation in that area. And again, coming into Ottawa, these storms are dying. So whatever comes into Ottawa is definitely going to be weak if it even makes it in there. Most of that is just regular showers at this point. So okay, switching around here. Okay, let's go back out to Alberta and let's update you guys out there on what's going on. So here's our latest scan. We are continuing on this storm, moving east from Cayley. The northern hail core up by Blackie, or southeast of Blackie, is definitely breaking apart. We've only got a few pixels of pink, so that's going to be grape-sized to loony-sized hail, roughly. Still a decent hail core here south on the very tip of this storm. East of Cayley, that is going to be toonies, maybe even larger at this point, so definitely still quite a bit of hail still on that storm, continuing to move eastward, and we'll see whether that continues. It does look like it's going to sustain a while for the hail on this, so definitely still need to be paying attention to this. And again, if you are east of this, you want to be taking your protective measures for anything as far as livestock, if you can, your pets, cars, farming equipment, that kind of stuff. If you've got it, this is heading towards Vulcan, just so that we're clear on that. The northern part with the orange and yellow, just rain at this point, folks. Nothing too severe. Still a little bit of hail here back to the southwest of Red Deer, just continuing to track along Highway 54 just to the north. But on this last scan, it definitely weakened, and we are losing quite a bit of hail on that. And we are down to maybe grapes to loony-sized hail on that, and we'll see if that continues to be the case, whether it sustains or whether it dies off. I have been hearing that there is quite a bit of smoke out in Alberta, which also kind of suppresses storms. We've talked about that many times on the live stream here. Wildfire smoke definitely suppresses storms. There's a little bit of rain that's going to be moving into Edmonton, and when I mean a little, I'm talking a little. This is barely rain that barely registers on the radar at this point. So again, some minor showers coming through the Edmonton area at this point. So again, nothing to be concerned about, even though, you guys don't want to see any rain. It's as little rain as humanly as possible. So let's take a look. I wanted to see these storms that were coming west of Calgary. They don't seem to be doing anything. I'm just watching them. Yeah, they were weakening actually. So that's good news. Okay, so yeah, we literally have two areas to watch here in Alberta at this point, southeast of Calgary, and then almost due north on Highway 2 up towards Red Deer. It's funny how many storms come out of the mountains or out of the foothills near Rocky Mountain House, and that's a familiar spot. I've chased out here many times myself, and it's just a familiar spot where storms end up coming out of there and tracking off the foothills. So nothing out of the ordinary there. So let's come back here. Thunder and lightning has definitely subsided in Kemptville a little bit here. So I'm just going to swing back to Eastern Ontario. We'll watch for our next scan, and then we'll update everything again. So we're 1 minute or less out. So okay. Some of the comments in the chat are pretty funny. Okay, here's our next scan. I believe, yeah, that just popped up. So another storm coming for Kempville, it looks like. Seems to be a train of thunderstorms making their way here. So the ones just moved through. And we have just one south of Kempville that's kind of moderate, heavy to light rain. But coming off the radar here, just coming through, where are we? That's going to be the Marble Forest, kind of southeast. Burritts Rapids it's to the north of Burritts Rapids, but coming through to Kempville, so that'll be another storm that rolls through here. Berwick, Morewood area, just a non-severe heavy rainmaker at this point. And then heading down for the Seaway, we've got a bunch of rain coming through Iroquois, Morrisburg, and then all the way out to South Stormont. But the heaviest of rain kind of tucked in along the 401, South Stormont to Morrisburg, and then all the way to almost Cardinal, where that heavy precip is right now. And let's just take a look here. And I'm just going to see how this looks on our camera. Switch over to the GG's Tree Care weather cam, and let's switch over here. Definitely lightning right over top. Quite the light show. Like I said, I could sit and watch this kind of stuff all night long. I love storms, as they as people know, but oh wow, there's a huge shelf on that. I don't know if you guys can see that on the live stream just above. There's definitely a long string of clouds right across the leading edge of that, and that's what we call a shelf cloud. So definitely something I would love to be sitting in front of at this point. Question about Arnprior. I think there is definitely a little bit of precip that's between Arnprior and Renfrew. It is very small and very narrow. Just a question from Wade Prue. So it is a short-lived tiny storm at this point. Nothing headed at Edmonton coming. Question, anything headed towards Edmonton? Looks like LOL possibly in the chat. Nothing right now other than extremely minor precipitation. You might get an isolated raindrop or two. Hurton saying definitely lots of smoke today out in Alberta, and I think that's why these storms are kind of being kept down at this point. So Wade updating that there's very heavy rain in Arnprior and thunder. Chris McDonald, good to see you from upstate New York. Hopefully the storms weren't too bad for you. I know it was a little bit windy down there, but always good to see you in the chat as well. Ottawa lightning is going off every few seconds. Yes, definitely have a light show going on today in Eastern Ontario at this point, and we can see that on the camera here. I'm just leaving it up as this storm approaches, and I answer some questions through the chat there. So getting lots of lightning near Maitland, which is just back on the opposite side of this camera. So yeah, definitely quite the light show going on at this point. So Chantal talking about thunder rolling in Gatineau. Again, that'll be extremely minor when it comes through. It is dying off as it's coming through into that area as well. So something just beeped or got updated, so bear with me. Oh, yeah, the severe watch is being shrunk down on the Quebec side, so we'll see if that continues to be the case. What else? Hydro is, our power is out in Beckwith. Anyone know the ETA on power coming back on? Thanks, from Pete. So I don't know if anybody in the chat can help Pete out in the Beckwith area to know when the power will be back on. This lightning reminds me of Canada Day. So, oh, camera centered itself back up there. That's what it does after a while. So Canadian 613, what made you get into this storm chasing and providing so much information to people? I definitely have been into storm chasing primarily as a hobby. It has been something I've done for the last, since 2014, 2013 is when I started storm chasing. And it was a hobby strictly for me. A year ago, just over a year ago, Connor and I decided that we wanted to create a platform that doesn't hype stuff up, that doesn't fearmonger, that doesn't post the doomsday scenario there's so many platforms out there that present doomsday scenarios every time there's weather. So we are the complete and utter opposite of that, and that's the reason we are existing. So that's what got me into doing this YouTube thing. I did not have it on my bingo card, vision board, none of that stuff. It was just, I just got fed up with platforms just scaring people, and I said, well, we can do this better or a different way. And I mean, clearly we just what did we do? We just surpassed 24,000 followers on YouTube, which is insane. We're just around that corner. We're at 23,963. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I want to break 24,000 tonight, but I appreciate everybody who has subscribed today. But obviously we have a different outlook of it, rather than scaring people, educating and informing them, just so they know what's coming at them. That's half the battle. So let's look at Alberta here. So we're looking at our hailstorm here west of Vulcan. Still going to be throwing loonies to toonie sized hail out of it. It's a much narrower strip of hail, so that's probably a good sign. We have a little bit more north of Ensign or east of Brant in Alberta. And this is going to be probably grapes to loony sized hail out of that. It does seem to be subsiding a little bit of rain to the east of Calgary, but that's all it is. And our storm, oh, thank you very much, Canadian 613, for subscribing to the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. Red Deer, southwest of there, still a little bit of hail on this. This is coming towards Highway 2. It'll be just south of Penhold, I suspect, as it crosses Highway 2. We will see if it still has hail in it. I think this is going to be pea-sized to grape-sized hail based on this latest scan. Obviously, some rain through Sylvan Lake on the north side of Red Deer, but that is just rain at this point, nothing concerning. And our watches stop before we get to Edmonton. And we have a couple of little showers here by southeast of Edmonton, Cooking Lake, but these are non-severe showers. KCEMBC just subscribed to our Sunshine Club. Thank you very much again for the support for that as well. It goes a long way towards helping us, folks, so it's really appreciated. Absolutely pouring outside my studios right now here in Ontario. But that's all there is to speak about essentially in Alberta right now. Just looking at some storms or trying to come off the foothills back to the west and southwest of Rocky Mountain House. And our storms coming out of the hills by Cochrane and Bragg Creek. Those are just showers at this point. There's nothing concerning about those. They will go into Calgary, but they are just light showers at this point. So that's all that is going in there. So Wakefield, Quebec, getting an update from there, just saying rain is slowing down there. Apparently, Pete, sorry, this is coming from, we have no ETA on restoring power for Pete, unfortunately. So, Gilles, thank you. Gilles, thank you very much. We love you too. That's awesome. I appreciate the calming nature and how accurate you are. It allows me to put this stream on the TV and let my wife calm down. Love it. Whatever works, man. I'm all here for it. So I really appreciate that we can help people out. Lots of thunder in Kempville. The house is shaking again. So Pillazilla saying, thanks for doing this. It looks like this all skid by Brockville. Will it blow by us? I believe so. Let me just jump back to Eastern Ontario quickly just to look at what the storms are doing there. Trying to click things too quickly. Yeah, it's going to be to your north. It's not even going to get, it might get into to Prescott, but that's basically it at this point. So definitely not going to be an issue for the Brockville area, just in eastern Ontario. So getting a little bit of rain starting in West Edmonton, but again, it's going to be extremely light rain. Your sprinkler system can do actually more than that. So Carolyn just updating Pete on the power outage in Beckwith. They're saying an ETA for restoration is about 11:15 tonight. So comment here from Christina saying the lightning is so beautiful in Kempville. Yes, I would love to be hanging out, watching the lightning happen out here. And I can watch it on my weather camera. I guess that's the best thing I can do here, but it's just nonstop right now. So some very significant lightning strikes. Not a lot of rain, as you can see. I mean, definitely still raining, but wind is very calm with this. That's the other reason that this is good to show you guys. But definitely those lightning strikes lighting up the sky as these storms continue to roll through along the 416 corridor, heading southeast at this point. So. True Game saying seems like today was a bust for Alberta for the most part, besides two storms. It's still lots of daylight left out there. We're 7:23 p.m., so still a couple of hours till the sun sets. Stuff could still unfold, so I'm not willing to call it a bust just yet, but it definitely isn't starting off strong here in Ontario. We literally started the stream, and 30 seconds later there was a tornado warning. So today was very exciting into eastern Ontario, western Quebec. It started out with a bang, unfortunately for some people, but luckily we don't think anything touched down anywhere. So let me head back out and just switch over to Alberta again and just keep updating folks here. So 7:17, we are 1 minute out for our scan, so that's why I wanted to get back there. Connor's just submitting some stuff from Prescott from the lightning show, so I'll switch over to that shortly as well. Okay, so west of Vulcan, we still have a significant hail core ongoing right now. This is going to be looney Satuni sized hail right along 534 and just north of there. And then north of Ensign, this is going to be grapes to looney sized hail out of that. And this is again 7:23 p.m. Alberta time. And our storm just to the southwest of Penhold or north of Innisfail. 1 pixel of pink in there, prolific downpour of rain, possibly pea-sized to grape-sized hail out of that. And that is it at this point. Let's take a look at Edmonton. I know we have a lot of people watching. These are just regular showers, folks. This is so light on the scale, it's almost not registering. So don't worry about rain in Edmonton. It is not anything of any significance that you need to worry about. If we start getting into, when you start getting into the reds, that's where it's heavy rain. But right now you are on the very bottom end of the scale, almost to the point where it doesn't register. So that's the good news. We do have storms starting to come out of the foothills here, west of Red Deer, Rocky Mountain House, and we'll see if those can do anything. But based on what I've been seeing here so far, it looks like they're struggling, and it mostly has to do with smoke. But it only takes one of them to get through and go ballistic, unfortunately. So still, what is it, 7:20 p.m. out there. I'm just checking what time it gets dark there. I think it's like 9:30 or so. Let me check. Yeah, 9:15 it gets dark, so we're still at least 2 hours out from it getting dark in Alberta, and then it takes about 30 to 45 minutes for it, 2 hours till the sun sets, and then another 30 to 40 minutes before it goes completely dark. So still time for some shenanigans, but we'll see if that unfolds. And just looking here, yeah, okay, so we've updated on Alberta. I'm just going to swing back to Eastern Ontario and just keep updating. Excuse me. So Bet you my Johnstown camera has a real good view right now. Down by the seaway. Down by the seaway. See what it looks like here on the camera. Not as much lightning. I'm just looking to see. So right now we have heavy precip through Cardinal area, and they have put a squall warning across the St. Lawrence Seaway. You can see that purple box. That's what that's about. So again, just to do with the storms moving through, but most of them move through to upstate New York. And South Stormont, still a little bit of precipitation there. Lunenburg and North Lunenburg, very heavy precip, small pocket of it, not a lot for winds, so that's the good news. That will come into Cornwall, so there's some more showers heading for Cornwall. Finch area, moderate, heavy to light rain. And then we have this behemoth between North Gower, Kempville back to essentially Franktown, so very heavy precipitation out of that. I'm going to switch over to the GG's Tree Care weather cam, and you can see the lightning here down by the seaway. This is going to be right as this storm is crossing, essentially about to cross over to the St. Lawrence. And let's just take a look down, further down. There you go. Again, thank you to Master Feeds for working with us to get this camera up there. It gives us a great view usually. Whoops, turned that too far. That's what you can see it's mounted to, but that's looking back towards Brockville. And you can see that there's quite a bit of prolific lightning happening with these storms. But Kempville has a little more than that going on right now. Just far more intense precip. Let me switch over to, sorry, this one here. Connor just sent some stuff from Prescott. I said that a while ago in Ontario, so let me pull that up. I'm juggling a little too many things here, so let me bring that up and I'll share that with you guys. This is from Connor from Prescott area. As this storm was moving through, so he's getting some decent lightning shots here on video. And you can see a shelf in there, though. That's what we were, wow, that's what we were looking at on the camera itself from the GG's Tree Care webcam, or weather cam, I should say. Okay, so that's from the Prescott area, from Connor, who's still out there playing with storms at this point. So again, the biggest thing I'm seeing right now is our storm that is coming through the Kempville area. And I'll bring that up on my camera here, share that with you guys. So that is just heavy downpour, lots of lightning, as you can see, that's continuing. But the wind, look at the trees, they're barely moving. So not a lot of wind danger with this. Just this is more bark than bite, as they say, but definitely some more precip headed for certain areas. So let me swing this out. And take a look here. So I'll show you how this is unfolding, and then I'll go back to Alberta to cover those two storms that are out there. So coming into Ottawa, the showers evaporated basically. We do have showers south of Arnprior through Ottawa, very, very light rain over to Rockland, Buckingham, and then a little bit to the north from there. But that is basically it as far as showers. The one big storm left here is around Kempville, North Gower, coming through Merrickville and south along the 416. So I'll continue. It's still non-severe. I will continue to update you guys on it, but it is non-severe at this time. And our event out here in Calgary and in Alberta is on the lower end of the scale currently, and we'll see whether this continues to be the case here. So this is our latest scan here from Alberta at 7:29 p.m. We have west of Vulcan, still got a hail core there. Excuse me, loony to possibly toony sized hail out of that. And then just north, we probably have east of Ensign, we probably have grapes, maybe a little bit bigger than that. And let's just take a look up here. And then just south of Penhold, heavy precipitation and maybe pea-sized to grape-sized hail at most, but I think closer to pea-sized hail would be falling out of this. Continuing due east at this point. So not a whole lot to update about in Alberta at this point. So it's definitely different than I was expecting. The parameters for severe weather were much higher out in Alberta than they were here in Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec in the overall picture. So definitely interesting how that's unfolding. Melissa asking, where do you send photos, videos and photos? Just checking to see if anybody put that in the chat. No, let me I'll give you the link. I'm just going to throw it in there on the next message. So I just put it into the chat there, Melissa. Hopefully you can see that. You can send in to that link, the media CWL-mediabase44.app. If you click on that, you'll be able to submit photos and videos in there, and we can definitely take a look at them and try and get them on here. So just taking a look at things. Wow, we're 15 away from 24,000. Thank you guys. Really appreciate anybody who's subscribed, anybody who's donated today, anybody who became a member of the Sunshine Club. Super thankful for the support, guys. Connor and I really appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. Okay, let's just take a look here. Again, not much to report on the Calgary stuff, and I'll kind of play it out for you. You can see that southern storm started looking a lot meaner as it was coming off the foothills, but weakened pretty quickly. I'll zoom out a little bit there, and you can see that as it's moving through. We are definitely getting a ton of rain. I think I saw SensForce talking about how much rain is coming into Kemptville, and it is definitely pouring rain in Kemptville right now. So could be a little bit of flooding happening. Power just flickered here in Kemptville. I've got everything backed up on UPSs, but they are not happy right now. So I think the power just got knocked out. No, power's still outside, so that's good. Anyways, right now, just watching these storms out in Alberta. They are definitely struggling, folks, right now, which, again, is good for people who are in the line of severe storms. If you're a storm chaser, obviously not what you want to see, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. Yeah, Dutch Canucks saying Kemptville has had nonstop lightning for a couple hours now, and I can share my camera here. This is what's happening outside my house. It's getting a little windy and a little rainy, but lots of lightning as well. So yeah, this is coming through right now. Wind has picked up a little bit here too, so a little more gusty on this portion of the storm. I'm gonna watch this. I think that I'm gonna take a look at radar here in Eastern Ontario and just zoom back. That's our storm right here that's coming through. Let me just take a look at some velocities. Definitely windy in there. Wow. It's just poor Spider. He's taking a beating. Anybody who's been on here knows what I'm talking about. Okay. Power keeps going out in Carlton Place coming from Ruby Smith. Sorry to hear that. That's frustrating. Rusty Nail saying getting hammered in Lancaster by Cornwall area. Definitely some strong winds and rain out that way, and there's still some more rain coming your way, but nothing like what's going through Kemptville at this point and to the south into Burritts Rapids, Merrickville area. And definitely very heavy precip on that. This may get severe warned again. We'll see. Lots of thunder and lightning, but overall on the lower end of, like I said, it's not severe at this point yet. Courtney just saying hail in Kemptville. Wow, okay, that's interesting. So getting a little bit of hail in Kemptville. I'm curious what the next scan will show. Based on how much it's raining outside my studio right now, I'm not surprised to hear about hail. So there we go. Look at this. We do have hail in Kemptville. You called it, Courtney, obviously. So getting a little bit of pixels of purple here, or pink, I should say. This is going to be grape-sized hail, maybe a little bit larger than that, in a small pocket just west of Kemptville. So Beckett's Landing, Kemptville, all the way up to North Gower, heavy rain back through the Marlborough Forest, down to Burritts Rapids. That's basically where this storm is situated, and it is just moving southeast at this point, but it's almost looking like it's going to try and track a little bit east here. So let me check some winds in here. Definitely very windy, or the winds are picking up at this point, moderate winds in the Kemptville area. And then we have another storm here just north of Almont, Mississippi Mills, with maybe a little bit of hail on it as well. That is probably pea-sized hail coming into that area. So a few rounds of storms continuing to try and stick with it. Moderate rain coming into Cornwall here very shortly as well. Let me just take a look, and not a lot for winds out of that. Okay, let me go back to Alberta. It's crazy. Okay, here's our next scan. All our hail is through Vulcan right now, so there's no more hail to the north. We had kind of a cluster to the north. We do have hail through Vulcan. This is going to be loony to toony sized hail, continuing to move east along 534 and stretching to the north. So that is continuing on as we talk here. It is 7:38 p.m. Alberta time. So again, that one little storm, there is a precip east of Calgary. This is now getting out to what's out here, Midwest Hutterite Colony, standard Hutterite Colony, but I'm not seeing any towns. So not much. It's south of Drumheller, but that's just rain showers at this point. And then our storm along Highway 2 near Penhold, definitely just very heavy precip on that, and torrential rain, and no hail. Woof, and no hail located in that. Power definitely flickering in the studio. My UPSs are saving our bacon because normally that would kill the stream. But we've got some decent backups in place. So if the stream does go down for some reason, folks, I will do my best to get it back up and running. Right now, the systems are working that I've put into place. So we definitely are still good to operate. If my internet goes out or something like that, I'll do my best to get this back up and running. So a lot of comments about hail in Kemptville. So yeah, definitely a lot of people commenting about that. Power out in Kemptville for some people. I've definitely had it flickering. I can show you here our camera outside. There's still power outside. So I still have power in Equinel. So I'm on the north side of Kemptville is where I'm located. Also getting very windy in, I'm assuming around in Kemptville area. Definitely a storm that is packing a little more of a punch than the rest of it. So Rusty Nail sent in a video, so bear with me for 1 second. Oof, house is rumbling here. Okay, let me bring this up. This is from Rusty Nail out of Lancaster. Let me bring this up here and I'll show you guys briefly some of the lightning. Let me pause that. Let me bring it up here. So out the back window, over the deck and the barbecue. Good old lightning strike there. So definitely chattery in Lancaster. Thank you for sending that in. I really appreciate that. Let me just take a look here. I hear generators running outside. That's not good. Bear with me for a second, folks. Oh, I've still got power, but some of my neighbors don't because the power is definitely out for some people. That's so bizarre. Okay. Anyways, sorry. Back to this. Just looking. Wow, pretty cool lightning strike here. Melissa sending in a video from Ladysmith. Let me, this was earlier, obviously, but I'm just going to show you guys on the Quebec side. Nice little lightning strike. There you go. I was going to say, wait for it. I'll play that a second time, but a good lightning strike right there. Very nice. Thank you for sending that in. Let's just take a look at that. Okay. Okay, let's take a look back at our storms here. 7:35 p.m. 1 minute to our next scan here, so I'll stick with Alberta and then we'll swing around. I'll try and answer some questions in the chat as well. Okay, so still got hail out by Vulcan. It's now on the east side of Vulcan. This is again going to be loony to toony sized hail roughly. And it continues to progress eastward. It's the only part of the storm that is now currently still throwing hail. I will back this up for anybody that's just jumping. We had Blackie. There was hail up there. You had two kind of separate hail cores. And now we've just got one hail core that is continuing on the south side of this storm, just east of Vulcan, Alberta. So that is the only storm of any significance. And they have not extended the severe warning for our storm up by Red Deer. You can see that that is dying off at this point. No longer considered a severe storm, no hail on it, and it is losing its precipitation core. That is just a regular non-severe thunderstorm at this point. Let me take a look here. Southeast of Edmonton, there's a few heavier showers or thunderstorms just southeast of Cooking Lake, north of Kingman. Basically somewhere around Tofield, it looks like. Those are non-severe thunderstorms, folks, so not anything to get too worried about. North of Fort Saskatchewan, up by Redwater, regular moderate to light rain, and that's actually light moderate rain, essentially, so nothing to be concerned about there. They have just extended the warning to the south, I believe. Let me just read the warning here. They're just calling for loony to ping pong ball size hail. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm at 7:42 p.m. So that's going to continue to push that severe thunderstorm warning out further from there. So let's come back here. Definitely the storm right now is the Kemptville area. They just shrunk back here. I'm just going to show you the severe thunderstorm warning in Ontario is now shrunk back to Arnprior. Where does it go here? Just to the west of Carleton Place and then south of Perth and again Gananoque. So they've taken that and they've shrunk it back eastward at this point to just hang out with, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Bear with me. We are just crossing the 6-hour mark here. So they are just shrinking back the severe watch for these storms that are going through Kemptville. This is going to continue in Kemptville for a while. There's quite a bit of rain happening here, and I'll show you what's happening. This is another storm coming through. We've had 2 or 3 of them over the last little bit. There's a storm going through Almont right now, and then off through the Kemptville area and south into south of Osgood, I should say. And I'm going to take a look here just to see. Rain has definitely subsided here in Kemptville a little bit where I'm located, but I don't think we're over and done with. We're still got a bunch of lightning, but the wind has subsided here because a short while ago it was smacking against the side of the window here, and you can still see that there's quite a bit of lightning here out in Kemptville area. So that continues to be the storm that's packing, I guess, the most intensity at this time. And everything else has crossed over the seaway at this point. So you can see that, let me just bring it up and pause it. So you can see that storms are, there's even a little bit of hail on this again, just around the Kemptville area. So just south of the hospital, essentially, on the Guelph campus, I want to say, there's probably a little bit of tiny hail in there as well. So just checking a couple things here. And this is continuing to move southeast, so lots of lightning, lots of precipitation on this, so it is sustaining at this time. This will head towards Morrisburg, might get I think it'll be north of Iroquois, but Morrisburg area, between Morrisburg and South Stormont roughly is where this storm will end up. Currently just to the north of Burritts Rapids, up to North Gower, over to Osgood, and then down through Hallville. But the heaviest of it is definitely through the Kempville area right now. So let me just take a look at something here. Okay, we've got another post here for Alberta, so I'll swing back to that. Right now, this storm around Kempville, 416 corridor, is non-severe. There is a little bit of hail in it, and there are some windier pockets in there, but overall, not too bad. It is, like I said, it has a lot of bark, not as much bite at this point. Few showers on the Quebec side, even into Rockland, but those are just rain showers at this point. Nothing concerning in that area there. Again, we don't have any severe warnings, and in fact, Quebec just dropped all the severe thunderstorm watch for the entire area, so that is good news for the Quebec side of things. Let me go back out to Alberta and just show you guys what we've got left out here. And I'm going to share this. This is from Braden Morso, just hail core impacting Vulcan, Alberta. So let me just repost this on our X. And let me show you guys this video. So you can see that there's quite a bit of heavy torrential rain, but embedded with hail in it. So a lot of times that's what you get. Obviously quite a bit of wind with it as well. So just that's what's going through Vulcan there a short while ago on our hail core there. Okay. So this is 747. This just came in. This definitely looks like the hail core is picking up. We're getting into those bright pinks again. So that is going to be probably toonie sized or larger, maybe even up to ping pong ball sized hailstones out of that. So hail is starting to pick up on that on this latest scan, and it is just isolated to that southern portion of the storm. It is east of 23, south of 534 primarily, but stretching over it a little bit. So one storm down there, and that's it, folks. I have nothing else to report on in Alberta. I honestly thought that this was going to be a totally different, that this was going to unfold totally differently than it is right now. So we are about an hour and a half from sunset out in Alberta at this point. So we'll see whether this continues. Obviously good news for people in line with these bad storms. It obviously impacts people in a negative way. So I'm always happy when I'm reporting on things being less than what they expect as far as for the viewers of the channel. As a storm chaser, I want to be out there chasing storms, but I now sit in front of a computer. That's my life. Okay, let's swing back here because we definitely are still getting some solid weather out of this storm around Kempville that just came in. So let me go. The hail has come out of this storm, still non-severe, but we do have pockets of very intense pockets of very intense precipitation. Just going to take a look. We just had a submission here, so bear with me for a second. I hear generators running all over my neighborhood, which is interesting. Let me just bring this up. From Drummond Center, just getting a video here from Kayla Thomas. So let me pull that up. Let me share that. Wow. I love taking photography of this kind of stuff, these backlit anvils. And hear the crickets. Thank you, Kayla, for sending that in. Mother Nature's fireworks show is what I usually refer to those storms, so I really appreciate that. Again, if you want to submit anything, at the top is a QR code. You can scan that on your phone. That'll bring you to our link tree, and the first link on there is for submitting photos or videos to our media tool. You can also get it below in the video in the description. You will definitely have it in there as well, and click on it, and then also in the chat. Sometimes Nightbot puts it in there, and it will be on our new website once we get that up and running before the end of the month. So that is coming out as well. Just stuff that we're building in the background as things progress here. So let's just take a look here. 23,994. We're almost at 24,000 on YouTube, guys. Really appreciate it. Everybody subscribing tonight, so thank you very much for that. What else have we got here? Lots of precip over top of us right now in Kemptville area and southeast of there, going towards South Mountain and Mountain, and then into Acton's Corners, Oxford Mills, and it's continuing. It's kind of stalled out a little bit. It looks like it's not moving off very quickly, so this might cause a bit of flooding and stuff like that, unfortunately, throughout the area, but it is starting to train through this area. And I can show you, I know I'm repeating myself here, but that's outside my studio right now. Still see power on, so I don't know why generators are running, but I am definitely hearing them throughout the neighborhood. But so still very heavy precipitation. Roadway definitely looks like it's got a lot of water on it. So if you are going out in the Kemptville area and surrounding areas, obviously through Beckett's Landing, Acton's Corners, it's definitely going to be very heavy precipitation at this point. A little bit of a storm here over by Avonmore and Finch. Obviously moderate heavy precip out of that as well, but still non-severe at this point. And then we have another storm trying to get going again by Almont and Carlton Place area. Looks weaker this time, so we'll see if that continues to be the case. But again, this is what's unfolded over the last hour and a half roughly. So apparently Equinel and area power outage restoration 12:15 a.m. for everybody who doesn't know. That's around the Kemptville area here south of Ottawa. So probably part of my neighborhood is out of power, and I've been lucky that my power stayed on. I do have a generator, but I have to go and manually start it. So hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed that I don't have to go outside. Oof, this has got big hail on it, folks. This Vulcan storm. Let me just check something. I'm going to get with you guys and give you an update here. So this now has what's called a TBSS on it, and that is what's called a 3-body scatter strike, and that is what you see right here, this big spike on the opposite side of where the radar is in relation to the storm. So Strathmore radar is sitting up here. If I draw a straight line from the Strathmore radar, it goes through the hail and then creates this spike. That is a shadow essentially on basically the software or the radar output, but what it tells you is that there's very large hail in there and there's a lot of hail. So that is a prolific hail maker right now. This storm, let me just take a look here. This is going to be ping pong balls, maybe even up to golf balls, and it has spread out. It is all along 534 and south of there, east of 23, and this continues to move kind of east-southeast at this point. So that is a dangerous storm at this point. Right now, this is chucking some very large hail out of it, and it will, if it continues to increase on the next scan, that's not good news. This is again going to be ping pong ball sized hail roughly out of this storm or smaller. So if you are east of it, you have livestock you can get to shelter, you have pets, plants, cars, farming equipment. I suggest getting it indoors. It is heading down east. It'll come into Lomond. That is where it's going next. This is just north of Champion, east of Vulcan, and it is continuing to head that way. So this is definitely a hailmaker right now, and a significant one at that. So just want to update everybody on it. And back to the north, let's take a look. We've got some non-severe, very heavy precipitation east of Penhold, maybe pea-sized hail along 42, and that's basically it up in that area. And then let's take a look around Edmonton. We've got just showers around Edmonton area. Again, nothing too concerning. One little storm coming out of the foothills, or still on the foothills, just north of Nordegg. We will see whether that continues. It is not severe warned. That has small hail on it, probably melting by the time it gets to the surface. I'm going to take a look at everything else. Storm southwest of Calgary, Diamond Valley, but that looks like it won't sustain. It'll probably die as it comes off the foothills, but we will see. And that's it for Alberta. So again, this is our big, big. It's making big hail at this point. It's not an extremely large storm, but it is definitely throwing large hailstones east of Vulcan and continuing to move eastward at this point. So that is the storm to be paying attention to. Janet saying coming down like crazy here in Rideau Provincial Park. Give me a sec here. I just realized something. Okay, let's switch back to this. I'm just going to take a look here. Out. So again, we've been talking about one hailmaker out in Alberta, and I'm going to swing back here to Ontario and just update on our storms around Kemptville. 7:53 p.m. We're waiting for our next scan here. I'll bring it back in a moment. So yeah, definitely. If you're out camping today, that would not be fun to ride out this kind of precipitation. I mean, it's going to flood your tent at the best case of scenario, and then it's going to blow stuff around. So definitely anybody outside would need to be getting shelter just from the precipitation and the wind. So okay. Benjamin just saying, watching the videos, man, I'm glad this storm missed me in my area. This is wild. I hope everyone is able to keep on top of the water. Hopefully the community will help each other if needed. Absolutely. That is one thing about, I know about Kemptville. The last time we had an ice storm, I was literally running 1, 2, 3 houses on top of my own off of my generator just to try and help people out. So yeah, definitely people step up, and that's what I love about the community. So okay. Sensforce just commenting, I don't recall seeing the Kemptville Creek so high at this time of year. It'll be even higher tomorrow. I remember when we had our drought last year at the end of August, the Kemptville Creek ran dry. So it's amazing the contrast sometimes of what happens with weather and how it affects things going on. But yes, it's definitely one of those situations where we're getting a ton of precipitation at this point. So Oh, Johnny, really appreciate that. Yes, definitely one of the cheat codes I use on reading radar is a 3-body scatter strike. They call it a TBSS. We short form everything in this world, but when you see a TBSS on a storm, 100% you need to dodge that, because that is throwing a ton of hail, and usually a very long, a lot of hail, and a large hail as well. Kimberly saying, as long as there isn't a tornado in Kempville, I'm happy. 100%, but we had one last Sunday that luckily missed everybody, including my house. I did not have a tornado missing my house by a little over a kilometer on my 2026 bingo card. So again, thank goodness it missed my house, because I definitely, when I was shooting that video by the Equinol golf course, I was kind of questioning what it was going to do. So anyways, okay, let's continue. So the storm just got our latest scan here, and it is starting to thin out. So it is sticking over the same area, but what I want you to see is look at the size of the storm by Kempville to the west, and now it's starting to thin out. So it is starting to die off slowly. It's going to end eventually, I assure you of that. It doesn't feel like it right now, but it is starting to die off here. So over the next few scans, I expect that to die off. So let's go back out to Alberta, and let's look at our hailmaker out there, and then kind of keep up with things there. So woof, hail core even getting bigger on this. So this is definitely a very large hailmaker, and it continues to be so. It re-intensified on this scan. It just does not want to quit this storm, and it is very large hail core. I'm going to tell you, let's measure it here so we can give you guys a rough idea north to south. This hail core is 10 kilometers across, and this is, again, for the most part, chucking probably ping pong ball sized hail or smaller, depending where you are on the map. So again, continuing to move east. If you are anywhere east of this storm, put your equipment away if you can, put your vehicles away, put your pets away, livestock, plants, whatever you don't want damaged, because this is coming, and it will shred whatever is in its path. I've driven through storms like this with my storm chase vehicle. I've seen crazy damage from hail. So this is the one you need to take seriously. It is continuing to intensify here, folks. So definitely take that one seriously as it moves towards Lamond, that is just east of it on 531. So this is just southwest of Brooks. I mean, as far as a what am I trying to say? A city on Trans-Canada Highway, just giving you guys a reference point. Still showing that TBSS on there. So again, that is your hint that that is a storm packing a punch. Let's take a look here. Just east of Penhold, a little bit of hail in there. That's going to be pea-sized to grape-sized hail. Moving east along 42, just to the south of it, heading towards Lusana. So just another hail core. It is not severe warned at this point, but let me just re-update here. Thanks, Veronica. She's just sending me some more stuff here. This storm definitely is re-intensifying, so let me just bring this up. This is from... Okay, so this is just Braden Morrisseau again posting on X, sharing that with us. This is the storm right now that we're talking about, the big hailmaker. It is drawing up. Basically, if you can see where my mouse is in the center of the screen, this is where it's drawing up the scud and moisture right underneath that updraft. And for that to sustain that large hail, you need to have a strong updraft, meaning a mass of air just basically rocketing almost straight up, essentially. And imagine how strong or fast that has to be for it to suspend a ping pong ball in the air. Because all of the hailstones essentially start out as tiny little specks, and as they bounce around up there, they just kind of get bigger and bigger and bigger. And so until the updraft can no longer support it, and then it falls out of there. So you can kind of you can understand how strong the updraft is based on the hail at times. And I don't know the exact conversion, so I know somebody will ask me about it, but I knew I had a chart. I shared it on here before, what kind of speeds. I think ping pong balls is like 80 kilometers an hour straight up, basically, is what it requires. So, okay, so this is definitely our big hailmaker, and the rest of it, like I said, not much to talk about out here in Alberta. We just have that one severe storm, and I'm curious if they've gone orange with this warning here. They're still calling it yellow and calling for loony to ping pong ball sized hail. I will not be surprised if this updraft is sustaining at this point, that it will have some purple in it on the next scan, just because it just continues to breathe really well. There's our next scan. There's the purple. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. So purple, we are now starting to get into golf balls, possibly, and maybe even slightly larger than that. So this continues to pack a serious punch. Again, this just continues to have very large hail on it. So please heed this storm here in Alberta. It is southeast of Vulcan, heading towards Lamond, and east on 531. That's where this is headed. So that is the storm in Alberta to pay attention to. I'm just going to look if there's any other storms that I need to worry about out here, and so far there is nothing out there. So let me come back to Eastern Ontario and switch over. So we still have our rain coming through Kemptville, so there's definitely going to be a lot of I think there's going to be some decent overland flooding right now in Kemptville. I still have power. Just going to show you my weather cam outside the house here, and you can see that it's still pouring rain out there, and non-stop lightning. This hasn't stopped for the last, I want to say, close to an hour probably. So there's more than likely going to be a bit of flooding here around the Kemptville area. So make sure you've got your sump pumps checked, that you know that they're working properly. I've had a few issues with mine before in the past, so let me just highlight that. It is just sitting here and training over the same spot. So stretching back from Kemptville. And let me just take a look here. So I've got another video that we've just had submitted here, but heavy rain core just kind of between Marlborough Forest and Beckett's Landing. That's actually coming towards my place, that dark red. And that's basically the last of it. The rest of this is just insignificant precipitation for the most part, even on the Quebec side. A little bit of rain north of Cornwall, and then we have a little bit of rain here just east of Carleton Place. But Kemptville seems to be the hot spot. And I understand we have another video to share out of the media tool, so bear with me for 1 second. So this is from YouTube user SensForce, sharing a video here of the precipitation looking southward in the backyard. So appreciate you sharing that. But yes, just tons of rain, lightning. So again, thank you for sharing that. Really appreciate it. Okay. Wow. Okay, that struck right outside my house. Sorry. Wow. Okay. Butt pucker moment there. We just broke 24,000 on YouTube, guys. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. That's a huge milestone for us. So thank you. Dutch Canuck asking, did the Kemptville get the red tornado alert at 5:30? I got it as I was leaving Ottawa, but it was much darker there, well, until shortly after I got home. So I don't think I didn't get it in Kemptville. Somebody, you know, it was fairly close. It kind of went just to the south, or just to the north of Kemptville was where the warning happened. However, the storm in question was by Goleta, and it was moving towards Kinburn. So that's where the rotation was at that time. So nowhere near down these areas. That's the problem. Tomorrow we are getting new we are getting new alert systems starting with Environment Canada tomorrow. We will see what that looks like. And I just started a video with my earbuds, literally. What's going on here? Did I seriously do that? Sorry guys, I just heard a bunch of rain in my earbuds. I'm starting to lose my mind maybe. No, anyways, okay. So yeah, let me get back to it. So anyways, we are supposed to get new warnings starting tomorrow for severe weather events that have to do with severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings. They're going to be more accurate, like what I draw on our live stream. The orange polygon I put out, that's what Environment Canada is going to be doing with the new system, which is called storm-based warning versus these big boxes that cover huge areas that are based on township, county lines, provincial lines, all that kind of stuff. So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, definitely no tornado warning down in Kemptville from what I understand, and it would have been way out of the area. So lots of lightning in Nepean. That's probably from the Kemptville storm because just south of Manotick, Richmond, North Gower, Munster, that's where we're seeing all the lightning. You can see that on our chart here, and definitely getting a whole pile of rain here still continuously. So, and lots of close lightning strikes here. So again, if the stream does go down, I will do my best to get it back up and running for you guys. If I can do it, I will. Let's scoot back out here, and we're going to wait for our next update here at 8:05 p.m. Alberta time. Hurton, thank you very much. Really appreciate the donation and the shout out for 24,000 on YouTube. That's amazing. Like I said, I can't believe I'm even speaking those words. So I think between that and Facebook, we're over 40,000 followers, which is, yeah, brain can't process that, but really appreciate the support. So okay, here we go. So purple came out of it, so hail size came down a fraction, and we are splitting hairs at this point because it still has those bright pinks in there. So we're talking toonie to probably close to ping pong ball sized hail out of this, and it's not moving very quickly at this time. You can see that over the last couple of scans, it has barely moved. So that is giving some prolific hail in that area of Alberta. I'm just going to look to see if there's anything else updated on this. Beautiful photo from Braden Morrisseau just now of this storm. So let me bring it up here. So again, if you guys don't follow Braden, he's on Facebook and X. And his word, incredible supercell northeast of Champion, Alberta. So I would pay lots of money to be standing in front of this storm right now as a storm chaser. Just that's my happy place, watching this kind of stuff unfold. So again, thanks to Braden Morrisseau for allowing us to share that stuff. And that's the view of our storm here, just by Champion, northeast of there along 842 and 534. Let me just go take a look. And then we have non-severe storms. The hail has come out of our storms southeast of Red Deer, just north of Elnora. That is just very heavy rain at this point. Let's take a look. Winds are mild in that as well. So nothing to be concerned about. Those are non-severe storms at this point. And then we are, what are we, 8:15? We're about an hour from sunset at this point out in Alberta. So the window is starting to close on any kind of real severe. I have a storm just by Elk Island National Park, still non-severe, but Jesus, holy crap, that hit my house. Okay, well, that's a first. I just about crapped my pants. That literally hit my house. I threw my mouse. But we are still up and running. That's the crazy part, I think. Oh my God. Yeah, that definitely, wow, that sucked. Okay, let me gather myself. That's crazy. Anyways, okay, what was I saying? Yes, Elk Island National Park, we definitely have. That's going to end up on a blooper reel somewhere, I can tell you that much. Elk Island National Park, not severe, little bit of hail, heavy rain in it, but it is a tiny little storm. The rest of it, these storms around Edmonton, not a big deal. And I need to check my shorts more than anything. That literally just hit at my house. I'm going to go take a look. I want to see how close that was. Maybe it hasn't updated yet. But anyways, wow. Whoo! Okay. So still a strong storm in Kempville, obviously, and I've said it a million times on this stream. Lightning is the part that scares me the most about storm chasing. You have no idea where it's going to strike. So I definitely need to change my shorts. I'm not going to lie. Wow. Yeah, anyways. We're good. Just like I said, it scared the living daylights out of me because it literally hit right next to the house or the house. I don't know exactly where, but yeah. Well, it's a question of how close I've been. There it goes again. That one's fairly close, but I've actually, when I've been storm chasing, when you can hear the tracer, which is the portion of the storm, the lightning bolt that comes up at the very end of a lightning bolt, it basically comes up from the ground and makes the connection. And when you can hear that and you're standing outside, you know you're very close to a lightning bolt. And I've been very close to lightning bolts. That was right. I mean, if it didn't hit the house, it was extremely close to the house. Let's put it that way. So, okay. Yeah, I'm going to be watching that one back again because my mouse literally went flying when that happened. So, okay. Anyways, we'll see. Yeah, my voice definitely changed. There's no question there. I was like, oh, crap. Okay. Anyways, okay, so they still have a severe warning on the storm. They have now issued a severe warning for the storm because of the craziness that's going on right now. It has just been sitting over the same area, so this will be more than likely because of producing very heavy rain. So the reason that they have severe warned it, we don't have flash flood warnings in Canada. We only have a severe warning. So when a storm sits and trains over an area and causes flash flooding, it gets a severe warning. That's just the way our system works. So this is not severe warning for hail or for wind. It is to do with the fact that it's been parked over the same area, just dumping rain. So we're about... Connor just wrote, I'm 1,000,000,000%. I'm posting that clip tomorrow of me crapping my pants. Anyways, as long as we're having fun, that's the whole idea. But the problem here is that we are going to end up with a ton of rain. So give me one sec. We can use US radar for this. We have different tools on a US radar. So total precipitation, let's see. So right now, this green that you're seeing here, this is a US tool. Good Lord, what is going on, dude? There's hail falling in my house. You can't even see outside right now. Hello? Like completely lost visibility. You can't even see the neighbor's house across the street. Okay, let me, before... I'm going to switch over to velocities, just make sure there's nothing coming that I don't need to see. Okay, we're back. I was looking to see what's going on with the winds, but it got extremely windy here just all of a sudden. Bear with me. I'm going to take a look. Don't need twice in a row to have something coming for my house. No, don't see anything there, but let me see here. Is my mic back? I had it moved to the side. Maybe it's better now because I definitely had it beside me when I went looking for the mouse. So I apologize, guys, if the sound was off. Hopefully we are good now. So anyways, okay, I was doing something here when the craziness started. I can hear the rain on the back windows of the house. That's just nuts. This is crazy. Okay, I'm trying to do stuff and I'm getting distracted. So let me switch to the US radar. So the power is out here now. Okay, it just came back on. Did we lose the stream? No, we're still here. Power definitely just went out in my house. Okay, so what I was trying to show you folks here with the radar, and I'm going to go full screen on this. Yeah, power is definitely going to be out here in a minute. right now through Kempville, this shows you total precipitation amount. We've already got 2 inches of rain down in Kempville. We have almost 3 inches of rain in spots. It's pitch black and oh my God. So yeah, power is just going on and off, guys. Bear with me for a minute. Big time flickering. This is not going to be good. Power is going to go out here. That's problematic. I'm in the dark. Anyways, definitely a power outage at this point, folks. Crap. Pardon my French. I'm sitting in the dark here. And it flickered, which is not good because that usually means it's not coming back too quickly at this point. So, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Anyways, what I was trying to show you guys is that U.S. radars have total rainfall amounts. And again, we've already gotten over 2 inches of rain out of this storm around the Kempville area, even kind of to the west, 3.5 inches of rain. So you're talking 75 millimeters, 60 to 75 millimeters have fallen out of this. All my stuff is beeping here, guys. Bear with me for a sec. Oh, okay. I feel like I'm like in a, let's switch over here. Let's go to Franktown. Well, I didn't expect that. It's kind of cool how it looks on the screen. Bear with me, folks. Okay, beeping has stopped. Do I want to run outside in the rain and put a generator on? Somebody wrote generator time. Yeah, it may be. Okay, let me see what's going to happen with the storm here. I have some time on my UPSs, but I don't think they're going to carry me for that long. What am I going to do here? Okay. Okay. Definitely didn't expect this. So we still have our storm over Kempville, dumping a ton of rain, obviously knocking the power out. I had a feeling that this might happen. That's why I kept saying if the stream goes out, I'll do my best to get it back on. Let's take a look here. They just updated our watch out in Alberta. They have put 7 hours out at this point. I don't see it sticking around that long. We still have our hailstorm here in just northeast of Champion. This is at 8:17 p.m. I'm going to wait for the next scan. Obviously, I missed it. I am in the dark at this point, so that's why there's no real light. I did not ever consider the lighting for backup, unfortunately. So, anyways, Mike saying nice that you have backup. Personally, screw the feed. I'm more interested in the sound. Yeah, I definitely have to keep on that. So I feel like a creepy character in a scary movie. Like I said, this is definitely not the position I was looking to be in. So, yeah, craziness. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to stick with this for a little bit here. The rain seems to have subsided a little bit. If I can get outside and fire up the generator, I will do so. Obviously, I'm going to have to take a break from the stream to get that going. But the rain has definitely subsided outside. I don't hear it smashing against my windows anymore. So, again, if we go down, we will try to be back at this point. So, yeah. Veronica just sending me a thing saying whether I noticed that Kempville has a severe warning. I briefly mentioned it here, but okay, hail still continues on our storm in Alberta. This is Alberta we're talking about, northeast of Champion, west of Lomond. This is still chucking 2-inch, not 2-inch, toonie-sized hail to maybe up to ping pong ball-sized hail. It is continuing to track eastward. That is our only storm in Alberta that's of any concern. Small rain shower by Diamond Valley, and then we have a line of precipitation out here by Stettler, but this is non-severe. Leading edge is very heavy precipitation on it, but at this point, that is all that's happening out there. So let me just take a look around the Edmonton area, and again, mostly non-severe storms. Nothing is warned, and the only area that might have some hail would be just northeast of Elk Island National Park. That is it. That is all at this time. So, Yeah, everybody commenting about heavy winds and rain through Kempville. I don't know what just blew in from there, but that is insane. That's the craziest I've seen here for a while as far as precipitation is concerned in Kempville. So that's the update out in Alberta. One hailer north of Lethbridge, essentially, just due north of there. That's where our severe warning is. It is northeast of Champion, chucking still very large hail on that. So that is the one to pay attention to. And they do have a severe warning on the Kempville storm. We were talking about that because of the precipitation. How much rain has fallen out of this? More than 50 millimeters at this time. So let's just watch what's unfolded here over the last hour and a half. I hope this next wave just kills it off. That's all I'm going to say. We have, what time is it? 8:23 p.m. Alberta time. So that's 10:23 p.m. our time. Well, there I'm even more of a ghostly individual in the bottom right corner. So, yeah, intermission time. Let's go for the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Get ourselves a drink. I remember that from the movies. That's pretty funny, Rick. I never thought I'd be transmitting from the dark, that's for sure. Let's take a look here. Okay. 8:23. We're about 4 minutes from our next scan. I literally don't hear rain anymore. I can't look outside because I have no longer eyes outside. My weather cam is not backed up by power until I get the generator going. So I can get it going fairly quick. So. Stefan, thank you very much for thank you very much for the donation and the candle and the flashlight. Oh, Frig, I love it. Appreciate that. That's very generous of you. Goes a long way. If you guys stick with me, give me a sec here. I'm going to run and try and get my generator up and running and see if I can get things back up. So obviously I'll be out for a few minutes, but I think I can get it up and running here fairly quick. I'm just going to go take a look at the precipitation and go from there. So bear with me. I'll be right back, guys. And you guys can chit chat in the chat. To put this down.